Futures back to session highs here as we get set and ready for the December CPI print coming up in about 5 minutes from now. We'll jump right into things here and get you set for what you need to know coming up this morning. 0.4 right now for the S&P, 0.34 for the NASDAQ, back to the upside as I mentioned. CRM just popping up on a note with partnership with Walmart. We'll talk about that coming up as well. A ton of individual things to get right into. Maybe we can bring the guys in here and get started on what we need to know, guys, because the day has arrived. It is the final inflation print that we'll get before the next Fed meeting coming up February 1st. 76% right now, according to the CME Fed Funds tool, that will get a 0.25% increase coming up in March, or February, I should say. And then another one, so far it's about 50-50, but everyone's suggesting another one coming in March as well. So it should be an interesting look. Let's bring in the guys here and get going if we can. Here, there we go. Hey guys, good morning. It's Thursday. It's going to be a spicy one here coming up. Again, 6.5 expected on the core, guys. We're looking at even lower than that for the year-over-year number. But here we go. December CPI day has arrived.
Yes, yes.
It is here.
Great to have Neil back. I just want to just come to my screen real quick, just because I want to show something. So this spike that happened at 8:26, this is December 13th. We had a huge move up here from 4,050 all the way to 4,025 on decent volume. So we're going to look to see if we get a little early leak here. Remember, we have, it's not that leaks haven't happened before. This is December 13th, huge move, early leak right there, and then the move back up to the upside. So that's what I'm sort of, I'm not looking, I'm looking for that right now, but look what the market's doing. We are starting to rally upside a little bit right now. So I don't know if this means whatever this means for the market, but right now we have an upside move. So let's wait to see what we're doing. We're looking at 6.5 right now. It could be a trap.
Yeah, well, we've seen it before where you get a rally before and there's a bit of a trap. If you guys are watching treasuries, like the actual volume spike last time, it started in treasuries. Obviously, that bled on over. So maybe somebody knew something. If the chart's telling you anything right now, it's that we're going incredibly bullish. We're through 4,000 on the ES. I have the Qs up because that's where I want to be.
Yeah.
But we're at 4,007 on the ES, just monster levels sort of getting taken out. You're already breaking out in multiple time frames. Just to keep in mind here, the algos get to these things first, right? So that initial move, if you miss the initial move, if there's a strong continuation, then a lot of times you can participate in that. But understand that initial 830 move, almost impossible to catch it. Like if you're at 405 and we go, so 4,005, let's just say on the ES, and we shoot to like 20s or whatnot, your likely chance is 10s and 15s in that kind of a trade. So I'm going to be looking at the Qs here. I have a couple of individual names that I do like up because I know NVIDIA 160.
Isn't it risky to trade the stocks though?
It depends on the stock. Like Intel and NVIDIA, if I really, really like a level, then if it's, and these are far away, by the way, and it comes to that price on a huge spike and we rally into that number, then I just like it. But the thing is, if we go upside, I almost like a lot of longs on NVIDIA above 160. We're 163 right now. That looked better when we're
AMD above 70. I mean,
yeah, there's so many things out there.
Starting to run. So I mean, we're getting ready to rock and roll here. Amazon 96 as well. AMD over 70. NVIDIA's at a good level. Microsoft, I mean, everything. Apple 135. There's a lot of stuff happening with only a minute to go. I'm going to be on the TQQ. So if you want to trade those with me, that's what I'm going to be doing. Triple levered up right now 1.5% as the NASDAQ right here, just dancing around. So we're going to wait to see what happens. A nice move up. Has just been sort of drifting upside. So there it is. There's a nice little spike right there right now. So the S&P just spiked up from 4,000 to 4,020. So that's the move right there. Maybe it's released early. What's up, Brennan?
All right, 3.5 on the 10-year right now. So yields coming off in a hurry. Crypto ripping. Equities ripping. No one expecting this to be higher, but here we go. This is what we're going to expect here. 6.5 on the year over year. The core expectation 5.7. 0.3 on the core for the month over month, 0.1 negative 0.1 on the month over month for CPI. So about 20 seconds to go here. The core numbers should actually populate first here, but we'll watch this and this to come in Hopefully, if they are both in line or a little bit lower, we do get a nice move in the market. Just keeping my eye on futures right now. No other secondary move, though. But here we go. It is 6.5, guys, in line with expectations.
In line. Okay.
5.7 on the core number on the year over year, 0.3 for month over month CPI. So every single number here in line with expectations, guys.
I mean, inline's not that crazy. I'm going to note.
No, we went, yeah, it's not that big of a deal here.
Yeah.
We went long early on that spike up. That was wrong. So there we go. So we went in there, but we didn't get that bad. We did punch out, and then we punched back in a little bit right now. Let's see what happens here. We are long right now, the Qs. Like you could see, we just layered it at 19. We got out a little bit there early, but we just got back in right now. So we are long right now, 19.12. In line as expected. Doesn't really seem that bad to me, but the market has rallied the last couple of days, probably expecting a better number. So watch out here. If we dip below this 19 or 18, what was that bottom there? 1850, then we'll get out. Other than that, let's just hold and see what happens here. Apple does dip down to 132 right now, and I like the long here on Apple probably. But look at the spread, Neil. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, the spreads are pretty
80
nice.
cents right now on Apple alone.
So I was actually short on the Qs very, very briefly at 75s there, and I'm like, no, I don't like that with inline. I think you're too far into the downside. So I got out of Dodge pretty quickly there. But this market, we're beneath that 4th thou. I actually think I want to play a retrace as we get into some of these levels. 160 was the one I liked on NVIDIA, but liquidity is definitely at an absolute premium. Liquidity was way better last time. Like I'm looking at NVIDIA about 70-cent spread.
Yeah,
so I like this north or southbound of that 160 level, but a 70-cent spread is almost a no-go. You really just have to be trading the future.
Yep, I mean, that's why I talked about, maybe I was questioning you on that, but again, it's the liquidity, right? I mean, if liquidity's there, equities are great because the moves are pretty big. Like AMD right here, you got a nice move to the downside, and by the way, I put my minute charts up here now. Look at this, from 70 all the way down to 69. Oh, down to 67, I guess, there for AMD. You're starting to crack lower here in the market. We did get some out on our TQs up there, right where we got it. It's like, here's some outs, 1920, so on and so forth. So the really only mistake is about $1 hit there early from 1970 all the way down there, but we didn't get out of everything, and now, of course, we're back in as Apple right now continues its, well now, okay, so now the spreads are a little bit better. 133 long, I'm going to take on Apple if we break upside 133 long on Apple. Other than that, let's just sit out here and wait to see what this market does because we're already long. The number you got there was 6.5 in line as expected. Once Brendan is ready to rock and roll, we'll go over there and see. I don't know if the goalposts have changed at all on the number or on the expected rate hike or whatever, but we'll find that out in a minute too. I'm going long Apple breaking 133. Let's go over to Brendo.
We'll run through these once again. We did get initial jobless claims there for last week as well. 205, a little bit better than expected. 205 versus 215 on the weekly jobless claims. 6.5 though, CPI year over year. 6.5 versus 6.5, as we said. Negative 0.1, negative 0.1 on the month over month. So U.S. core CPI 5.7 versus 5.7. So every single one of these numbers exactly in line with expectations. We were mentioning, look, this is in the right direction, right? So in line, yes, but it's still in the right direction, moving to the downside. Here is the Fed funds tool, guys, right now, 78.3 versus 21.7 after the number there in favor of the quarter point hike. If you go out to March, this is going to be a quarter point hike here as well. This is basically flat. Versus 16.7 on the half. So 65 now for March as well on 25. Same story for February. Remember, February 1, we get the next Fed decision.
Yeah, we still have time till the next decision, but obviously I think the way the market is treating this is maybe how far we went into the number to the upside. We were screaming up there, just not just look yesterday as well. Not just today. You got to think about yesterday as well. But you're starting to get to the upside. 133 is coming in on Apple. 160 is about to get taken here on NVIDIA, which I'm also following. It's got a crazy wick I'll have to clean up for you guys. But if we can start clearing that back out, we were consolidating at 39.9 on the ES, which is basically flat. The futures go green here. That's Apple 133. It's the futures going green, essentially. 160 NVIDIA as well. But these spreads are starting to tighten up, and it looks like there's going to be some liquidity now.
All right, here we go, guys. We are into Apple. We talked about that trade. So there it is, a huge move up for Apple. We're now 70 cents in the money for Apple. Let's see how far this name wants to go, man. I'm going to put a target at about 134. So we got piece out. So we got long at 132.50. I didn't take the 133 long. We got long at the better price. So we're long at 132.60, sorry. Out some there at 133. Here we go, Apple. Here we go. Nice little move. Let's take a piece out here if we can at 34. We'll sit there and get run over. Let's go. A little bit of money to start the day here. We'll drop it down. And then look what's happening with the, wow, okay. Look what's happening with the TQQs, baby. There we go. A nice little buy to the upside right now. So yes, we are rallying on the back of this number. So far, so damn good, man. This has been a great number here. You know, we're $1 in the money on Apple. We're 50 cents in the money on the TQQs here. And we're green on the day. And that's what matters. So it's a nice little move to the upside here. I hope some of you guys got this. Go gadget, I guess. Go gadget market right now.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. It's a nice move. Bang, let's go.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing, so I just took NVIDIA for a couple of bucks here. I like that 160, but into 162. I'm not necessarily believing we're breaking out those highs, and I think you can play patience game here. We have an hour till the open, so I want to see what happens when we get to some of these tops. Oh, I should zoom this chart in for you guys. There we go. You can see better. I want to see what happens when we get to this top. At the number, we're at 163. The ES is at 4,000, so if it fails 4,000, I just wanted to make sure that I'm getting out. You're now green on the session, but I like the bounce through 160. I was able to at least get that one. I did miss out on Apple, and yeah, Intel never came to 29 even. But this is about to get put to the test. Can we break out from these levels? I don't want to ignore. I would have traded Netflix, except for the fact that when liquidity is bad, it's worse on Netflix. This is on an absolute tear. This has broken out. I just want to point out very quickly, because I don't know if we get a chance to do it, Netflix breaking from that April disaster and the recent highs, and it's breaking out above 330. This is the one stock that just feels like it's a long, almost in every regard, as long as it's above the price of $330. So if we do get a dip here, Netflix, hopefully closer to the open where there's liquidity, I like that above 330, but I just saw liquidity come back to NVIDIA, and now it's a dollar spread again. So
yeah.
You know, I'm just taking the profit and running there. Like, this is sort of this is the risk. If you're trading equity right now, right when we're getting to this crest here around 160, there was all kinds of liquidity. Spreads were back down to 10, 15 pennies, pretty reasonable. Once it shot up and got closer to the highs, spreads opened back up, lack of liquidity. That's the risk of a pullback there, because when someone sells into a big spread, it's just it moves the stock a heck of a lot more, starts triggering other people outside. So I want to see if we hold 160s on NVIDIA. I like that level. Intel 30 is setting up for a break, and we'll see about Netflix. I got to wait till the open on that one.
Yeah, okay, so there's the Apple trade. We're into that. Look, it's good. We got as expected, so I am starting to get some out. We just got a 133.50 there. I'm going to wait at 134, see if it gets to the upside there. And then the TQQ, man, we got, I mean, thank God it came, not thank God, we weren't heavy into it. I mean, when that number, sorry, bless you, when that number came out as expected, you know, not much. So we did, look, when it first came out and the move was lower, we did get out, man. It broke 19. We took a little piece out, not that much. And then we bought it right back here at 19 again. So, you know, a little bit of a slip. We could have made 30 extra cents there if we don't do that. But then, you know, all these longs right in here are really starting to pay. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one today for sure, hopefully, as this market looks to extend its move. I just look at the NASDAQ over the last couple of days and, like, what a great move to the upside there. So it wouldn't surprise me if we did fade this CPI number here today. Just wondering if people were trying to get on side with a better CPI print, or I guess lower in this case, doesn't come through. So now let's just see if the NASDAQ can carry the day here. You know, we topped out right there at 15. Here's the NASDAQ right here. 15, so 11,500 basically was the top. I mean, it was 520. Now you're dancing around, looking to go a little bit lower also here now. So yeah, man, we'll see. So far, so good. Not huge moves. Thank you for joining us. How many people do we have? Hit the like button. We came on early for you. Hit the subscribe, hit the like. Over 5,300 people watching right now. Hey, we did it again for you. It's a CPI day, and we brought it to you live. I mean, you probably didn't get it any more live than what you did here today. CNBC probably still doesn't have it. All right, over to the big desk. What's up, Brendan?
No comment. Sharif joining me. As always, we gave him a second to take a shot at that number to see what happened. But give me your thoughts here. I mean, if you miss it or just joining a little bit late, guys, in line, right across the board. The year over year, the core The monthly, all in line with expectations. We get this move down initially, but trying to get back to, I guess, where we started the day.
Well, the algos were there in full force popping up, and then you saw the move earlier. I saw the move last night, actually, on Bitcoin. I'm like, I wonder if something got released. It moved up, I think, 3.5%.
Yeah.
So, things were pointing to a higher direction, but it comes out today, and, it's in line. I don't think that's negative, though, Brendan.
No,
I think we're following the right path, and some of these names look good. I picked up Netflix today on my personal account. I picked up Meta on my personal account as well. I'm looking for those names have been relatively strong, so I'm looking to ride this wave.
Yeah, let's, speaking of crypto, here's a live look right now at both Ethereum, BTC on this side, Ethereum on this side. So we did get a spike down initially on the number, but yeah, right back up. Same story for the overall market. ETH doing a little bit better. We did break 14,000 or 1,400, I should say, not 14,000 for ETH. We're trying to get back to that right now. So we'll keep an eye on crypto. Here's another look for March. Oh, that's actually May. Let's go to March here. Now 63.5% on the quarter point for March. Going to February, once again, about the same, 78.3 on the quarter point. But there is, if you go back to March here, there is this, which is no change. So they could hold as well. 20%, guys, in favor of nothing happening now at the March meeting instead of a quarter point. So lots to kind of digest here, as Sharif was just saying. Overall, this is positive. We just saw food, if you take out food and energy, flat. Everything was flat today.
Yeah, well, it's this sort of the thing. Like, okay, yes,
I'm not sure it can hold.
As expected, it's not that bad, but the market, I think, was pretty optimistic that maybe it would come in light. That's just my read based on the way this is trading. Like, I just got back into NVIDIA in front of that 160, was looking like it was going to be good again, got back up to like almost 61s, was able to take some out, and then just immediately ran the bid. So I'm just sort of seeing a lower high get put in here, and I want to be a little bit cautious with this. Like, there's some strong names out there, don't get me wrong, but overall, I can just go right over here to show you what just happened. Look, chart patterns, blah, 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 you can say whatever you want, but we had a monstrous sort of rally the last little bit into the number, and this is what the NASDAQ just did. Spiked higher, rejected the top, and is now holding below. Like, that's usually a pretty bearish look when you've had a big rally the last couple of days. So I don't want to, because I felt this should have been pretty positive. I'm still looking for a couple of places to be doing some dip buying. But yeah, I'm going to start looking for some opportunities for short. I'll be the first to admit that I wasn't expecting to be thinking short based on an inline number, but that's the way the market's kind of reacting to this as we speak. We still have time, obviously, and we'll get to some individual names later that I think could be a bit bulletproof when it comes to this number, but and I'm talking the airlines there, but for right now, I just want to get the next plan set out there for something like an NVIDIA. I should have just flat shorted Intel at $30, but I was not looking for shorts, and that not looking for shorts is going to kick me in the gut here because it goes right to $30 and just immediately rejects it. That's the level I was thinking before. I just had my mind set on the long, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy going long though. I think it's fine. I was trying to get Google down there at 91. We missed it. We'll sit there and see if we can get it again. This went all the way down to 89.50, and Google was pretty strong yesterday. And I still think we have a nice 92 top there that we could break out on Google. You see a nice move yesterday. Google's been retracing back upside a little bit here, so I do like that. But right now we're $1 in the money on Apple. So, that's back to the highs right now. After the number, it's back to the highs. And then so is the TQQs are trying to get up there as well. So I was not about to buy the dip. I did get a little nervous and took another piece out right there for 20 cents. But really? Okay, so we'll go back up to the upside here, 1940, and then there goes Apple again up to the highs. So, yep, just in case you were wondering, I am going to go long Google if we get back down sub. Okay, it looks like it might happen right now. Sub 91, we'll get back down here below Google, and then maybe get out if this thing breaks 90.50 right there. So, look, you got to have some outs, just like you got to have some ins, right? So that's what we're going to be doing. Interesting that crypto's booming as well right now. This should be another great day. So, yeah. All aboard on the NASDAQ train here once again today. Still down 0.32. Let's see if it holds some of these levels, Brendo.
Yeah, we try to get back to positive territory there. We're kind of chopping around within the initial move for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Oil, it's worth noting, initial move higher, we go lower. Now we're the same thing, back to basically break even on the overall day for oil, trying to hold on to some gains. If you missed it again, December CPI year over year, 6.5%. in line with the forecast, 6.5% versus that prior 7.1. So, I mean, this alone, November to December, going from 7.1% down to 6.5%. That's a huge move in the right direction for inflation overall. Let's bring in Luis Barbado from the Day Trade the World floor over in Barcelona, Spain. We'll talk a little bit about a crazy week. Good to see you as always, Luis. Happy New Year. It's been a crazy week. Good to see small caps. I know you typically look at some of the smaller high flyers moving around. Good to see them back in action once again.
Yeah, actually very good news, and Happy New Year for all of you guys. Very good news that we have some crazy action again in a small cap every day, 3 or 4 stocks flying, as you say. So good news for this 2023.
Tons of opportunity. Let's get the viewers prepared here for what to expect today. I have BBAI on my screen right now. Yes. Speaking of high flyers, this one goes through $1 this morning and then takes out $2, all in the same move. After securing a military contract. So this is a software AI-based company. Just took out the highs right now. What are you doing with BBAI today?
Yeah, as you say, it's a $900 million contract, I think, with the U.S. force. It's a little bit too tight now, too narrow range. Well, it has broken now. So we're going to check the 3. If it breaks the $3 or it holds here, we're going to look for shorts as soon as the backside start. When we will see lower volume and lower highs, we're going to look for a short to cover a little bit part of the gap. It is true that these days we're seeing a lot of runners gapping up and following in the movement up. So we're going to be aware of this $3 range, $3 breakout. If it fails there and the lower volume comes in, then we're going to look for a short on this one.
Big volume, to say the least, relative volume through the roof here. This is a stock that, if you look at a daily chart, typically doesn't even trade or hasn't been over the past couple of weeks. So an absolute ton of volume coming in. A few other ones to mention here. There was YTEN on some news surrounding Mitsubishi as well. So YTEN, another little tiny one, $3.40-ish. This one's setting up a little bit better because we had some levels from aftermarket yesterday to work with.
Absolutely. This looks a little bit better, gives you more confidence of what levels you should get out or get in, whatever is your style of trading. And we see a nice pre-market. We're marking here 350, 380 to be aware if it breaks there. As I say, we have been seeing a lot of gapping up and continue the movement like BOR, Bowen last day. So if it breaks 350, 380, we're going to be a little bit aware of going short. But if it fails there, we're going to, again, look for a short on the backside on this one. 350, 380 are the levels to look on Y10.
Just on that, Sharif beside me here just asking a question. In regards to VWAP, how do you feel about shorting these types of stocks when they're making, 61% moves for Y10? How do you feel about shorting those types of stocks above VWAP? Is it levels from the daily chart or a higher time frame that you're working off of in those cases?
First of all, you have to look other days support and resistance. As you said, this is very important. And as soon as the session starts, of course, beside the tape reading, which is the main tool for us, tape reading, check the bids and the offers, where are the refreshers, the big bids, the big offers, where are they holding? With that, you have the feeling if the strong hands are buying or selling, and you find the imbalance prices where the stock is going to move more aggressive. So this is very important. Of course, the VWAP. Why is important? It's always the same with the technical analysis. Every trader is looking the VWAP. So if everyone is looking and is deciding based off that, why you would avoid this? So right now we are trading below VWAP, right? It's at 350 now. If it holds below VWAP and the volume start to disappear, it is very likely that we will see the stock bleeding down. If it breaks VWAP and hold above, we will check resistance probably on $3.80, $4. So yes, very useful, of course, VWAP, and depending on the setup you're looking for. Right now here we are looking for shorting against the VWAP on 350, 360 mainly.
Yeah, I love how you put that in the sense that, let the stock show you, in a sense, it wants to go down before you start trying to force an idea on something like that.
And very important that the level 2 and time and sell will give you the timing. B1 will give you the price. Resistance supports will give you the price. They will not give you the timing. And timing and sizing is more important than the direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Great advice. I want to talk quickly just from a higher time frame here. We saw last year throughout the entire year, for the most part, small caps kind of took a back seat because there was an overall there was an overall macro type storyline that was happening and the overall market was going down. It's, we're not even barely 2 weeks into a brand new year here. Is this going to set up to, or is it looking, in your opinion, like it's setting up to be more in favor of small caps once again?
It's looking better. You're right. The bull market give us a lot of more small caps trading about $1, $2, and we have some gapping up. Money comes in, so a lot of traders are more involved in this kind of tickers. So it looks it's going to be a better year for sure in the small cap than last year. Yes.
Great stuff. Luis Barbato from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a fantastic day. Best of luck. Market could be a wild one today with this CPI number this morning. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah. Thank you. Before I leave, I'm going to give you another 3 tickers.
Yeah, sure.
Okay?
Go ahead.
From yesterday, because it's not only what is going on today. You got to look what we trade yesterday and the day before, and you look for setups in this stock. So we're checking from yesterday, BOR, BWEN, and AMB. Those 3 tickers yesterday were crazy, and the day before. So we're looking for today, first red day or second red day or continuation movement in the case of B1. So those 3 tickers are on the watch for us today.
Good luck today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brendan. Hi to Neil and Shawn.
Yo, what's up, Luis?
Yes,
My guy
what up?
over there. Yeah, shout out to Barcelona, man. Shout out. I mean, thanks for coming on a day like this.
We got to go
today's
visit,
a very busy day, but meanwhile, thanks for coming on. But we'll go like this again. Oh, that one's not working. That's right. We'll drop down some money again because we went long. The one where you dab up each other. That's not working on my screen. But there it is, man. We talked about getting Google long right before we went to Luis there. There's the Google long, and now we're in the money 70 cents on the Google long. So there it is. We are also crushing this Apple long as well. That is more than $1 in the money. And the TQQs are right back to the upside right now. We haven't gotten anything out on this one either. So yeah, some good. Yeah, let's do a poll. I don't know if Justin's in yet. It's 8:50. Probably is. We can put up a poll. And I don't know. Is the market green or red today? That's
we're
it.
flat.
Let's just make it that simple.
That's easy.
Right now, green or red today, Justin, if you're around. We could put that
you got
up.
it?
Prad got it. Okay, thanks, Prad, for doing that. Hallelujah for Pradley in there. Great job, Prad, with everything. Okay, so again, the TQQ is continuing to go. I'm going to wait. I like a 92 break. We talked about that, so I'm actually waiting at 91.90. Maybe we get a little bit of a bump up right there, up to 91.90 right now to see if that can come through. So we're going to do that. Is the market going to be green or red today? For me, it's pretty simple. Green. I'm going to go with green. So I just selected the green right there. So 64%. What do you think, Neil? It's flat right now. What do you want to do?
Well, my vote of green just took it from 64 to 61. So I guess some people are starting to come in the other way. Some people are starting to hit the red now. But look,
I can see a fade.
I could see it. We're back at the 4,000. I just want to point out, when I was saying I wish I had shorted Intel, when I got out of the NVIDIA long, Intel was at $30, and I had an opportunity for a retracement play. That isn't to say that I think Intel's a bad stock today. I've actually been leaning long for the last 3 days. And now it's a double top at 30 even. This is stronger than the market. This is actually at the highs before we got to the highs. I'm looking at 30 break on Intel. Did you say the coffee is sweet?
No, I'm saying this market is sweet, man. This is a
coffee tastes like trash.
Yeah, no, I don't have, I have my other coffee. I just refilled it. I should probably do my one from home. But there it is. We'll take another piece out on the TQQs, man. I mean, here we go. This is exactly what we're talking about. We are well ripping right now, man. Apple is taking out highs right now up to 134. I mean, the high is up here, but taking out all these levels, bouncing around that 133.50, now taking off to the upside, $1.20 in the money right now for Apple. So this one, we bought that dip, pretty patient with it. Let the move come down, buy that Apple right there. 132.50, boom, we're in the money, $1.20 on that one. We talked about it. We gave you this Google trade. even when, you know, it was down here, we let it fall back right into us. We get that 90.90 right now. We're long Google, 90.89 as that's $1 in the money right now. And we hold strong on some of these NASDAQs on a flat CPI as expected print. There's our mistake, man. We were long. So we got long on that leak. I thought there was a leak there. We got long. We got out there. Then we bought it back. And now we're holding these TQQs as it goes back up to the upside, trying to take out more highs. Just quickly here, my Google out. I do have an out here at 91.90. So hopefully we'll spike up a little bit more. Maybe I'll just take this for the dollar and then see. But I'm looking at that 92 level, possibly even going long there. Looks like we do have some great moves here in the market. And I hope you guys got a little long on that. But I could see us fading this. We just put the poll up, man. Both Neil and I said we think we might end up green today. Let's see if the NASDAQ can continue. Here we go, man. We're about to take that smooth dollar on Google and Apple. Still, there's Apple right there. 90, not 91 because my chart didn't refresh. We just got 134 out on Apple. That's $1.40 right there. So yeah, we're stacking the cash early here on Trader TV Live.
Hey, the coffee's not that bad. I appreciate the super chat, but it's not that bad. I'm just not as optimistic in terms of a few names here that I think I should be. I got out of NVIDIA the second time through. It's right back up at that 162.5, but it's still a lower high being put in. So I still see some names putting some overhead resistance. I am going to be in maybe a penny or two catching a breakout on Intel because it's already at that breakout price. As a matter of fact, it just triggered. Might get to fill. I just got fours. I just got fours on Intel. That's finally broken. Someone just asked what do I think about a firm? I think you want to be very careful. Okay, assuming you meant do I want to short something like in a firm. I think you want to be very careful if we reclaim some of these highs on any of the higher risk sorts of names here. And a firm, while I do think at some point is going to have a big reversal after these bounces that it's had, I don't know that I'd be jumping out in front of that today, at least not until we see the open or that opening rush. I think you want to back off being too aggressive shorting these. That goes for the meme names as well, which are all, last I checked, they're all starting to go to the upside as well, with the exception of Bed Bath & Beyond. That's holding firm. I am now long into Intel on a 30 break. That was a level I wanted to play regardless. But that shorting opportunity has come and gone on Intel. So I'm now, it's an obvious breakout price on the daily, and it's been relatively strong. I like that 29 long. I wish I was here yesterday to do it, but I had to do my civic duty. So that 30 long is the next best thing. I'll wait until the open for Netflix. I do not want to trade that one pre-market, but I do think it's very strong.
All right, you and I were just discussing here what happened back on Friday in the sense that we get the jobs number that comes in essentially worse than expected, but you got to look at a few other aspects of that, and the market, rallies on that. So here we are back to almost 1% now.
Yeah, well, wage growth, like you said, came in slower than expected, and the market rallied off that. That's the inflationary aspect to the jobs part of the equation here, Brendo. So let's see what we do today.
Yeah, so it was the non-farm payrolls. We get the CPI number, and then the next stop is going to be obviously Feb 1. The Fed interest rate hike to come, which again looks like it's going to be a quarter point. Here comes some analyst moves for you this morning, upgrades and downgrades. Ton of big names on this board today. It's been a long time since we've had this kind of action. I guess we're heading into the heart of earnings season coming in the next few weeks here. So Boeing's been a big mover this week, over the past week and a half, even back to the upside. Another positive note here from Credit Suisse. Halliburton on here. Another positive note here for Netflix. Jefferies this morning liking Netflix. It's been a monster this week. BBY, not BBBY, but Best Buy to the downside. Roku, Shell, and yeah, Spotify as well.
Wow, Roku's almost at $50. So Roku's at $48. $50 on Roku could be a level, but we were just talking about Netflix getting an upgrade. But I think more importantly, it's already been an absolute beast recently. It is now filled in the entirety of the gap from the disaster that was in April. So now that it's through that 330 level and continuing to churn, I just think any number above there, you've got room. There's not if the market's going to be strong today, there's not a heck of a lot in the way of Netflix once you're breaking out at a level like that. I just scalped some out on Intel, and I now prefer this to in some ways, I'm almost preferring it to NVIDIA, at least in the short term. That 30 break, just because it's through the high of the day, already starting to go, and NVIDIA can't seem to get through the high. So those are two names I like in the chip space for the longs. I'm going to be patient getting back into NVIDIA. I want to see it breaking out the top with the rest of this market as opposed to chasing that. Whereas Intel, I just feel like when it falls, it's not nearly as violent in the last little bit, and you've had some bids, and that 30 is going to look like it's holding up here. Just one other one to get to, and look, we talked about a lot of the big tech names. Another one that's already through the high of the day in yesterday's top, Meta. So Meta looking relatively strong. So as we approach highs in the ES, about 5 handles away, and in the NASDAQ there right now, you got Meta in terms of some relative strength here, taking out that 134. I want to see this one open above it, and I think that one can be another solid runner. Maybe hasn't filled in the entirety of its second gap, but that first gap from 130, that already happened. 134, you can see the nice consolidation up there. There's like $5, $6 to run on this thing if we continue going as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're just, you know, we did it. We did it again, guys. I mean, I just hope that everyone had a great CPI. I mean, that was just a great number there. We're really, really, I don't know. Sometimes I just feel, I feel really lucky to be able to sit here and trade like this on a prop floor where we can sort of throw shares in, and we really take the wheel on our own trading, right? And I talked about it. I had my best day yesterday. My second best day was the day before that. Like, it's been such a great. And then we called Nike, Starbucks. We're long Meta. We're long Netflix. Like, we just the way this market has really bounced back here over the last week or two has really been something. And you know, we really were really disciplined on what we did here today. We waited for Apple to come down, and I just feel really lucky that we're able to adjust. Like, now we have 3 positions that are all more than $1 in the money, right? So I mean, and that includes the market, right? The TQs. Like, look at this, 132.50 for Apple. We were just really super patient with it. We let it come back down. We digested the information. We watched the NASDAQ trade. Didn't ever take down the lows, and there it is, right to the upside. And we also penged out the stocks that we wanted to trade, right? We knew we wanted Google long. I mean, this is just a huge long, like 90.89. It's at 92.05 right now. It's just to be able to sit there and take some of these trades. It's just like, what a great opportunity. We just, the market is a funny thing. Like, every day there's something else to do, and it's like, here it was again today. Like, yesterday was a great day in anticipation of today, and now today's here, and then now this is this. So I don't know. I just feel like the market, it's just such a great experience when you win. It sucks, obviously, when you lose, but that's why you got to have stop orders in, right? You never want today's trade to be your last trade. Like, these aren't huge profits. They're just profits, right? And it's like, I actually talked to Greg there in the back, and it's like, the tape really wasn't that great where you would just be punching in tons of shares pre-CPI release or anything like that. So what you do is you sit around and you trade the release, and the number comes out, and there it is. It was a little different than it had been in the past. It took its time. It went down, it went up, it came back down again. Now the move is continuing to the upside. So I feel like I've just gotten so much better in the last couple months at being able to hold on and being able to chill out, sit back, take a seat, have a larger look at what this market's doing. And here we go, man. There it is. Brendan, you had that stat yesterday, how that one, it was Bespoke, I guess, the website had a bunch of different CPI targets, and they were getting, they were completely wrong, I guess, weren't they, on this one? Because I think they were expecting a little lower than this. But either way, CPI is getting better. Let's see if the market can hold this. We're nowhere near out of the woods. No. Because we have, I mean, the S&P would maybe tell you a little different at 4,030, but earnings. Earnings are on board, coming Friday.
And that's going to be a concern. I just want to point one thing out here, because I know I said AMC was making a move. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that, okay, AMC Strong, you're going to see, I just got Bed Bath & Beyond. AMC broke out tops and was rallying, and everything just bounced to the upside, and your favorite meme stock of the week went absolutely sideways. When I see an opportunity like this, I'm just jumping in it. And if it breaks 430, fair enough. I can just get out if it takes out the high. But if this reverses, I just love the risk to reward on this. I was surprised to see this went, and I think I said that some of the meme stocks broke out. I did not mean Bed Bath & Beyond. It had not moved. I was just watching AMC at the time. So I like this short. Give it like 15 pennies or so. The risk to reward is pretty enticing at that level.
Big move here for Lucid right now, 5%. Some production numbers coming across that were better than expected, Sharif.
Yeah, definitely. They produced 3,493 cars this quarter, but the bigger number is the 7,180 cars that they produced full year. That beats guidance of 6,000 to 7,000. They delivered 4,369 of those vehicles. Guys, this is the fastest charging and longest range car. Yeah, the price range is about $300,000, but they're doing some stuff here we haven't seen with other car makers.
You got through that without laughing, at least, so that was good. Yeah, $300,000 if you missed that. On the price tag. Let's bring in Arun and get a check of the overall market here, because it's going to be an important day to understand what we should be looking at as far as upside targets are concerned here, because here we go. We're still marching higher here with the CPI number this morning.
Yeah, and we've seen this before, where the market makes a move, and then at 9:30 something happens, and we've seen it once, and it's been quite aggressive. So I'm going to wait until 9:30. Let's see if this is legit here. This rally that's going to continue. Obviously, it's been a big move to the downside before completely reversing. We were at what, 40.10 or so before the number, all the way down to 39.55, and then popped right back to 40.20. Okay, that's a great move. That's a great way to set up a long. Let's just see if after 9:30 we can hold on to this long. So I'm going to be a little patient here with a long read anyways, and see if we can get a move to the upside. If we do get a move, let's just say everything's good and we hit the buy button at 9:30. Upside targets, there are none. You let it go. I mean, you could argue for 4,100, but that's still 80 points away, and that's going to be the next real resistance area that I'm noticing here on the daily, because we've been around that 4,100 and failed a couple of times now, going back to, what is this, about mid-December. So 4,100 is there, but up until from here on out, if we do end up being a buy, from here on out all the way to 4,100 is just a matter of letting the market discover what the resistance levels are. So it's just a matter of price discovery at that point. So I would just kind of be patient, let the market decide where the levels are all the way up until we get to 4,100. Then we know that there's going to be some resistance up there that we can work with. Now, if we do find a buy, let's just say we do find a buy, the stop level I'm looking at right now, somewhere underneath 4,000, preferably close to 39.90. So 4,000 to 39.90, that's the range I'd like to work with for a long stop. And that's essentially it. If we sell off though, if we do come back under that 39.90, this gets quite messy quite quickly, because, well, the fact that we bounced off that 39.55 into that 50 puts a little resist or support level there. And then on the last few days on the way up, we've been putting in some minor supports around 40 and then 30. So it gets messy on the way down. I think the easier trade is if this market can hold on to these gains after 9:30 and we just rally. That's just the easier trade. Downside is a little bit trickier to work with, given how we've rallied in the last couple of days.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow with Arun, everyone. Here is that note once again on Lucid. It was a little tough to see there. I noticed on Sharif's screen, 7180 vehicles produced in 2022, exceeding that 6,000 to 7,000 guidance. So better than expected for Lucid still right now, doing significant volume. So positive one to have a look at. That's a link, guys, to the watch list we send out every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Make sure you grab that from your inbox. Remember, hit that link, enter your email, and then it just shows up in your email every single day for free. If I didn't mention that, FREE. Let's jump into chips here. I want to start things off with the chip sector or chip group as a whole, based off of this. TSMC coming out overnight, cutting their 2023 CapEx. And then they also pointed to Q4 weakness on the demand side, and going into next year, also pointing towards a little bit more demand or weakness in demand to come. You guys just mentioned the importance of earnings here as we get going into earnings season. Here's TSM already pointing to the possibility of some weakening in demand.
Yeah, but they're not the first. So I remember my reaction when Micron when Micron was talking about slowdowns, and I was bearish, and then I remember when I thought Intel had an absolutely garbage quarter and came in the next couple of days looking for shorts, and then they started rallying on me.
Right.
So it just, sometimes you accept the way in which the market is reacting, or certain sectors of the market are reacting to good or bad news. In this particular case, it just feels like these names are holding up a little bit better now and starting to react a little more positively when you see bad news. I'm looking at this, breaking out TSM, that is, at 84. You're breaking the 200 period today. It's a bullish looking setup. It's a bullish move above that 84 level. And you're actually seeing continuation. Like I'm long Intel right now on a 30 break, and if I was still holding, I decided not to hold Nvidia, but that's holding up there as well off that 160. So look, if this gets back beneath 84, we'll talk, because I think that's where the resistance would be. If we're above this 84 number, I'm just looking for a continuation on something like a TSM. It's the same way when I looked at Intel. I just simply said to myself, hit enter a couple more times here, once we're through this 30 level, if we start holding above it, in fact, if we're even above like 29, say 75, 85, it's just the breakout is kind of on, and then it risks, as a day trader, it just favors joining that party than trying to say fight it or anything like that. The conservative person in me is saying that I should be selling covered calls on my Intel literally today. And starting to think about where I want to do that. As a matter of fact, I think that's almost a no-brainer, because I do believe there's going to be some struggles when it comes to earnings coming through, and maybe this is going to be short-lived for some of the chips. But enjoy the run while it's there. I mean, Nvidia didn't quite get through 163 high of the day, but everything else I'm looking at is breaking out, and you saw what's happening at TSM despite this news.
All right, yo, what's up to everybody? Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolutely great day, and I think that you're going to want to watch the chips, of course, here with TSM coming out. There's always volume on these names. We really did well on AMD yesterday. Again, I don't know why. Like, I think they've just fixed. Like, sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. Like, I don't understand. But there it is. It's a nice move into the close yesterday for AMD. Excuse me. Let's plan the trade now, because the market's pulling back. We have a small piece on everything. I'm going to hold them all. I was doing like what Arun sort of suggested there. Although obviously I've already done this, holding these as we pull back to 4,000 right now. So that's a little bit, ominous, that 4,000 level. We'll talk about that on the ES. But let's build a trade. So, I mean, 200 periods right here at 69. Look at this move up yesterday. We basically stopped at 69 at the end of the day. And I mean, we didn't. We stopped at 69.20 or so, but still, nice little move into that number. I feel like it's up 1.5%. If we're going to go red, that wouldn't surprise. I mean, honestly, I know he said that the market would stay up here today. Wouldn't surprise me if we give it back. So for me, I'm going to sit here, wait around 69, no, I'm okay. The coffee tastes today.
Add honey.
Yeah, like the worst coffee of all time, pretty much. But that's okay. My wife made some pretty sweet coffee. I got it here in the cup today. But okay, let's talk about this. So I want to go long here around 69.20, 69.30 if we dip back for AMD. That's the only stock that I have a bid on right now. I was too focused on CPI. We talked about that yesterday. I knew the trades I wanted. We put them on and we banged it out. It was a good trade. So now let's do some work here into the open. We only have 20 minutes, man. It's getting close to that time right now. If AMD falls, I want to buy here and I want to get out if we take this level out, 68.80. If it comes back in and we break below these levels right here, like this top 68.80, 68.70, then I want to reverse into a short. It could be a disaster short day as well. The NASDAQ is really ripped up. AMD is really ripped up over the last couple days here. There's the 20-minute. I mean, we were just at $60. Now we're at 70. This is in a week. So, I mean, right there, that's about 15% to the upside in a week. Seems a lot, but hey, if the numbers are turning right now, then yeah, AMD could turn with it. We said we wouldn't go short once this thing went above 70. So let's wait to see. We're above 70 net right now. Let's see if we can trade higher than that into the open. So I'm expecting a little bit of a dip. If there is a dip down here on the 1 minute, we know what we're doing, man. We're getting long here around 69, and then we're going to watch out for that drop right around here, 69 or 68.80, something like that. So that's my plan of action for AMD, and it's really been working when we take these long-term looks here, or longer view looks.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. Back in the headlines once again this morning. I was just watching this WWE as well. Apparently, some of the executives met with Disney yesterday. Buyout speculation still circulating around WWE. As you can see, though, not doing anything right now. This was a headline this morning on this China factory expansion. I mean, it's a minor headline at best. Sharif and I were just discussing the fact that every time Bloomberg seems to come out with something like this, they don't ever point towards where it's coming from or who it's coming from. It's, you got to take it with a grain of salt, I think. But yeah, apparently the China factory expansion in doubt. simply based off of these recent demand numbers?
Yeah, well, you know, they've shown their intention to expand, Brendo. I mean, they're doing it in Austin. And I think if this headline is true, then it just shows the recent trend by American companies to diversify away from China. Indonesia being also in South Asia presents a good opportunity. I think their capacity, they're talking about 1 million units per year.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that Indonesia headline coming across yesterday that they're close, quote unquote, close on announcing a factory there as well. Here's Tesla, guys, though, trying to go green to red currently.
Green to red, red to green. This has been, it's been back and forth, both the market and even Tesla. And yet somehow, after all that, it's still an inside move on the CPI number. So you had a inside move, meaning it didn't break yesterday's low. Since at the open, that was about 120, and yesterday's high was 126, and you're still inside of that range, which I hate to tell you, sets Tesla up in either direction you like it. If it breaks out with everything else, congratulations, you have a 126 break long. If 120 tends to go to the downside, then hey, you could take that. I like the chips a little better today. After getting that lucid look, I'm also very interested in this name in terms of at least relative strength. Like the way I see it, if Tesla's breaking out at 126, okay, well, Lucid's got the catalyst, and it's already showing me relative strength today. It just makes it an easier setup. Obviously, depressed name that has room to run. It plays both directions. If Tesla bounces off 120 and starts goes to the downside, bounce off 120, well, there's probably a dip buy in a stronger stock like a Lucid. Whether that's at $8, I don't really know that yet, but if I see Tesla get to that low and start bouncing, then Lucid's almost the first place I want to go for the long today in one of the EV names. I feel like it might not be Tesla that I'm trading. That life comes at you fast, right? Like when we sat down, we didn't know Lucid would be making these moves, and now that it is, I just prefer it if I got to go long in the EVs, whether that's an 8 dip or that's Tesla bouncing 120 and maybe we catch 825s here in Lucid. I just want to be playing that trend and looking for ways to do so if we continue this update.
So again, trades. Yesterday was a trade of the day for Tesla. Was one in and a couple out. So we got long at 123.50, and I just want to show it based on what we did yesterday. So there's that 123.50 level that we talked about. We wanted to go long. There's the break of 123.50 yesterday. This is a 20-minute chart. We had this move. So we had this move to the upside. Unfortunately, it's just not showing it on my chart here today, and we have all these bad wicks. Someone said like, oh, Shawn's never seen like a trading platform other than P-Pro 8. I've seen them, but you're right. I haven't really traded on any of them before, but I do know that one of our Achilles heel are sometimes these wicks down to the downside, and I would say that's really the only one. And apparently they're there for a reason, so I'll leave that alone. But yeah, if Tesla can fall back in right now, it's red into a green market, but the market just turned red. So for anybody that selected green, you got a little uphill battle right now because there goes Tesla to the downside and the market is fading out. So, you know, we talked about that as being a possibility. We'll wait to see if we get our AMD. We still need that to drop another 80 cents before we get long. 70 cents before we get long. But Tesla right here, I'm just looking at why I had the cursor here is 120. Let's just see 120. I mean, we've always been hitting the even dollar levels. I think Tesla 120 can be hit. So if it does come in, that's a level that I want to take to the short side. If you were really thinking short, I mean, 121 could happen right off the open. So 121 held back here yesterday morning before the rip up. Like we talked about, we had that move. So I would say watch out for 121 right here on Tesla. It could be a great long down there. I mean, the market's still holding. We're below the 50 period fine. We switched up to the ES right now just to watch it because it's 4,000. We got as high as 4,020. Now you're dropping back to 4K again. So yeah, the market needs a little bit of Red Bull here. It needs to grab its wings, Brendo.
Just watching Disney here a little bit. Nelson Peltz on CNBC right now talking about Disney, so just be aware. If anyone's watching Disney, here is, well, let's show this first. This is Bitcoin. This is Ethereum. So we had that positive close on that last hourly candle. There's an hourly chart, FYI. So we get this huge breakout overnight, as we were discussing this morning, all the way up to 18,000, almost 400 at the top there for BTC, coming back in a little bit currently, but that means all of these, Sharif, are moving around right now. Specifically, the miners seem to be doing a little bit better where, you know, Coinbase, Square even I saw wasn't really doing much, MicroStrategy as well, kind of just hanging out.
Yeah, I was watching that move last night on Bitcoin. It started making the move, what, like 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Later in the night there. And does somebody know something I don't know? People are buying up Bitcoin maybe because it's unregulated. That's just me with my tin hat on. Obviously, looking at the chart, nice to break out. You're hearing some good news come out of the Nikkei reporting there that basically they may not shut down their Japan operations. They're just exploring the option. So, hey, you know, not all bad news for coin, and maybe we'll see some more upside with Bitcoin.
Yeah, if you missed that, it was in the watch list this morning. Basically, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the week in the sense that Coinbase was basically, it was a done deal that they were going to shutter their Japan operations. The Nikkei came out overnight last night and essentially said, everyone slow down. It looks like that decision hasn't been finalized, and they're just considering that move at this point for Coinbase, though. What do we do, guys, with these crypto-related stocks today?
Well, I have a pretty good idea what I want to do with Silvergate, but I'll start with Coin because you led off with Coinbase. And look, yesterday's high, you basically cleared out. So on the dip, 44 is the obvious level of concern here. If we hold that, it's always like squeeze central. If we're beneath that number, you know, I think you can run into some pretty interesting shorts beneath that number. Silvergate, on the other hand, this is one of the most highly shorted names out there. I think we understand that. They got absolutely destroyed. And you can't really see the wick there, but you've gapped down. You have not broken back above that 13 level. There's still a chance it can squeeze above 13. I thought maybe it was going to do that when I wasn't here yesterday. Didn't happen. So 13 is still your resistance. If it gets broken, fantastic. These fantastic for shareholders. I think a little mini squeeze can be on for the next $1 to $1.50. $14.50 was the next resistance on Silvergate. So that's the first price that'll come in for me. If we make a break upside, I'd like the market to be with me on that. Just a bit of an update here because I just got into Alibaba. I want to quickly go over that because I don't think we're talking about Alibaba. But did not break out, but as long as we've been holding this 112 the last couple of days, I've kind of liked longs, finding longs northbound of it in this consolidation. On the number, there was a wick bottom through about 113.50. I just set a stop just south of that, and on the way back in, I'm going to play a tight stop long in BABA, play it into the range at 115, and then if 115 breaks, that's a separate trade. That's been the way I've been playing Alibaba all week, so I don't really want to change that as long as it's worked. And then I bought the dip in Intel as well. But I'm very likely to be looking at Silvergate 13. If that breaks, 14.50 is where I'd likely short it. But that's a strong one, not for fundamental reasons, just because it's following the flow and it's got a high short float.
All right. We're talking a little bit about crypto. I think I like HUD 8 a little bit here if you're going to. I mean, I don't like it. I just think that, you know, you do have a high opportunity here, up 9%. I was just looking, Cardano's up 23% this week. I mean, if you get some altcoins going, you know, HUD 8 has been a good stock for that. You can see the daily, though, it's been disastrous, like 240 down to 80 cents. But look at the last couple of days, 80 cents, 91 cents, $1.10, $1.20, $1.30 today for HUD 8. So just like Coinbase, rips tanks on moves in the crypto space. HUD 8 is another one of those that if you're looking to get a cheap name, that if you do think that crypto's bottoming or has bottomed or not even bottomed, but just has a run in it, which I think it does. I mean, I said that yesterday. You know, I even said that we had a production meeting yesterday, and I was like, you know, I think, you know, crypto's still pretty strong. Some people, you know, nah, crypto's dead. Maybe it is dead, but look at that move, even just right there, 17,000 to 18.3 or whatever. Still a nice move overnight. So we'll see. It sucks that, you know, we're down that low on some of these names. I mean, look where crypto is, 250 down to $1. You know, it sucks. It sucks to have been caught in these things, but I still think that there's a runway to get back to the upside. But you got to believe in crypto, and honestly, I just think there's better opportunities in the actual stock market right now. So I don't know, like when you can get an Apple at 130, you know, some of these plays that I really like, even a Google at $90. I mean, Google's going to participate, you know, in these moves up, right? If Bitcoin starts to go, technology is going to be there. You know, Google's going to make that work as well. We have that ChatGPT that we keep talking about. Microsoft at some of these levels. I really think that there's a lot of opportunity other than crypto, but I still think that crypto bouncing off that 16, you could go long now 18,000, and if it goes down $2, $2,000, then you can get out. So I don't, you know, like there's not that many stocks right now that I think, you know, go long at 18 and then get out at 16. You know, like crypto's been pretty steady. Let's see if it holds. But I do like the short on Coinbase, although it was my biggest loser yesterday because the short did not work.
All right, let's go on to Netflix. Speaking of strength, this one has been on a tear all week long. Another upgrade coming through today. Jeffrey's very positive on not only Netflix, but interactive entertainment, despite a possible recession to come if everyone is sitting at home instead of, I mean, theoretically, this makes a lot of sense. If everyone is sitting at home instead of going out and spending their money, they got to be watching Netflix, right?
Yeah, and they got the two-tiered system now, so they're catering to all viewers, essentially. I like this stock. I bought it this morning. Kramer talked about it yesterday. Yeah, take the inverse Kramer ETF, but I think that this one has been relatively strong, like with Meta, so I'm looking to put this in my portfolio. Call me crazy.
Yeah, it was interesting to see on the analyst board this morning, Spotify specifically, Jeffrey's actually downgraded to a hold from a buy. Pointing to, again, theoretically makes a lot of sense. If you're not, going out as much, you're not listening to music as much, Netflix becomes the favorite. Is Netflix a long at this point, guys?
Look, the chart's telling you it's breaking out above 330 on the daily. When you have the gap fill, and it's been an unbelievable long. So I understand that when it's pulled back on this run, there have been fantastic pullbacks into the 50 period. You've had retracements of like $30, $40 in a matter of days, and we could be due for another one of those. But as long as it's above 330, then I think the patience part tells me, okay, you're breaking out. It still has room to go to next levels into that upside. So if it's above 330, that gives you an area as a day trader to go long in front of it. If it breaks down, I get it. Lots of room to fall back in, set up like a head and shoulders or something in the next couple of days, and then roll back into the 50-period moving average. But like this, the way I look at it, trend is your friend. Above that number, I think there's longs. We're about 5 minutes away from the open, so I think there's an opportunity right at the open when volume comes in to be able to grab that. That's how I'm going to play it. I'm not really thinking about shorts unless we're beneath 330 or we're at 350. 350 is almost just a psychological number there, more than anything else. But that 330 is kind of my line in the sand at the open on Netflix.
Yeah, I don't mean to be, throw cold water on my guy Sharif's pickup today or anything like that. Whoa, yes, sir, I catch the mic there. That would have been disastrous if that would have fallen.
Cheers.
Right there, wow, okay. So look, I mean, I like Netflix. I just, when you're making this kind of a move, you are right against this level here. So I don't hate it. I'm going to take the other play today. I'm going to sell some of my Netflix in my account just because we are actually long from this little flat bottom breakdown that never happened. So down here, we're long here, and then 340 just looks like it might be a little bit of a top. I think I got to sell some here. I sold some at 280 when we were dancing around here. Now we've had a nice little move to the upside. I think Netflix has a great lineup on right now. The wife and I were actually talking about that earlier. There's a lot of shows, I think, now that people are watching on Netflix, and I think you got Squid Game 2 coming out as well very soon. And yeah, so I don't know, man. They have that tier, the ad-supported tier. I was just talking with Ian over there. I think it's going to be a monster earnings season, not just for Netflix, but for everything. I don't know which way things are going to go, but now that CPI comes in as expected, now the next shoe to drop is earnings, right? And then, if people are going to base the market on earnings, then let's get ready to rock and roll, man. I mean, Taiwan Semi comes today, kind of a BS day for them to come out because we don't really get a good feel of what the market wanted for that stock. So we'll see how it trades intraday now that the CPI is flat, now that it's out. But, you're going to get AMDs, Amazons coming through, the airlines. We already have Bed Bath & Beyond. But, some of these other names, Tesla, let's see what they're doing. Meta's had a great run up. And then you put Netflix right in that bucket as well, man. Netflix, a huge move up. And, yeah, could they still work? Of course. I'm interested to see. I want to get out some now and then wait to see. I don't even know when they report. Wait to see what that ad tier shows, because if it doesn't show the number that everyone's looking for, and I have no idea what that is, that sub number, if they don't show and they actually are a little lower than that, then I do fear for these Netflix longs because it's just so accelerated over the past 6 months. But hey, only 3 minutes to go. I showed those imbalances. There's really nothing there. So let's get ready to trade this market. I do have some lower bids ready to go here to see if we get picked up.
A week long, guys. Netflix next Thursday after the close, so it's coming up pretty quick here. Let's get through this AAL before we get to the open. They increased their forecast. If you missed it, increased their forecast in the pre-market this morning. So 4.2% to the upside. This is lifting all of these airlines to the upside so far today, guys.
Yeah, look, it's a good guide for them, definitely. These have been on a run. It's been on a huge run, and I liked it. I liked it at 15, sort of when I sat down and really thought about it when I was going over some stocks yesterday, at least in the evening. Now I'm sort of thinking, do I really like it this far extended away? It's breaking out on the daily above 1570, so I guess if it holds that, it could be a little bit interesting. I might just stay away from that one, start thinking about a Boeing a little bit more. Boeing has been on an absolute tear. And this gives you some pretty clean levels to work off of. It's got a lower high at this 210, which sets up for a break into like 1415, which is your tops. And I think it's got some great, interesting support down at 200 to 201. Just to update with less than a minute ago, I did get into Alibaba. But as always, if it's going to be inside the range, I was able to scalp some out there, 1420s on the 13.6 long that I have, 113.6. I'm going to hold it to see if I get some out at 15 on the open. My stop is just beneath 113.5. And then watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond. It's trying to go. I like the short because I think it's worth maybe 15 cents worth of risk, depending on what slippage might be. But this is a long consolidation, and long consolidations breaking in either direction have room to run. The other day, we got the breakout to the long side. Today, I'm sitting in the short looking for the break-in down. But if we take out that, if 30 gets taken out, I'm out, and this thing could definitely squeeze.
Yeah, okay, here we go, guys. Thank you for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and the like button as we get ready to ring the bell in less than a minute. I think Fahad will be on the bell in less than a minute, or somebody will. As we're getting ready to go, that's just my little, undercover way of telling these guys.
That somebody's got to be on
someone to get on the bell here as we're going. Risk is to the downside, I agree. I just saw someone put that in there. What's up to Family Adventures? What's up, Family Adventures? Always good to go on adventures with your family. Thank you for hitting up the chat. I agree, man. I mean, I think the risk is the downside. I'm going to be sitting here on Google. Here we go. With only 20 seconds left, I want to get Google 9050 if it comes in. I don't know if that will come through, but we'll wait to see if Google gets down to the downside. Now, with only 15 seconds to go, I'm still in all these longs. We do have targets to get out. Those are going to be the daybreak bottoms. So if we do go red, I mean, the NASDAQ is bouncing around red right now. 4,
we're starting to come back already.
3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. So, the market is now open, and we are ready to rock and roll. So, AMD is dropping down a little bit. Our boy Google is not. So let's watch out here for AMD and get some targets here. I'm bidding 69.20. I don't know if we get there, but right now AMD is making a little bit of a move to the downside here.
Yeah, Baba already retraced right back into that 50 price. I'm going to leave my stop in. If it cannot hold, we're going to have to get out of Dodge. Intel's holding up above that 85 level, but that might not last very long. I did get a reload on that one right at 29. Was able to get some out there for about 15 pennies, but if they can't hold the channel, we have to get out of Dodge, like I said. And then Bed Bath & Beyond already flushing down into $4, so I'll ring the register there. But at the same time I was getting that fill back into the downside, yeah, we got stopped out of Alibaba. Very tight stop. And watch out for Netflix. It's about to test that 330 right quick.
330 right quick. I'm going to look at Google here. The market's not doing a lot right now, so we'll wait to see what happens. But Google breaking through 92, I want to give it one more shot at that. I like that level there. There's 92 here on the 20-minute. Obviously, this is just from this morning right now. But right now, guys, we have over 10,000 viewers right now. Thank you so much, Prad, for that update. Push that like button. Hit that subscribe. Let's go, guys. 4,000 votes on the poll. We need 4,000 likes right now. Let's try to find some more trades for you guys. I'm still waiting for Google to bust. We can check out AMD. We like that. That's still back to 70. I don't really see a play right there. Bed Bath & Beyond breaking 4 right now. I didn't pay for shorts. We had the 3 long yesterday, but wish we held it overnight, which we can't do, so it doesn't matter. But there's a nice move to the upside for Bed Bath & Beyond today. It is coming back down. Amazon at a key level as well.
Amazon's breaking. So the high on the number here in Amazon was 97. It's right at 97. This breaks out. It's been super strong the last couple of days, but if this starts going, this is worth taking on a top break. You know, the relative strength has definitely been there. This is my 3-minute. It's rejecting it now, but this feels like one that's going to work into that long side. I got the reload in Intel. We'll take some profit there, but I got to get some orders out just in case we dip back down into 95.5. I want to get something on Amazon, and I want to set up my order to go long if we break the high of the day, which sits at 97.19. So that would be a break at about the quarters.
Yeah, I took a quick long here on Microsoft, almost thinking the same thing. But it looks like AMD is going to come in. So Microsoft, we're going to get out if this goes back down to 234.50 or so, like right into here. I don't really want to hold this all the way to 234, but this is a day when you got to sort of expand your horizons a little bit, I feel like, on these plays, right? You can't just sit there and take wait for the best fill. I mean, I think that would be nice if you can get the best fill, but sometimes those don't come in. So we're going to wait right now. We'll take another long here. If we miss it, hopefully we didn't. There it is. We got 236 there for Microsoft. So let's see if that can hold. We're going to give this all the way down, and maybe it doesn't, man. We're going to give this all the way down to 234.50 for Softy. But yeah, right now, coming back in pretty decent, as is AMD. We are almost on that long right now. That just pulled in pretty good here as well for AMD. Just missed us, man. We are at 69.26. The lowest we got is right now. We should be able to get this 69.26. Let's go. Where's my long? We should be long right now. Damn you, AMD. Maybe we're a little bit too early. Let's see. Here it comes. Fill us. 69.26. Waiting for the long here on AMD.
Yeah, and as I'm sitting there, just got back into some intel, or added to some intel in front of those lows. Netflix broke 330. We knew that was going to be my line in the sand. Beneath that number, I got to look for the shorting opportunity. So if we can get 330s to the south side, shorting it, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Intel. Instead of getting NVIDIA there, I just grabbed Intel, bouncing again off 29.90. So it just keeps on sort of bouncing off that level, and I got to rinse and repeat. Bed Bath & Beyond goes the other way. So we took out only about half. We only got out half of that short, and then it just took out the top. So bye-bye, Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm now out. It looks like it wants to do one of those things where it goes to the upside. It bounced off $4 pretty nicely. Now it looks like the jailbreak long. Amazon also engaged the break. It bought the dip in front of VWAP. As BBBY, who knows where it's going to head today, but it did break out those tops after the flush initially worked. Is that Brendan?
Yep.
These chip makers just popping up in front of me. Here's why. TSM, guys, just taking out session highs here on a huge volume spike, almost 5% now for Taiwan Semi.
Yeah, Taiwan Semi, good play on that one. So we did already ring the register there on AMD. We bought some, what am I long at? Well, I'm long at the same price. 33s, we got out at 50 right there on that move right back. But still, it's coming back in. We'll get our 20. Ooh, we just went to 27. We missed our 26s. Again, here it comes. So there it is. So now we're long. So now we're long here on AMD, a more of a serious trade now against, like we just said, I wanted to play off this bottom here. So 68.80 or so for AMD. It's more like a 69 break, but we'll give it a little bit lower than that here for Advanced Micro. There it is. Nice little backside move here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is a big trade for your boy right now. Hopefully we can get this on right now for AMD and just grab this out. We are just rocking and rolling. If this name bounces, man, we are going to have a monster winner, but let's take some out there in the mid 40s. Again, look, this is scalper's paradise right now, man. Some of these moves, the way they're moving, you can get in and out. So let's not think that this market is settling down. It's not. It's making this move. Look at the NASDAQ. You're just back to some of these levels that we engaged our longs now. We could still dip down. I mean, I don't think that getting out this bottom is out of the question now. So, watch out here. I know I'm long everything. I like the levels we're at now, but I wouldn't be surprised if this market got flipped up here pretty soon.
So I bought dip in Amazon, was in and out for like a 40-cent stop instantly. Netflix is now just gone, that 330. Once it broke, I tried to grab that short there at 29s. It just bounced off 25s. I'll probably have to look for like a 28, maybe 27 or 28 on kind of a pullback there if we can even get it. NVIDIA just pulled a bit of a stop at 160, so right back to the level we liked. Looks like it wants to try to head back into the upside. I'll go in front of that level, want to see the bounce come in, and then get back to it. Bed Bath & Beyond, the reversal, I reversed into a long, got out in front of 450, bought, this is all on a 3-minute candle, by the way, bought dip at 430, and then it immediately took out the lows again. So in, out twice on the long side, one for a win, one for a loss, and now you're setting up for a wick top and an absolute flush. If this doesn't hold for 395, the scalping is done. It might be time for a directional move in this particular play.
Yep, here we go. It is time to be buying the dip, I guess. All right, so we got out of Apple. Apple broke. Okay, now everything's breaking lower. So we actually reversed into the short on AMD. If we took down the low, we just thought the short might be a better play. So there it is. We talked about these levels. We went long. Now we're short. Now we got to slow down because we don't want to get too carried away here, not understanding some of these moves. So let's slow down. We're in the short for AMD. We were long. We did like it. It broke back down below that 69 level. That was an area of concern for me. So we reversed it into the short. So right now it's printing short. Whatever. We could wind up, we didn't wind up losing that much on this trade. But again, the short right now, back down. Look where we're bouncing. We're just at these levels. I wanted to get out if we took down, you know, if this move kind of happened. So now the market is trying to dance a little bit here at those bottoms. So we'll take out another piece of AMD. Look, man, now we're 20. Look how easy we're in the money 20 cents. Now we're in the money 30 cents on this short. Like, honestly, it's so easy to catch these moves on the way down, it seems like. And then on the way up, it's like, oh my God. Like, I was struggling there to take 20 cents on this long right there. Look how easy that just came in for that short. So, yeah, we're doing pretty good here. Microsoft also bouncing nicely here. So let's get a piece out. Yes, let's go Microsoft. But watch out. The bounce might be in. I'm going to take more pieces out here on AMD. And watch out. Softy is absolutely flying. We are nicely in the money and nicely cooking here on Softy. Watch out for these AMD shorts, though. I'm going to have an out. We just took another piece out on AMD. But Softy is absolutely flying. Everything is flying right now. We got to watch out for this AMD, though. This is the one that's in trouble.
Yeah, flying also is AAL. I got out of all my longs in those tight stop retraces. NVIDIA, Intel broke 29.85. As a matter of fact, I'm now short offset 85 level. But AAL up 6% and breaking high of the day. There's a wall at 1630. If that wall gets broken, I want the long in AAL. I was looking over at Boeing to see if that was still setting up because I did like a Boeing trade. But Boeing is not joining that party. Boeing is heading to the downside. So I favor AAL. I thought maybe Boeing could go. Looks like AAL is going to have to be that one. Just got into Intel to the short. Like, it's basically what you were sort of saying there. Yeah. It's like you get out, you reverse, and you're already back in towards some of these lows. So I want to make sure I'm getting on the bid of these bottoms. Netflix, I thought there'd be a bounce to be able to short a pop. Not really. They bounced all over $1.50 there, looking for a little bit closer, and it's 27, 28, as I did say. We're just not getting it on Netflix. Beneath that 330 level, I still favor short on Netflix beneath 330. That was my line in the sand on that stock. And then Silvergate, the short that always gets away, never came to that 13. It got to 1288 and right back down. That to short in front of 13 if we get anywhere near that price. But AAL breaking the top is next.
Guys, I don't even know what to say. Now we're $1 plus in the money on Microsoft here. So, I mean, this has been a great long picking off those bottoms. I mean, didn't work for AMD, but you know what? I mean, Microsoft is the champ here right now. We're still holding a little piece though, so we're gonna have to wait to see if Microsoft is indeed the champion that we think it is. I'm waiting for 236.80. Let's go, man. If we could take that out, that'd be great, man. 236.85, sort of that top that we're looking at right now. Hit it! Hit it, baby. Yeah, let's go, man. This has been a good day. Good day to trade today. Nice little move to the upside. Look at AMD, man. Finally, we got one right here. We hold the Microsoft long and we hold the AMD short. So, wow, both printing right now for us here. Go downside. There goes AMD. Another move down, man. We're still waiting at 56. We just took some more out there as we flip up the script on AMD and take that short. And then, of course, Microsoft, we had a great fill there, 236.80. We are long 235.50 now. So all is well over on this side, man. I hope you guys are doing good over there. But yeah, there it is. Let's go. Bang right there again. Another one for AMD. And you guys are right. The dopamine is hitting, boy. This is what happens when you're in the market and you love what you're doing. This is very exciting for me anyways. I hope you guys are having a good time. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. There it is. A couple good banger trades for you. I hope you have them on board, man. This has been a good one. AMD crashing right now.
Yeah, I was just finally able to get in some Netflix, which is continuing to die. The only long on board is AAL. Remember AAL? It broke that, 1630? By the way, we're going to have Biden talking on inflation apparently at 10 o'clock.
Yep.
So take that for what you will. Maybe he moves the markets, maybe he doesn't. But that is going to be coming through. Just want to get back over to Intel. We're at the low of the day. When you're at the low of the day, I'm taking some out. And if it breaks even lower, just remember how far this came. Ooh, there we go. Try to zoom out here. Just remember how far we came in yesterday's trade, all the way from 29. So this has room. Forget about 29.50. I always talk about the $0.50. I will take some out in front of it, but I'm thinking play this beneath that 30 level into 29 even. Netflix we just got into. I think this can only give to about 327 is more of a tight stop off yesterday's close, and then room down to yesterday's bottoms at about 321 as we just jumped into that name. Bed Bath & Beyond is starting to settle down a little bit, so I might jump back over to it. You got to start thinking about directional trade. The scalping is done with this. If it wants to break out from here, that's a clean 450, and with obviously room to run as well. I'll check back on AMC at some point, but this one's got my attention.
All right. I mean, AMD is now 90 cents in the money right now, so we'll hit the alarm for that one. I mean, this is down to $68 right now and absolutely collapsing. So if this is not a lesson in risk to reward, then, I mean, this went up to the 200 period. We got out. It broke 69. We shorted it, and now you can sort of see what has been going down with this name. And right now, what's going down here is Google. Google's going to take out this 90.50. I don't even have a stop order out for this because I just canceled them all because I wanted to refresh my mind here. But 90.50, 90 going to break, so we're going to get out. Again, we have a monster long, a monster short in AMD. Let's not give it all back, try to pick bottoms in some of these names that are questionable. So right now, Google is long, and it looks like it wants to break. What's up, Brendo?
This KERN popping back up on volume back to 150 here. They announced after the close yesterday that someone bought their cannabis business. So this is one of those recent reverse split stocks as well. Trying to get back to the upside here, back to 150.
Okay,
Well, about their cannabis business, huh?
We'll check out. The only small cap I'm looking at are the squeeze names right now, so I think they're going to get my attention. Netflix just broke 324, so that 321 could come rather quickly. To said downside, Intel just broke 229.75. We're already at 50s. That happened pretty fast, so I wasn't on the bid. I'm just going to get some out there. As that reverse is going to start to pay off. AL's trying to hold up at those highs, but maybe even the strongest name out there isn't going to hold up.
No.
AL will get back to the quarters, sort of the 15s. If it can't hold that level, I guess it's just going to be all about the shorts. Sometimes this is how it goes, right? You can want the market to go up. You can try to find relative strength. But if we're going down in a big way. As that inline number is being taken exactly the wrong way here. If you're still watching Tesla or Lucid, Tesla beneath 120. Yikes, that gets down to 115. I think it could be spicy for a dip buy. And then Lucid, which was so strong earlier, is trying to bounce off these lows in the pre-market. I'll slap a fail on AAL. That one just came out at 16.15. If I take a dip buy long, Lucid is about as decent a bet as it's right back to flat on the session. And if it can hold 780 once, maybe it can hold 780 twice. Much stronger stock than Tesla here. And I said this, I dip buy this and not Tesla. And this is the area that I do it.
All right, so we've been dip buying Microsoft. We took it out on the way up, but here it comes in. Rate one more time here to 234.90 is going to be one piece to get it out. That's where we're in at. We just tested that bottom, man. We just tested that 234.50 here on Microsoft. I don't, if it breaks it, I just want to get out, right? I mean, the market right now, the trend, we talked about that. Buying dips, trend is your friend right now. Is it really worth buying these dips when the market, there it is, when the market looks like this? I mean, there it is, man, down. We both selected green. Now you can see what this market's doing. Huge red movement right now. Really just saved. These longs are saved right now by AMD. AMD's now $1.30 in the money.
Do we switch this?
I mean, you could switch it if you want to right now. I mean, I think at this point, probably yes. Our TQQ. We have such a small position here. I was just holding it to watch the market, but I'm still going to probably hold that. But AMD right now, I'm just wondering, did Microsoft... I mean, that 234 could also be a bottom. I'm going to go a little bit more here. Watch out for 234. I'm going to load it up again, downside, and just want to see if it breaks that 234. Sometimes, you know, in these volatile markets, obviously, you're going to have to, I just said, you're going to have to expand out your horizon a little bit there, right? And so we'll go long again here, see what happens. We just cashed out on AMD there. We took that long back for Microsoft. I don't know if this is going to be the right play or not here, but we'll try it because I saw how aggressive that was. And if the market does pick up, I don't want to not be in it. Just like 132 just bounced off for Apple as well. I mean, although we did take lower there on Apple, we almost took 132. We went to 131.90. But there it is, a nice little bounce. And there goes, see?
Wow.
Like, this is why you take those plays, right? Because look where Microsoft is now. Now, all of a sudden, like, we just lost 30 cents on Microsoft, and we're now in the money 70. So, okay, what's up, Brendo?
Back to basically where we ended the day yesterday, guys. Gives it all back. Just saw a volume spike there, though. Looks like it's teetering at $8 here for LCID.
Yeah, you said that. I'm like, why didn't I get the long? I'm
Yeah.
looking at, I was at 92s on Lucid. I'll get to that in a quick second, but Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond broke the lows just now. Broke $4 the second time, but broke the lows at 95. I just got it at 95. Sometimes you get a good fill. That's a good fill. 95 break, hitting 95. First 10 cents will take some profit as that's continuing to head to the downside. I said it might be like time to look for a directional trade in Bed Bath & Beyond, which was okay if it wanted to break the highs, fair enough. But looks like it's going the other direction, obviously. Lucid will... I'm not going to get mad or anything, but yeah, I think I missed Lucid by like 3 cents maybe. 3 cents. I missed Lucid by 3 cents on that dip. I just put another order just now to try to get 96s, but this is back above $8. Maybe the last thing I'm looking at that I want to get that dip buy in. Although Netflix, you know, we did scalp that first dollar. I guess it's about $1.25. If it comes back to the upside, maybe we have a chance to get 326 or a better price on any kind of a reload. Good thing we got some out of Intel down there because 29.50. Every quarter or 50 cents on this stock is generally a pretty solid decision point. So it comes back up to 75s. I think that's worthy of a reload. I really just want some long in Lucid. I can't think about anything else where I'm thinking about the long at this particular point. And that one might have gotten away from me. I'm not chasing the move to the upside in Lucid. Not the way this market's selling.
No, we're going to go long the Qs again here. So I don't know if you guys are interested in this trade or not. But for right now, we're going to go long the Qs. And what the sort of the plan here is we're going to go long the NASDAQ off this bottom. Now, whether or not that holds, that's going to be the out, right? So if it holds, we get out. If it stays in, then we're in. And we're in right now. So the TQQ's 93 is my position. We said we were sort of holding this on purpose to see if we did get a move back up to the upside. So now I wanted to see that little wick bottom there on the 1 minute chart down to 73. Maybe we're in it a bit too early, and I mean, looks like we probably are. But we're going to wait out for that, see if it does fill us a little bit here on that side. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait to see if we can get a fill here for the TQs and whatnot down on the downside of this trade. So we're long right now 93. We do have another bid at 80. So if it does come in, we'll take that fill, which is going to come in right now at 80, and then get out if it takes that bottom of 70. So that's sort of the plan of action here for me on the TQQs. So, you know, it's just the NASDAQ. It's a triple levered NASDAQ product. Microsoft, again, a nice bounce back up to the upside. It just stopped there at 235.20. So let's put an offer there in case we need to grab that at 235.20, guys.
Yeah, I just took another leg out on Bed Bath & Beyond here. Now it's really starting to accelerate to the downside. I think 350, sort of obviously, you can look at where we closed yesterday. I think 350 could be that next line where you might catch a bit of a bid or consolidation. One of the things I looked for after that opening range was like, okay, there's your opening range, all that volume back and forth, then got flat on just about everything for a brief moment there. All out of all the longs,
here we go.
now into only shorts. So sometimes you got to do that. The opening range goes crazy, and then you got to reassess, maybe work into what you think will be a trend. I think this one's trending to the downside. I know some people are watching AMC instead. That's all the way back at the bottom. If this doesn't hold that, they could both be flushing as this market is starting to really give it up. I did not get a reload in Netflix. I was just saying I would be patient and try to wait for 327. I'm chuckling because if I had just accepted the price that I got before at 325.25, that is the best I could have gotten. Now it's headed back toward lows of the day. I still think 321 is my target on this. And you know, I got 3 shorts on. I'm looking for a couple of other things here, but it might just be, I know I just said it's a bit of a red-looking day, but I'm still looking for the dip buy in Lucid. I like it in front of that pre-market low. It's about the only thing I can find. If you're enjoying the ride, plenty of opportunities in this market. Unfortunately, it is coming into the downside. As always, that pulls up to 5,000 people.
Wow, good job.
Still 61% saying green. I love how optimistic everybody is.
Well,
I voted green, but I'm no longer thinking that's the case. But thank you for voting on the poll. Take a second, hit that subscribe as well, and like the program if you like what's going on here.
Please.
I feel like that poll is going to change and be going the other way by the end of the day.
Yeah, that would not surprise me one bit there. But I don't know, the polls, can they get it turned now? I think they probably can. More viewers, please, more likes, more everything. So we did get, the Qs broke. So we tried the long there, it broke. But it didn't go down too far, but I don't want to keep bottom picking. We already have another bottom pick right here. We loaded back up on Microsoft. So now my price is 33. We'll get some out in the 60s again here if it rips up. We're going to get out if it takes that 234. I just want to stay. There it is. I just want to. I mean, we're really rocking now. Darn it, TQQ. Right back up to our price. We were long at 80 there. Now it's right back up. We did take a 10-cent hit on that last piece, but look at Softy. Softy right right now absolutely flying here off that 234 bottom. So our last bid there was 234.20, so it's up to 234.70 right now. We got to get some more out because I don't think we're in the clear, obviously, for this market. AMD, $1.50 in the money. Microsoft, wow, we just got a piece out and then it just tanked again. Wow, Microsoft is a nuts name. What's up, Brendan?
So MMV, if you missed it this morning, Multi-Metaverse signing a letter of an intent to acquire this Xiaomi company. So MMV, 60% now, just took out $4 there.
Whoa, okay, we got a bit of a runner there. So Bed Bath & Beyond's coming back to the upside, but it's Intel back to $29.75 that I definitely want to take some more shares of. I want to reload that short if I can. I'm just looking at this MMV on the daily so I can get a quick sense of where we're at. Okay, through 380, that's probably the decent place for any kind of a dip. Just going to the higher time frame, pre-market highs as well. Volume is fantastic here, so if it starts holding above that 380, I'd probably be looking for a long off that 380 level, maybe giving it back to 360 or so. I'm going to do some work on that and pay for some locates. But as I throw that one up on another window, I want to reload Intel short. I'm trying to get it here in front of 70s. I'm waiting at 68, of course, it's stalling at 67 when I do that. And then back over to Bed Bath & Beyond, that short. Big reversal, but it bounced off at 365. If it gets back into 4 and starts rolling over again, I think that's the area that I'd like to reload on Bed Bath & Beyond. Netflix is nowhere close to the reload spot, and Lucid still won't get close enough to $8 for me to buy that dip. So just still holding on to these. Intel, I should get a reload any second, though.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we just tried Microsoft long again. That faded out there. So yeah, Microsoft, which was a good. We kept buying these dips, man, and eventually they're gonna break. So yeah, we got. The reason why I'm only short AMD here is like I'm still trying to find. Something that's not as weak right now. Taiwan Semi is still up 4%, but, that's on earnings. Oh, wow, we missed that opportunity on Tesla as well. Oh, darn it, that was 120, right? So there it is right now, 118 and still going lower right now on Tesla. Amazon trying to bounce off maybe 93.50 looks like a decent spot there for Amazon. Tesla's starting to crack lower as well. But, buying the dips, it works sometimes, not all the time, and not today so far. Look at this trend is to the downside. So would definitely prefer a long here rather than a short rather than a long. So I just got to try to find them. Microsoft's still down, only down 1%, but that could be the name to short here. It's just some of these levels are broken, man. I don't know. I know you're already in Intel, so I have to find something else.
Yeah, I was just looking at TSM as well. Oh, I finally got Lucid. I ended up chasing it not that far, but I chased it to $8. Not bad to start the position off, but someone just asked what I meant by reload, so I do want to clarify that because it's a little bit ambiguous. If I say reload, it's kind of like get back into the original position. So whatever you originally were risking, I've taken some out on the way down of Intel. Reload just means getting back into it, right? So, it's not a new position. I am still short the stock, but I just want to go back in front of the pre-market low here. I said I was about to get the fill. I was on the offer. It didn't print the offer. Sometimes that's the price you pay for being passive and waiting around for a fill. I decided that's what I wanted to do. Obviously a mistake as Intel's back down toward those bottoms. A little frustrated by that, but I did grab a start in Lucid here at 803 specifically. I only want this back into that opening range bottom. So overall risk down to 780, 775 if you give it a little bit of slippage. That means I don't want to take my second entry point. Either we're holding $8 and I take a second entry holding a higher low into the market flushing, or if we break down, I want us bouncing off the 785, 790, and then I get into it at that point. I want an average price of $7.95 or so to risk about 20 pennies on Lucid. We'll see if that one long is going to hold up. I always want to watch what's going on in Tesla. Tesla's trying to make a bit of a bottom here as well. That could be a good sign, but Lucid's had its own relative strength, which does give me some confidence. I just got that reload in Intel there as the market's trying to get back into said upside, and Bed Bath & Beyond never got to 4, so that's still holding decently in the money there.
All right, come on, Softy. Like I said, we would slow down a little bit. Finally.
Now we're
let's see what happens now. We said we would slow down a little bit, and then we did that, and we just got carried away there. We should have. The bottom for Microsoft is 232. We tried the 233 fine, but that dipping down right there. I'm not looking at these wicks. I mean, what happened when the number came out? you know, we all saw that. It was pretty chaotic, right? I mean, that's going to happen. You're going to get top wicks, bottom wicks, all that kind of stuff. I mean, Microsoft goes from 230 right up to 236, $6 straight up, right? So, but, you know, it's that level sort of, and volume doesn't look that big now because in relationship to where we are off that wick, it's not that big. That's yesterday's close. But 232 right there. So we're gonna use that level as our out. It's actually 232.15. So we're gonna hold this long now. I just want this all the way back. We're long at 233.60. It's now 70 cents in the money. I'm not getting out of this. If the market rips back up, great. Targets, honestly, for Microsoft, it's going to sound crazy, 235 probably. I don't have any offers yet until there, so 235, here it comes in. So I'm going to put an offer right now, 234, like 80 or so. Let's go 90 and see if we can get that move right back into the 50 period for Softy, and then really like what's happening here. So we do got to look at our AMD though. Maybe that's a name that we need to get out of. It's been a great short. 60, if we could take 68 maybe, but you know, we can hold on to this one in case we're wrong. We want to be short something. We have triple the shares in Microsoft than we do in AMD right now. So hopefully Microsoft can get back up to the upside. We're going to hold on to AMD. If anything, it's a reload, but not until at least up here, 68. So if that can go, great. For right now, Microsoft, there it is, $1 in the money now on Softy. So here it comes. Yes, sir. Let's go. We have that 234.90 area. How far did we get there? I mean, I might just get out right here, man. 270s. All right, let's put an offer at 70. Cancel our 90. Put it at 70. Whatever, man. If we could take $1 on it, $1.10 on it, we'll do that. Here it comes. Let's go. Give us just a couple more pennies, Microsoft. Come on, you know you can do that. Just as easy as it goes up, it just falls down. So let's watch out. I don't know if we have anything yet, but I'm pretty happy with these positions right now.
Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock, so I think we know Biden's to speak at 10. Don't know the exact time, but usually they're a little bit late. You kind of know how that rolls. I just got the reload on Bed Bath & Beyond, although, okay, not a reload. I have a slightly smaller position than we had originally, but I want to give this just a few shekels past that $4 mark. I got the reload on Intel as well, but I missed Boeing. So when I went over and took the long on AAL that didn't work, I actually canceled. Once I got into AAL, I canceled my breakout on Boeing because at the time Boeing looked weak. Now Boeing, of course, is going. So if I want to participate here, I'm going to have to try to buy the dip back into that break level. That 210 is already gone. So shout out to you guys talking about Boeing in the chat. You reminded me that this is the one that I originally wanted to be trading. BBBY, while initially giving us a great look for the short side. Okay, so short 95, that's a tight stop risking 6 cents, but that's the way I like it as a day trader. Like if I'm shorting it originally and then taking 10 and then 20 pennies, then I want to be risking a smaller amount, especially on a stock that can squeeze to the upside. If it can't get through the high of the day, I still think there's shorts to be had in this name, but I'm not willing to be stubborn with any of these when you got them near that bottom. We'll take the money and run when you get a stock like this moving. Lucid, we just got back into some shares, but as the market bounces, not really a heavy move here for Lucid just yet. So I haven't been able to add to it in the 90s, and it isn't really breaking the top. So I want to be very patient with my next move here. I feel like Boeing, that's the one I want to get involved with. This is about as strong as it gets, up that 2%. I want to give you guys a higher time frame look. There's lots of time for this to get to last week's tops there. Monday's high, I guess it was, at 214. That was also last week's highs. But I want to buy the dip before I start chasing this and playing for some breakouts.
All right. Now we're doing pretty good, man. I mean, look at this move. It's a $2 winner now for Microsoft to the upside. So hopefully it can keep going. We're here for that trade, like we said. I don't know if I was just joking or not when I told you guys where my targets were, but those are my targets for it. So hopefully that this $2 trade is something that you guys have as there it goes. Let's go. I'm waiting at 235.50 right now. That's the 200 period. That solidifies that trade for me. So hopefully that'll go. We talked about AMD getting back up to 68 as well. So yeah, man, nice little bounce back in these markets. We just basically stayed with Microsoft and rolled with our homie there the whole time. So we're gonna wait to see if it can get to that 235.50. But right now it's 10 o'clock and it's Brendan with happening now.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They make useful tools for both day and swing traders. New features for the new year, including multi-time frame support and resistance indicators. For more info, click the link below. You'll receive an automatic 30% off at checkout. Make sure you take a second. Great to have everyone with us this morning, guys. We're here every day the market is open. for free. Make sure you take a second and hit subscribe and like this video as well. Here's a look at the board right now. We're heading in the right direction. Still red, but heading in the right direction. 0.27 right now for the S&P. Back to 39.59. We did almost get back above 4,000, but it failed again. 0.58 for the Russell 1,000, 2,000 trying to go green. As we've seen over the past few days, it's been the 2,000 that's been relatively strong. 0.6 basically for both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. If you were with us at 8:30 this morning, we brought you CPI first off live as it happened. Then we talked about Tesla, Coinbase, Netflix, amongst many others, but decent moves available for you this morning. Here's Coin downside off the open, essentially, following the move downside from the number itself. 45.50 though was that pre-market high, ends up being a resistance point all the way back down to yesterday's support for Coin. Tesla as well was 4%, trying to tick higher here, guys, for Tesla.
Netflix just got green, by the way, so I don't know where the position board just went. But I got a reload right in front of that 27 level. That was the price we liked. It broke 27, so we're out with a relatively tight stop. Just come to my chart for a second. We finally broke out on Lucid, so I waited for it to break this channel up and then started taking it out. I got some at 820 here. I'll be thinking 35, 45, 50, you know, that kind of drill every 10 pennies or so. The only thing that's still holding weakness, at least for me, is going to be Intel. We grabbed the reload there. Well, it wasn't a full reload off 70s, and now it's trying to break this 29.85. That was our stop on the long in our original entry short. That's where I want to have the stop out here. If it can roll over, it still sets up for a bit of a short if it can do it. I want this market to pull back, mostly because I want to be in Boeing. I want Intel to come back for me, but I want to get into Boeing at some point. And I was just saying to Shawn, the AL news came out, they revised their guidance. Before that happened, I was looking at Boeing for the play for a breakout, and then when AL came out there, I was like, I'll shift to AL because it's relatively strong. Sometimes that decision is a good one. Today it was a bad decision to get away from Boeing, and I even said, I'm no longer looking for Boeing, I'm going over to American Airlines. Bad call by me. I did like that break. If I can get the dip buy, fantastic. I just don't like chasing the move up here. You're basically 1-to-1 up at 212.50 to this week's highs, and then back to the breakout zone. I don't like that risk to reward when chasing a move, so I have to wait for the dip buy, hoping I can get it in Boeing here. That one's a heck of a runner.
All right, a plan of action here for Tesla. I mean, 117 held, right? So we're going to test that. We're going to test that level. If it comes back down in, we're going to try to get long here around 118, 117.50. But I also like a break of 120. So, you know, our Microsoft trade, by the way, right now. Let's just go, man. This trade is $1. Sorry, did I say $1? $3 in the money right now for Microsoft off that 233.60, man, right there. So there it is. It's a huge move to the upside. I mean, I thought 235 was a good out. I thought 235.50 was a good out. Is 236.50 a good out right now? I mean, you know, it's just really ramping upside right now. So I'm going to stay long this name in case the market does get back to Greensville. Tesla is struggling, but I still think that if we take 120, I mean, that's why I'm drawing these lines, man. I mean, they're right here. So let's see if they can get supported. These lines on Microsoft 120, let's just wait to see. I'm completely fine. Like, if this comes all the way back down, fine. I don't even really, I mean, I don't want to get rid of this Microsoft trade right now. So it's still blasting to the upside. I mean, maybe we can get out if it takes out 235 again. That would look pretty crappy if that does happen. But hey, you know, that could be the case. And then at least that way we make sure we grab that $2. But I don't know. I'm going to try to hold this. The market's trying to get above the 50 period right now, you can see. So, you know, we just bouncing off that. We still have a lot more to go here. So I'm going to wait, see if we can't play that level off the ES or the NASDAQ. I mean, the ES, I assume, is the same thing. ES is at 39.80 right now. Here's the ES on the 50 period. So they're both pretty identical today, ES versus NASDAQ. So you can see, like, boom, I mean, almost identical. So that doesn't surprise me on a day like today because, you know, CPI is affecting pretty much every sector. So it does affect the growth names a little bit more. But all right, there it is, 230, 233 here. Nice upside move for Microsoft. I'm going to try to hold it. Tesla's still dancing around, but I do want to be on that name for sure. And then really, it sucks because the TQQs, we pretty much had that until it broke that bottom. I didn't want to give it more because I've like I said, I'm a changed man, believe it or not. Like normally I would have probably got back in there, but I just wanted to let this sort of settle down a little bit. Made a mistake there with the TQs, and we're going to try to rectify that later with another trade. But just for right now, we're going to relax on this trade and see if we can't just keep this momentum going with Microsoft, and then watch out for there's Microsoft 236.50s right there. So now it's officially $3. Tesla looking like he wants to take it, so we got to put our mind on this one.
Yeah, so just like I'd flipped originally from longs into the shorts when we broke support on the futures, when we broke back upside, I got out of my shorts, and now I'm in one long position, but I want to be real patient here with Biden talking.
Is he talking
and the
yet?
next, that's what my understanding, he's just talking. Moments away. Yeah, apparently moments. See, I said he was going to be late because
he's got to get those dentures in there.
Yeah, I'll leave it. You guys understand he's going to be late. You understand it always happens. But when he does get to the podium, he can move markets. I'm now flat. I'm looking to see how strong this pullback can be, or bounce, I suppose, can be. And if we get back to previous support levels and start rolling over, I'll look to engage some shorts at that point. But like I'm not going to sit there on Intel and we get back above. Like I'm willing to make that top wick and say, you know what, I don't want to give it all back if we go higher. If we start trending back in, I can definitely re-engage that short if I still like it. I think that's going to possibly be in play, and I know a lot of you are watching this name because I think it's about to give it up again. So Bed Bath & Beyond, it was a tight stop on the reload in front of 4. It just put another lower high. If it can't hold 4 a second time, this could be in a lot of trouble. For now, it seems to want to hold that level. That looks pretty decent there. And I still do favor at least one dip buy. So I'm long Lucid, and I still like the dip buy if we get one in Boeing here. I just needed to come back a little bit further. I did just take another leg out of Lucid. I wanted to ensure that, look, man, I don't want the market to do one of these on me again. And then the one long I'm sitting in there, which still has a lower high being put in, I'm not taking profit. It broke the quarters. Did not go anywhere on that quarter break. The volume just immediately died, so I just grabbed what I could at 25s. I got one leg left in this. I'll probably reload this, not at 8, but looking at that pre-market low. This market doesn't seem like it wants to hold some of these gains. Some strength over there in Boeing, not really seeing a heck of a lot. If you guys see something at the high of the day that isn't a small cap, let me know, because I'm having trouble finding some strength.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I thought, we did, I'm not having trouble. We found Microsoft, it was a monster. We did hold on to our AMD as well right now, so that's going to be something that, possibly does have a short. We were waiting to get more short here at 68.50, just didn't come into play. I'm trying to use these lines, like we just said there, as we go. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of profitability coming through here on that trade. But look what's just happened, Tesla. Remember, I'm still bidding down here in case we do get a 17 flush. So I'm still down there. If we get it, we get it, and I'll take it. But for right now, that's sort of what I'm eyeing here. We do have that AMD play. What else do you guys want to talk about right now? I don't know, is he eating his oatmeal? I don't mind oatmeal either. But
I love
historically, the latest president
oatmeal,
for
man.
all his meetings like this is Barack Obama.
Yeah, Obama was notoriously late.
So super young. So we'll throw a funny shade because of the age. But honestly, he'll come out. He'll come out.
It's late for presidents in general, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, I just feel like.
Nobody was on time for
Yeah,
this.
I mean, that's one thing that my wife, that's one thing that she's very, very specific about, and it's really worked out well with our kids, too, is if you say you're going to do something on time, that's when you show up, that's when you're there. Unless something happens, you commit to the time. But
my pops preached that
Yeah, exactly. So whether or not, this is not a comment on what's happening at the White House. Who knows? That's going to be something
right,
else,
Brad.
and I'm sure it's more important. But right there it is right now. Let's go, man. White House, Parliament, whatever. Oh, Canada over here as we trade on this floor. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We got a lot of viewers right now. We got 5,600 likes. I wish. We got 5,600 poll votes, 2,600. Okay, not bad. Let's see if we can get this to 4,000 by the time the show's done right now. It's 10:10. We can get that going. If you haven't hit the like button, please do it right now. We are $3 in the money right now for Microsoft as we try to get right back up to the day's high. And like I said, I'm not doing anything with this trade. I'm just going to sit here and watch it. Hopefully, continue to print upside right now for Microsoft. Let's see. I gave this one to you. There it is. If you're not hitting the like button right now, that's a monster win right now. now. Let's see if we can keep this momentum going. What's up, Brendo?
Just having a look at Matterport, guys, just popping up here. MTTR at day highs, 8% here. A nice move on volume. Not seeing anything yet from MTTR, but worth a note. Also not seeing anything from President Biden at this point either. I'm sure he'll just talk about how great a job he is doing on controlling inflation, guys.
Yep.
Well, yeah, probably. Just a couple of things. Well, you just said Meta there, Shawn, and Meta's it's not back above 134. So I'll just zoom out so you guys can get a better look
Tesla.
at it. Yeah, obviously this is a pretty significant level at 134. If it can get through this would be a monster breakout. But Boeing is already, I hate you, Boeing. I love you, but I hate you.
Don't say that.
It is what it is, man. Like it was a huge mistake to change my plan of action and go from Boeing to AAL. And now you're already at the high, 214 on
Tesla.
the week. This has got a lot of room through that 214 if it can go. If I see Lucid 850, I'm holding through that high of the day. This one looks like he'd just go to the moon.
All right, let's go. Let's go to the moon right now. 50 cent quickly on Tesla there. Let's go back up to the upside. We are long 120. We did call this one as well. $4 now in the for Microsoft. Microsoft blasting, Tesla blasting. We also have Apple right now. I'm trying to see about this one. Trying to get 130. There it is. So now we're going to go long on. Oh, no, we're not. I thought we were 133.25. What are we? 133. Am I long? Oh, yeah, there we are. We are long Apple right now. So, okay. I was like, what? I have too many shares right now. So Apple long side, $4 in the money now for Softy. Look at this name run, man. Wow. Days high, taking it out. This is why we stick with the stock, man. We were watching, holy shoot. We are acceleration right now. Up to 121 right here. Let's take another piece out for Tesla as we continue to rock. Let's go, baby. We're now actually pretty much at the high of our day now. So let's go. Let's keep this movement to the upside. $5 now in the money for this one. So let's go. It's Softy, baby. It's a huge move to the upside right now. I mean, you could sit here with rose-colored glasses like we're kind of doing and just watching this stuff go. But hey, let's take another piece out right now. Maybe Microsoft can run. Maybe Apple can run. We're going to take a piece out of Apple right now, though. We just missed a 50. We should have got that out at 50 there for Apple. There are key levels. That's the 200 period right there. So should have got it out for Apple. Didn't. That's a mistake. I hope this doesn't turn around against us right now. Or not. Nice move up there for Apple. Let's go, man. We are just absolutely el fuego right now, on fire. Hit that like button, please, and thank you. Almost 3,000 likes. I smell a record coming. What's up, Brendo?
Just seeing Uber popping up here on volume 1.3 right now. I mean, the whole market trying to get going back to the upside. But this just came across as well. A new patent for something called Uber Air, guys. They do mention drone delivery services down here within this. So Uber popping up.
We'll take a look at Uber in a second, but we just got the 4,000 on the NASDAQ, the ES there, and then had a bit of a rejection. Here's the chart for you. Lower highs all the way through. I said I wanted to be patient with this, hold on to your long, but I don't want to buy anything at the top. That's the reason why. I'm going to jump back into Intel to the south side beneath 30 if I can catch it, and I'm going to slap a trailing stop on Lucid in just a few seconds. Going to go back over to Netflix as well. If we're not going to hold at 4,000, remember 330? That was that line in the sand. It just got to 330 and then did a bit of a check. So tight stop here. If I can grab a short in front of the said 330 level, at least I know where I'm wrong. That wick got us up to 330 and a half. So that would be the stop. As I just want to be continuously just reloading, looking for the next level, be patient, and when it presents itself, just jump right back over to it. So about to get some in Netflix, Lucid. I got my stopper. Now I see people talking some new names here. I get it. I want to look at some new ones as well, but I think if you stick to what you have, sort of like your trades planned out for, Netflix is at the level I like. I do like Lulu in general, but it's kind of diddling in the middle here of the range. And great, if you got it off the bottom, that's fantastic if you're holding a 307. But if you look at what happened since that big flush to the downside, it's got room once it breaks 315. It's literally in the middle of the range. I would kind of stay away from that. And Bed Bath & Beyond, nowhere near that top, and still above $4. No re-entry for me yet.
Wow, 3,000 likes. Thank you so much for the likes today. And wow, what a day to hit that like button, man. We are really we're rocking right now. I mean, this has been such a, like, I mean, I keep saying it. So, I mean, I just hope that you guys are, you know, enjoying yourselves and having a good time with us, because this is exactly the kind of trading that I like to do. And I hope that you guys do too, man. It's when it's this momentum kind of style, right? We're moving around, we're dancing here. Microsoft's $5 in the money, Tesla's 90 cents, Apple's now 40 cents in the money. I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about. What up, Sharif? What up, Prad? What up, Fahad? What up to everybody today, man? We're feeling it. It's a good day here. And there it is again. We just take another piece out of Apple. I mean, we just went long this name, 133.25. Well, 29s right now, 133.70 here. Remember the market? Let's see that poll right now. The market is now green here. So it just sucks that I got rid of that, still 60-40, that I got rid of that TQQ position, because man, oh man, would that one be well in the money right now off that. But still, moves happen for reasons. So, you know, watch out for the NASDAQ. Great, just getting right back to some of these levels. I mean, we can go higher than this, obviously. We've been there. But the NASDAQ right now just made a huge move to 11,500. Neil, very good point about, well, we're at 4,000. I mean, here it is right now with the futures at 4,000 and dancing. So, oh man, part of me is like, we got to get out of this Microsoft trade just because of how far it's run up. But wow, that 238.50, that could be our out right now. That's the high. I'd hate to do it. I think we could see 240 today, but still, Microsoft, good run. 50 cents of the money for Tesla. Like, we're really, I feel like we're testing fate up here watching this name. So 238.50, it's topped out there a little bit. I think it's still a great trade. I'm going to take it out at 238.50, end the trade right now. Huge move up. Let's see what happens. Then the futures could fall off 4,000. We've seen it before. I'm going to get out of Microsoft now. Whether or not it's right, I'm not sure, but that's what I'm going to do. Ring the register, call it a day on Microsoft, and that's what's going on. If those aren't diamond hands, I don't know what is. $5 winner. We put that in our pipe and smoke it day after day, and that gets us as high as shit, because that's a great trade right there. 238.50. Hey, you know, that's what we're doing. Out on Microsoft here, and that's what that is. So let's go. It's great, man. We're going to continue to watch it. Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, all going. AMD right back to 69. So let's watch out for that one.
Yeah, and look, we're at a decision point on the ES. I saw someone say that we're holding 4,000. 2 or 3 handles is meaningless on the futures. Like, it can be at 39.98. That doesn't mean it's rejecting 4,000. It could be at 4,002. That doesn't mean that it's holding 4,000. You want to see it break away from that range one direction or another. But to me, that's a point where you make decisions. Like, take some out of your longs. If you like a short at a short level, that's where you might want to consider getting into it, and then allow the move to happen, right? The big flush has happened twice. I've gotten out of mine. I've now re-engaged. These are new shorts that I'm going to be in here. I still like at least 2 longs. One of them is going to be Boeing, if I can even get that bloody thing. And then I'm going to hold on to some Lucid, which is still approaching its high of the day. But this is Boeing on that. There's no dip in Boeing. I'm looking back and thinking, yeah, you can get some 11.5s as the market comes, or some 12s, but this is absolutely off to the races. It might just be a breakout to the top, which I might just take here, because now we're holding above. If I'm buying a high, this is about the only stock I want to buy a high in. It would be Boeing. Plenty of room to still rally.
Wow, I mean, there it is, man. Like, Microsoft still goes 239 right now. We got out that 238.50. But still, wow, what a great move to the upside right now. Everything's rallying, man. Palantir, Snowflake, absolutely everything. You just say your name, and it's going to be going to the upside. Palantir not, actually. That was above 7.
SI, no, by the way.
That stopped. Coin, maybe?
Silvergate's weak. This might be.
Yeah, index names here, or exchange names. Bitcoin's at 18.1 right now. Meh. Okay, come on, Coinbase. 44. I mean, we do like the Coinbase. Apple right back. What was that high right there? 80s. Let's put an offer at 80 on Apple there, just to get that out in case that stops. We want to hold something. I mean, we just hit this Apple trade, the first one today. Well, not the first one today, but the first. We didn't take this long. We waited for it to get going again. Yeah. Shoot, now I'm always going to have FOMO about that Microsoft trade. I'm always going to be looking back at it right now. But Tesla right now is $1 in the money. At least we gave that one to you. A couple outs at 50. Let's see where Tesla goes now. It just broke 121, but rifled right back. So let's see if that goes, man. We've got 120. I feel like every single trade I've had so far, I've really sort of planned out for you guys. So, I mean, I'm really hoping that, you know, you are able to grab some of these with me. So, so far, so good here today as we continue to rock. My only position really that we could take a short on, I'm debating, is AMD. But that's, again, that just made a nice little high wick there, up to 68, 69.23. Debating taking a shot there at that level on AMD.
Yeah, and there is something that's ridiculously strong. Another one, and TSM. Forgot all
Right,
about
that was
TSM.
the
That's
one.
up 6%. It's at the high. It's very similar to Boeing up here, where you're already breaking or at least attempting to break the tops without the market getting there. So if we do make a push to 40.20, like we make that next push to the highs in the market, this has got room to go to like $90 or so. So 86.70 on a break. Boeing's about 24.25 on a potential break there. Still got Netflix and Intel to the short side. Intel can't seem to break 30 on the way back up, so I still like that one short. And I get it. Yeah, I'm talking about the relative strength in TSM, but this is why. Intel, we're right back into the short in front of 30 even when that's at the high of when TSM's at the high of the day. So relative weakness. The longs were good initially, flipped to the short, that was good. The second short not. Now we're waiting for the next decision point to roll back in to said short position. If it gets back to 75s, that's where I want to start taking some out on the way down. And as I say that, well, I should get some orders out there because guess what? You can't get filled if you don't put the order out there.
What?
Brendan, give us a small cap recap because I haven't been looking at them.
Hey guys, yeah, 10:20. We'll get into some small caps here. Before we do, make sure you hit the like and subscribe to the channel, guys, as we do this for you every single day for free. We're here as long as the market is open. Make sure you hit subscribe. A lot of new people with us today. Great to have everyone. YTEN, 50% still holding on. This was 350 up here, and then above that, you got to go back a little bit further on the daily chart to get 380, which it stalled out at aftermarket yesterday. Deal with Mitsubishi. If you remember, we were discussing this with Lewis from Barcelona this morning in the pre-market. He mentioned $3. It's just sitting here. Back and forth we go between $3 and $3.40. So it needs to get below 3 if it's going to continue back to the downside. This one, I tried the long on this. BBAI right out of the gate this morning through the high. Failed miserably at the open. Came back, gave you a retest of 340, which was that level from the pre-market. So nice available anyways to get out of a long and flip that short. All the way down to 280. We're back to lows. Still have a piece of BBAI working. KERN, I wanted this up here, 215, 220 on that push. I thought we might get there, but didn't. Volume dying off, so it might be done for the day for KERN, guys.
Right. Thank you for that. Yeah, so a couple of small caps there. Obviously, my mind has not been anywhere near there. I think the bets, I mean, there's been tons of small caps to trade. I mean, even Bed Bath & Beyond right now, down to $3, $4 in between there. I think you were on that a little bit, but I hadn't been. I was on there yesterday. We had a great trade breaking through $3 yesterday on Bed Bath & Beyond. All right, just the newest position right now. Trying to get short AMD. That was the mess up by me there, AMD. We should have been short that name. But we did get another piece out of Apple. Sorry, we went longer on Apple here at 25, then we just got it at 35. Now we're waiting for 50s, 60s, 70s upside for Apple. If this takes 133, we're out though. So that's the key to trading, guys. Have your outs. When you're wrong, you get out. We only have a third of Tesla right now, and I am a little bit nervous about this one. Again, took the profit, but look what Tesla's doing today. If this takes down 119, we're just going to get out, and then we'll basically be flat on this stock. We could be wrong on it. It's completely fine. It looks like it wants to come down to 119 again. If it does, we'll try it one more time, like maybe 119. 20, something like that, 119.30. But then if it breaks 119, I'm putting the stop order in right now, 118.90, right? If it takes that out, then we're going to get out of here on Tesla. So just keep your stops in your mind so that, you don't have to worry about it. That's what Neil and I like to do here. Sit around, make sure that we have the stop orders in, and trade accordingly. Now, you don't have to be afraid of trading. It's very important that if you're going to sit here and watch your names go, that you have outs, right? And I think that's super key to any kind of trading style. Have your outs, have your ins. It's the same trade, just flip it around. So yeah. I've been really chugging back. New Hydration Nation. So we're going to get back on this water thing again and try to drink a gallon a day, which is a problem.
That's not a problem.
So, no, it's not going to be a problem, but hopefully it's not a problem. We're going to get back on that tip right now. Yeah, go ahead. You tell us the problem.
Well, I'll tell you what the problem is.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is, like, if we tell you guys we're going to eat a hot chip, we get 5,000 likes. if we have hot fire trading in the market when this is a trading show, we get 3,200. So what that tells me is you just like to see us in pain. But it is what it is. Look, the market is still trying to hold that 4,000 level. So here's my adjustment. First adjustment, if this is the range that Netflix wants to be in, scalp the first dollar of it. And then if we actually end up holding, here I can play reloads. But just look at the overall move. And then the second thing was go back to the well for the stocks and levels that you liked. One of those was at 160 level. I was only playing NVIDIA long off 160 and completely neglected this area for a short. So I did just engage it. It will be a relatively tight stop because it's in this consolidation. But if we're going to go down, I do still like that one. And I'm going to go to Boeing in a quick second. But you just mentioned stop orders. Wanted to make sure first that I had my stop order before I went back over to Boeing. Boeing does not want to dip. So this is pretty well set up. If I go long, I really only have 213 or that 214 break. But new short for me was NVIDIA just now. Was that Brendan?
Yep.
Just for anyone wondering, this is the White House press room. Still no Biden. PACB popping up on significant volume if I get rid of this. There we go. Day highs. Just took out 1050 there, 580 or 5.8, I should say, for PACB on heavy volume.
We talked about that the other day, Pacific Biosciences, and it's like, yeah, whatever, that Kathy Wood name has been a bit of a sleeper. Oh, I got to get some bids out there on Intel, but just got into NVIDIA. I'm going to work this out all the way down into VWAP and then just go back over to Intel, which I have yet to get filled. Yeah, it's so sliding down back into VWAP there. Not a heck of a lot going on with that one. Thank you, Hayes Records, for the super chat. For the super chat there. Check TTM for the squeeze. No volume. Sorry. I know you guys want us to look at stocks every now and then, but this has 200,000 shares worth of volume. No. You can't squeeze if there's no eyeballs on it. And that's just the reality. Like, volume's got to be there. NVIDIA, we just got into it. Now I keep flipping back. 159.50, I just took a scalp trade, and we'll get the rest out into VWAP. Want to make sure if we just hang around this 5 to 10 handle range in the futures, I want to pay myself inside of it. If the wind to the short side, then I can hang on to some of these shorts for even deeper. But we just put these ones on, getting flat when the market turned on us, and then waiting for us to get to 4,000 on the ES, making the decision to jump into the shorts at that point, and now we can ring the register on Netflix, Intel, NVIDIA. I'm still long Lucid. I was looking for 845 up here on Lucid. It's turning at 840. I do want to reload Lucid. That's a relatively strong name. Nice strong uptrend. I still think that $8 level is a better place to go ahead and do it. But already Netflix and NVIDIA paying off instantly.
I mean, I don't know. Long's working, short's working. I mean, and another one we just talked about, short AMD at 69. Guess where we're short? 68.96. It's 50 cents in the money. I mean, it's just, this is what's been happening. We did take out our Apple when it went up here, and then we got a little piece out when it broke through 132. So we're now out of Apple, fine. Actually made money on this trade. Bounce back up, we take a 25, actually probably about flat. I don't know, my net is all over the place because of this. I mean, we have a 40 cent winner here on AMD that we've just been taking out. So we'll have to watch out. Now Apple retracing back up. We didn't get that reload again on, how far did that go? 40s? Oh, we're at 30s on Tesla. Tesla, we did not get that reload. Looks like Apple still wants to go to the upside. I want to give a big shout out to Liz. I want to thank Liz on the stream because we just crossed over 35,000 viewers in total for the show, and that was about 15 or 20 minutes ago, which is a record for us. Record amount of viewers, I think, today, nearing 11,000. So thanks for all the hard work you're doing on social media, and thanks for everything with those YouTube thumbnails and everything. Big shout out to Liz there in the back. So thank you so much for that one, for sure, as we continue to smash records. And I just want to thank everybody. Let's try to smash one more. Like, it's only 10:30, 3.4. Let's just get this to 4 and call it a day. You know, we'll get that to 4, call it a day. Over 9,100 people watching right now, and by over I mean 9,082. Getting pretty close to that number right now. Thank you for staying with us, guys, right now the whole time. So that means a lot to us, and we're going to continue to be here for you every single day. So shout out to everyone that's supporting us. Keep on going. Here comes Tesla. We're almost long, and now we are. Watch out for 119 break on Tesla. We're out if it does. Good thing we have the AMD short, but Tesla right now is cracking lower.
Yes, sir. And speaking of cracking lower, I got my first fill finally on Intel. Took a while, but now all 3 shorts have started to work out or continue to work out there.
Nice.
It's been a fun morning, but I don't even think I've looked like I feel like Meta has been the missed opportunity of the day. Because every time I go back to it, it's like, oh, why aren't you trading this one? But you got to stay in your lane. You can't trade 20 stocks at once. It's almost impossible to do that, and you got to pick and choose. But Meta goes right to that, I guess we'll call it the number high or the CPI high, wick top, and then clean reversal on Meta there. I was favoring names that were putting in lower highs and not really looking at top rejections, but that was about as good as it gets. I'll go back over to Bed Bath & Beyond because I know morbidly, I know some of you guys are watching for this, but I was looking for two things to happen here. Either reject 4 back to the downside or break out 450. I decided I did not want to participate in the middle of this range. I like the breakout. That was not long-lived. I like the short when it broke back beneath $4. That reload was no good. But if we hold below 4, I think that's where the level is for that short. Netflix, now that we're down at VWAP, I'm looking for that to press. If it gets down to 25s and starts holding, I'd want to get out at 25, see where the futures are at. But this has more been get the scalp trade, then try to hold on for the bigger directional move. And that's what I'm doing here. Netflix, NVIDIA, very similar for me. It's not quite at VWAP just yet, but I'll change my stop because I just got out some shares and I have to adjust that for the amount that I'm holding. Once we break VWAP, I'll probably slap a trail on NVIDIA to the south side. And like I see that MMV, people are talking about that one.
What is that?
So Brendan brought that one to our attention. And I sort of said, okay, like I was thinking about a 380 if it pulled back in. There was nothing there when I looked at it. Liquidity is, for a $4 stock that's done 16 million shares, let me just bring up the level too so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. Because for a $4 stock, this has, can we come to my screen for a second, guys? Sometimes a 5-cent spread, at least 1 or 2. There's not as much liquidity as you think on this thing. At points, there's good liquidity. At other points, it's like, I don't know, like a banana republic out there.
Good, yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to stay away from this unless I get like a really good consolidation long. I really don't want to diddle in the middle here because it's harder to have a good risk to reward on a stock that's $4 if you can't guarantee liquidity within like a 5-cent range. Brendan, let's see what's going on in the world of crypto.
Back to the downside, we're still higher on the day nicely for both BTC and Ethereum. We'll have a look here in a second, but all about this one this morning, all about December CPI affecting not only the equity markets, but nice move up overnight for BTC and Ethereum. Before we get this number in line with expectations, if you missed it, 6.5% in December, both on the month over month and year over year, in line with expectations. So this was the move I was talking about there. Overnight, we get this huge run up to almost 18,400. Very, very wild action then. Once the number comes out, we test the highs. We come all the way back into 17,900. We're chopping around in the middle. Ethereum on this side, same story. Big move up overnight. Test the highs, test the lows. We're right back to the middle for both. Still nicely positive though, flirting with 4% there for Bitcoin, back above and holding 18,000 for the moment. 4% for Ethereum, almost 1,400. We got 2 overnight as well. But nicely green outside Ripple and Tether today, guys. Back to you.
Okay. So Ripple and Tether, I mean, Tether's not going to, that's basically the dollar, so we can watch that. That makes sense why that would be going down, I guess. It's supposed to be pegged to the US dollar, but look what's just happened again. We talked about buying that Tesla bottom. We did. You saw me take the fill. So we took the fill there at 119.30. We just talked a piece out right there at 119.90 for a topside move into, again, 120. So we're going to wait to see what that, I don't have any more outs. Like my next out is 120.50. So I want to get that above this level and let's see if we can go. The NASDAQ is trying to hold this 50 period right now. My eyes are going everywhere right now. I still have that AMD short, which is also printing. So it's kind of like, I put a bid at 68.25 on AMD here, right? So I'm hoping that we can get filled on that one. I feel like if Tesla fails, then we will get that AMD anyways. So hopefully they kind of coinciding with each other. I actually have the same amount of shares on Tesla as I do on AMD right now. So, that's why I lean towards having this go upside for us and not really AMD. So we are starting to break. I'm going to get another piece out of AMD right now. Take a 62 there. So we'll ring the register. Hey, man, nothing wrong with taking 35 cents when I'm thinking the move is long. So there it is right now. There it goes. Let's go, man. Tesla, I'm getting excited about it. I want this to take 120. If we take 120, I think it's downside. I think it's upside upside through that 120.50. So that's what we're waiting for. Possibly a good out there on AMD. We just got 63s on AMD, so we'll watch that. We can now cancel our stop order because we don't have too much to worry about. If AMD gets now back above 69, then we'll re-short. But for right now, my eyes glued. I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day right now. My eyes glued to this level. Let's go. Ooh, it just rejected again 120. So rejection right now. It's prom night all over again. 120 right there coming for Tesla. So let's go. Biden still not there. So we'll wait. I don't know if that's going to do anything, but we'll see what happens.
I can't even.
It's
10:36.
It's 10:36. It's getting good.
I'm
though.
sorry. I shouldn't
right
have. I
there.
shouldn't have laughed there.
There it is. Let's go. And again, big thanks to Liz, who absolutely crushing it on our socials and everything today. So shout out to Miss Liz if you're watching.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Maybe the White House should hire her, and then things might go maybe on time a little bit more. But look, I'm going to hold on to these shorts because I've already scalped out. So your decision is, once you've decided to scalp out, like, do I want to adjust my target here on some relative strength to VWAP, which is what I'm going to do here on Netflix, or do I want to tighten my stop? Now, on NVIDIA's case, I'm still going with a 160 half stop, so just about 25 cents worth of a loss there. We did take about $1 on the first leg, but I am tightening the stop on Netflix. So instead of stopping it out here above 330.50, I'm going to go with a break-even stop because we could retake 3,000. That's a decision I've decided to go with here, just understanding that it's about 1040, and this is that time of day where I always feel like it's easy to overtrade, but the trend starts to settle in at this particular time. So holding VWAP on a flush that we had in the morning can get really bullish. Like, this is VWAP's 328. That's yesterday's high in Netflix. If that holds, then why lose an extra 50 cents or $1 on the short? No, I'm just going to keep that one a winner. If it breaks VWAP to the downside, then I can join the trend a little bit later on. So that's the way I want to play it. I just grabbed out of NVIDIA to ensure that that one doesn't turn into a losing trade either. And as far as Boeing goes, this is now... Look, it's still holding 213, but this is now looking as good for a breakout at that 214 area. So I just got out of Netflix as well, wanted to go break even on this, and this is just what I want to be able to do, be a little bit more conservative, because if this gets too bullish here, I don't want to be turning red on what was successful shorts. Intel is a different story because my out is about as obvious as it can get. My stop isn't at 98, it's not at 99, it's not at 30.05. It's at $30 even. I have not reloaded this trade yet. I was able to get 20 pennies on it, so I don't want to be risking more than 5 or 6. That's just how I roll on Intel. I want that risk to reward to be on point. I always try to risk 5, 10 cents at the most on this stock, and then always take money once it goes 10 cents in the money, then 15, 20, 25, 30, all that good stuff. Last one for you was going to be Meta. Meta at that high of the day. I favor Meta for a top break. If Meta breaks the high, I'm going long on this break at 134.50.
I like that turning red reference there. That was very, very nice. Nicely done.
I still haven't seen it.
On that. No, I know. Good. To me, it's nothing memorable, but I think our kids liked it. No, I think it's good.
Okay.
I just don't think it's like, I don't know.
I've heard big things about that movie.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it could be.
What do you guys think? Is Turning Red really that good? I've heard like it's one of the best animated films in the last few years. Is that actually true? Because
no, it's not true.
Prad said, okay, you say it's not true. Prad's saying it's really good. I don't know.
Oh, it's really good. It's just, it's not. I mean, the best. No,
one of the best is what it was. That was the term used to me by a relative. I won't call them out.
You should watch it, man, for sure. Then. Okay, so 120. Tesla just. We were waiting at 120.40. It literally stopped at 120.40. Like, it's embarrassing that it stopped at that level, but there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. That's the level I was sitting at. So 120.40, it completely stopped right there on a dime. I mean, I don't know what else to show you guys. That's right there. Oh, I guess it's 37 maybe. I don't know what it stopped, but that's close enough to us not getting the fill. So we were literally right there. So now I'm somewhere else. So we're going to wait to see if we get filled. FYI, it's right there. So there it is right there. Awesome. We just grabbed that fill right there at 25. So there's an out there. That's $1. That we just took $1 on that. So far, so good here as we are rocking and rolling right now, man. The DOJ, yeah, there's some stuff there. We'll talk about that, or maybe we already did. But right now, it's Brendan over there at the big desk with some sort of a segment.
1040.
Positive right now, guys, for the S&P 500. I'll show you the board here, see what is leading the way back to the upside. Had a wild move for not only equities this morning, but energy as well. Oil down first and then back up. So here's the energy sector right now. Every single one in this group is green on the day. Healthcare stocks lagging a little bit, trying to weigh down some of these gains, but about as mixed as you're going to see this board right across the entire thing. Industrials to the upside so far, led by these ones, AAL, UAL, 4 and 5.7 to the upside after it was American that came out this morning and increased their Q4 guidance before they report coming up in the next couple of weeks. Tech stocks, CTSH, 9.5%, leading the way as far as software names are concerned. Everything else in this group, though, hardware and semis, pretty mixed, even off that report from TSM. Financials as well, pretty mixed. There are some positive names in here, but being offset by negativity as well. So about as mixed as you're going to see this board. 0.2 right now for the S&P.
0.2, last I checked, is still green, at least for now. So that poll, which stands at 61% of you still think that the market is going to end in the green today, which is, I love the optimism. I'll admit, like, when I put that in there and I sort of said green as well, like, I almost immediately was like, I don't know about that, and been kind of just going in both directions at this point. Like, I'd rather just like take those shots instead of trying to be 100% right on the overall market. Like, I flip from longs to shorts, I flip from shorts to flats, and then re-engage some shorts. The only long I've been in the entire time is Lucid, and I feel like that might be the case. The way I've seen this hold up here, if we take 4,000, it never broke VWAP, that 815 area, so there was no reload for me in front of $8. But if you just go look at the higher time frame here, it's just like 8's an obvious level. I don't need to tell you guys that, and you hold the pre-market lows. If we get to the high of the day, I'm going to be thinking about where I want to get back into this. For now, I'm still thinking 8. If we bounce off the high of the day, I might look toward the 825 or just a top break on Lucid. But this now Meta, because Meta's clearing for a breakout, that's my stop order to trigger long if it takes out the high of the day. That's definitely relatively strong. I know that's going to be the case. Intel is still on my ish list because, you know, it broke out at $30. We had the breakout. There was a good scalp trade. Once it could not hold yesterday's close, 85, I flipped a short. I'm still shorting in front of 30, and that's still continuing to work. So definitely know I like the Intel short. Definitely know I like the Lucid long. Meta, we'll look to see if it breaks. I don't want Meta unless it breaks out that high of the day. So I'm going to be very patient there. There he is. Hey, 42 minutes. Hey, that's my lucky number. Late.
There you go. I did it on purpose to you there, Neil. So there he is.
43 minutes technically, but
what's up, Joe?
I cheated.
Hope you're having a good day there. Because we are. And I hope that you guys are having a good day as well. It's only 10:43 right now, and the best part about the time is you're only 17 minutes away from Luca and Sharif. So that should be a great opportunity. We'll see what the Scalp Demon and the Professor have in store for you.
Ooh, the Professor. Has he got the glasses?
Like
but the glasses aren't on.
You like that name? Okay, there you go.
He's got to
so
wear
that's
the
why. I mean, every trader's got to have some sort of a nickname. The Professor right over there. I still. I don't know, and I know Luca, Brad gave Luca his name, so I'm self-proclaimed the people's trader. So if you guys have any nicknames for Neil, myself, or Brendo, let's go. Maybe I'll put that up on Twitter, and we can find some creative names. But I'm going to go with the Professor for Sharif.
I like the Professor.
Yep, exactly. That's a great name.
The trading floor calls me, the trading floor always called me Nairobi, but that's it's a derivative of my trader ID. And the high school boys call me DJ, and that's a story I can only tell in person, unfortunately. I'm not an actual, I have nothing to do with DJ. What's weird, nothing to do with music and nothing to do with it, but they call me DJ for some reason. And by the way, Mr. Praddy Daddy, everyone asking about Praddy Daddy, he's over there doing a great job on the 1s and 2s. Then he's in our ear instead of Fahad today. Why didn't I re-engage some of these shorts? So I'm still in this Intel, and it's now rolling over. If it gets to 29, probably 50s, that's where I'll get the next out. Actually, probably in the 65 range. I should get a bit out there. But I did not re-engage NVIDIA. I decided to play it conservatively on Netflix. See, this is the problem. I was kind of holding these and tightening it up, thinking, okay, Biden will come in and maybe reverse the market. Then he didn't come in, so I'm like, yeah, forget it. Instead of guessing, let's just take the win on what we have and then hold on to the one that seemed better, which was Intel. Maybe that was a bad call, but I don't want to get into anything new unless we're making a new range.
Right.
Like if there's stocks that I think are worth scalping here, I don't want to scalp Netflix right now. I don't want to, Intel fine, yes, I don't mind that. Lucid, fine. If I can get a dip buy on Lucid at 8.15 and VWAP, I'll go ahead and do that. But Netflix isn't that kind of a stock, and I don't want to play it in said middle. Meta, the breakout is still fine. And then Bed Bath & Beyond, it's now really holding beneath $4, so yeah, I'm just going to be looking for short in front of $4. I said I'd wait patiently for this to reclaim those lows and look weak. Well, it looks weak again, so time to get back on the offer in Bed Bath & Beyond. I know some people want it to go up, but hey, we're day traders here. We're looking to play momentum in either direction.
Yeah, man, don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, that's the big thing there because, we don't know where these markets are going. We're just sitting here trading them and hoping for the best, just like a lot of you guys are. And we're trying to make our, educated decisions on what we're seeing every single day, right? So let's keep the momentum going. And yeah, this has been a good day, man. Needless to say, as you had some big winners, some big losers as well on board. But that's why you open up, the sort of you expand your horizons on expected returns on a day like today. But as long as you have your bottoms intact, that sounds right. Yeah, fine. Then, you can always grab something in this market, right? I mean, or the tops. It's the same way. One of my more profitable names today is AMD. I mean, let's just call it for what it is. We started the day there on AMD, long, flipped over to the short, hit that in that move to the short side, and then just re-engaged it one time. Should have done it again right there. And then there's the short out for AMD. So, we'll scalp some. Like, when I'm taking 50 cents here, it's a great trade. But then also opportunities, like I just said, to make $5 on a trade. Like, I remember I was like, oh man, we got out of Microsoft here. We kind of felt bad about it. Well, look where Microsoft is now. We got out at 238.50. It just dropped to 236.50. So, like I said, expand your horizons. When you see a move like this, you can get out. You don't have to be sitting there waiting for something to happen. Take advantage of the moves when they're there. So that's what we did on that. And we sort of took advantage of Tesla, but we do watch out for this name as obviously it's dancing around 19 right now. So good outs for me there, 120. Remember we told you 120.25, so that was $1. We'll sit here and see if we can't make a little bit more here now. Looking to reload AMD on the upside. Other than that, man, reload Mr. Softy. Yeah, we probably could reload some Softy. We'll have a look at that on the reload. Again, the market's fallen down here. We're below the 50 period. I do like Microsoft. And Microsoft would have been a good reload there for sure at 236.50. Didn't even notice it, but thanks for the shout out right there. That's a good reload right there, dancing off VWAP. If you learned anything, hopefully some of these lines and you've added VWAP. I know Neil, I know Luca talked about adding the 50 period. We're all making changes all the time. So, find out what works for you and go with it, right? And so right there, wow, that Microsoft, good eye on that. That bounced right off VWAP to the penny. So sometimes it works, sometimes they don't.
We're all looking at this. The thing is, we're all looking at the same charts, right? So I never like VWAP for an entry to position, but I find it's a decent place to look to take profit off or maybe trim. Sometimes a trailing stop I like at that level. So you do what works for you. I just got another leg out of Intel, so we'll see if this continues to the downside. It is worth noting, like Intel broke the high, went 20 cents. Then broke the low and kind of went 20 cents in either direction, and then it's kind of just sort of resisting 30 even here. So it's entirely possible you could have a 25-cent range throughout lunch where it's like short 30s, get out 29, 70s, and 65s, which is what I just did. I'm still in it, and I think you can get to the low of the day. But if this market doesn't maybe flush here, and I'll go to the ES and just show you guys. Like if we don't actually sort of reclaim support, we already put in one higher low. You could put in a second higher low here, maybe hold 39.80, and suddenly this looks like a breakout at 4,000 if it were to come in. So I do think you want to, if you have good short positions on, or longs for that matter, just respect the fact that you would go inside day. We've been 0.1 down to 0.1 up on the ES for a while, so unless you've got something worth holding on to, it's not always a place to just sit in something thinking, oh, I'm going to get long here and just hold it without taking any profit. No, we're going inside, scalp some out. That's what I want to do. It's just this and Lucid that I have. And understandably, I know Biden speaking. From my experience, just when this happens, when the market tends to go in one direction, I have a 60-minute there. I'll go back to my 15-minute chart. When the market goes down, when the president speaks, Usually that's a good sign that if he stops, it could be a reversal. I'm not saying that's always true, but it works in both directions. Like if it goes up when he's talking, and then you could have a reversal when he shuts up. We see it happen with Powell all the time. So if I hadn't taken profit on Intel, I'd already be looking back, and the second he's finished, I'd probably start covering and get another leg out there. If I'm going to get long in something, it's going to be Lucid here or a top break. So I want to be on that bid of Lucid, which I just realized I was not looking for this to get back into the 8 level.
All right, so on an embarrassing note, right now, neither one of us traded Disney because Disney, I hate when I see this because it went clean to a hundy, man, and it just bounced right off. It didn't even, like, if you went short, like, there was no fear. You couldn't. I'm gonna say you could not have lost if you traded Disney today. You could not have lost, honestly, because, like, where was your out?
Oh, I could always make top wick.
No, you can't really.
No, you can't.
You can't. Not on this one. I mean, honestly, even if it broke by a penny, like, I don't think you would have got taken out on this. And I don't want to say, like, who lost. I'm sure people lost on Disney today. But I just mean that 100 level. Like, that's about as clean as you get there at $100 on Disney for the short. So that's a missed opportunity for me anyways, for sure. But we do have...
No, not to say...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, but look at the daily... Just because you mentioned Disney, right? Let's look at the daily chart on Disney. Like, look at that 100 resistance, and the top is 101, and it's putting in a higher low right now. That's not a bad... This isn't a bad breakout. We go bullish. But I know I'm already talking Meta and Boeing, but Disney at 100, it'd be like 105 is where I put the stop, because obviously... You know, it's got a 1 cent top here. That was probably some dark pools that wicked it above. So I'd throw a stop at like 05 or 10s to go long. But I like that setup. I'm just going to put the stop in there. It's a good look, man. I'm going to go long if we take out 110 cents on Disney.
I like it. Brendan with, I'm going to say, money talks.
A negative move here for the DXY. Just if anyone's wondering, Biden now taking questions, guys. He is actually taking some questions from reporters right now. DXY downside here, 0.45. Multi-week lows for the dollar remains multi-week highs for all of these. So 0.4 right now for the euro, back to 108.74.5. Meanwhile, for the Canadian dollar, was up about a quarter at 1.74.5. 121.5 for the British pound, 0.13 back in positive territory. So a lot of green across the entire board. As we mentioned, both Bitcoin and Ethereum down here, 3+ still, 18,000 plus for Bitcoin, 1,387 for Ethereum. 6 or 7 week lows right now for the dollar after that CPI print.
What's up with that? Yeah, so we're just talking about Biden taking, I guess he's off on the other station now, so I don't know if he's done or not, or if it's nap time. I don't know what's going on over there. But for right now, that is Mr. Joe Biden. It's
not even noon yet.
Your president. And, you know, I mean, what's he really going to say? I don't even think, you know, any sort of policy, I mean, they got to get it passed and all that stuff anyways. I really feel like CPI came out as expected, so okay. Now we just wait basically for earnings. I mean, unless, you know, Pelosi's in there buying everything up again, then I don't really know, you know, why we'd be waiting for anything other than earnings right now. So let's just wait to see what comes through. We have banks starting on Friday. They're going to kick it out for us and hopefully kick it out nicely on Friday, and then we'll start. Little nervous about JP Morgan. Generally speaking, as rates rise, you know, these money center banks perform better. So let's wait to see if they're coming back in on the rates. Maybe that does get flipped around a little bit right now. But yeah, market jamming right now. Kind of silent, to be honest with you, right now as we hover around flat. So let's wait to see what happens here on that. Just check back. Yeah, so it looks like we're all done right now. I was waiting to see. I mean, Joe Biden always does have some good talk about clean energy and things like that. So I was always thinking maybe Tesla or something could go. We are $1 in the money on Tesla as it's trying to break through. Well, actually, we're long at 119.30, so we're not $1 in the money, but we're trying to get there. We've already taken that dollar, so let's wait to see where we go. 67 100 votes right now. I'm going to check this. Hopefully, look, guys, if you can hit the subscribe, that would be the best. But right now it's 60-40 green to red. I think that's pretty flat, right? So we're getting pretty close on that. I mean, I know 60-40 is not flat, but I feel like the market can still bounce. So you still have a great opportunity to get in there and vote if you have not yet. So we're looking to short some more AMD right there. There it goes. President Biden says he will veto Republican bills, what a surprise, to ban IRS, set up a national sales tax. I don't know. Anyways, just a note there right now. Yeah, so, all right, let's go. It's earnings season.
It is earnings season.
We had AAL come out with a pre-report there, a little bit in guide. Let's see who's on deck tomorrow. We had TSM today.
I own one of them.
All the action going to come in the pre-market tomorrow, guys. Not much to deal with after the close tonight, but the banks are on deck. Here's what's coming up tomorrow.
It's not just the banks.
Yeah, United Health is on there. I mean, I own Goldman and JP Morgan. So I don't own any other names on those lists, but we will be trading them all, most likely. I mean, the Citigroup, Wells Fargo, the banks are on there.
I don't think I'll trade
what WePro is.
I don't know what WePro is either. I won't trade United Health. I don't think that's a day trading stock, but the banks, to be sure.
That one?
What's WePro?
Brad says they're an Indian company.
Oh, WePro's.
Oh, he's seen them in India. So we don't know if it's an Indian company, but Prad there, thanks for that. We will go about and see what's going on. But all right, thoughts about AMC. All right, let's go over to there. They see it on the chat. I'm not really doing, I mean, I'm always doing something, but not much right now, as we'll wait to see where these markets are going to print and what's going to happen here. But okay, so AMC, wow, $5. Nice to see that at $5, obviously. We talked about its bottom being at 4. It's been a nice move up here today. Started at 4, got to 5, got to 520, and is now bouncing around those levels. So you know, this is a minute chart. So we've resisted. I mean, I always look at this and say, like, no surprise why you wicked up a little bit through 5 and then fell back down. So for me, I wouldn't be going long until you break some of these wicks. Just like you mentioned on Disney, it's the same kind of theory going back here for AMC. You don't want to, take a trade into this because we've already been up here. It hasn't been huge volume there for AMC, even when we took out $5. So for me, I would wait. Wait till we take 5, then go long. You go long 505, your out can be like either VWAP, which at that time will probably be 490 or so, 495. So I feel like 10 cents, 20 cents worth of risk on a 5 break is worth it. The top here on AMC today, 535 right off the open. So you can see trending still down, higher, or that's a high, lower high, making a lower high right now. So I always look at that and say, you got to take this out in order to get back up there, obviously. So I'm out of this name until I see something like that 505 break on AMC. Thank you so much for the question, for sure. And I'm just waiting for, the only thing I'm going to do now, short AMD, if it comes up to 69 again, which it basically just did. I missed it. I was at 68.97, so we missed that. And then watch out for our Tesla, as that's not really doing much here at 19 right now, barcoding.
Oh, I just realized this. The positions that were kind of the core holding is long EV, short the chips. I just kind of realized that now. Maybe it's a coincidence. I don't know. There is this happening tomorrow, by the way, because they're on hand. We'll be doing that. If everyone keeps asking about the chip challenge, they didn't come in last week, so we had to put it off until this week. We will be doing it tomorrow. It might not be the greatest decision in the world, but hey, we're going to have some fun with it,
It's
or
not
have
the greatest decision.
It's
in
a
the world.
horrible decision.
It's definitely not the greatest decision in the world.
It's a bad decision.
There are people talking about backing away. So
Look, I was.
It ain't you and it ain't I. I'll leave it at that.
I wasn't going to say anything, but we're going to do it. I'm not going to say who might be thinking about not doing it anymore, but I'm not going to force anybody.
No,
it's going to be painful.
It's up to each their own. I said,
you guys can probably guess who it is. It's gonna be fun.
I said to my kids that, I was like, oh man, this chip is going to be really bad. They're like, nah, Dad, maybe you should do 2 and stuff like that. I'm like, man, there's nice kids right there.
Maybe you should do 2, Barrett.
Yeah. No. My kids ain't touching that damn chip. That is for sure. But okay, man, it is 9. I wish it was 9:59 to be honest with you. I'll take
what
that.
doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Exactly. All right.
Only that was true.
Yeah. Well, that is true in this case. I feel like you can be stronger for doing it because at least you did it.
But I don't know.
You know, you put the feather in your cap.
Like my gut might
that
say
is.
otherwise.
Oh
but-
no, you're going to be in pain, bro.
I
You're gonna
know.
be in pain, but
Oh, I know
At
what
least
it
you
means.
had the experience.
Yeah,
we're trying to be
least
men
you
of
guys
our,
will have fun
We're
with
trying
it.
to be men of our words, and at least you guys will have a little bit of fun right now. So let's see, guys. You know, we're going to be here again back at 2 o'clock.
We're back.
So we should have a lot of fun there. I see the professor has gone to go teach somebody something because he's not here right now. But he's coming back in right now, ready to rock and roll. We're really
It's
happy.
the Men in Black today.
Yeah, it is the Men in
Galaxy
Black.
Defenders.
The Galaxy-
we were talking about
Galaxy
that song
Defen-
actually.
By the way, right now Tesla downside. What were you guys talking about, Men in Black?
No, this morning we were talking about like hit songs and like one-hit wonders and how like a bunch of Will Smith hits. It's like, yeah, I get it. They were like #1 on charts. When you look back at the best songs of those years, it's like none of them actually hold up.
Well,
They
it's
were just-
pop music.
Yeah, they were like cool in the moment, but
His best one was that Miami song. I think that's the one that he made the most money and probably had the most records.
and I like that one.
Welcome to Miami.
Or go back, way back in the day with him and DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Oh, wow.
And that's what's up. What's up right now is, for now, not the market.
Bye-bye, AMD.
But the Men in Black, way to take it for the midday show. The Professor and the Scalp Demon, go get them.
I like those names. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm okay
pretty,
with them.
I'm rolling with it. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully, everybody having a great day, enjoying the show. Oh, the mic is off. Hopefully, you guys can
All right.
hear me potentially through Sharif's mic over there.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. we're
go
all
ahead.
good.
You could start
Welcome
it
to
off.
the midday show, guys. I'm Sharif. This is Luca, and we're ready to trade. We've got a whole bunch in stock. What a move the market made today. It definitely faked me out. I got punched in the face on that number. That may be the last time I take that for a while. But yeah, hey, that's trading. But another development in my life, I'm in a long-term trade now, at least for the moment. We'll see how long-term this is. I'm in Meta, Netflix, like I mentioned on the morning show, but let's get into some actual trades that we're going to take on the show. I was watching this MMV catalyst, I guess. It's up 48%. What's the catalyst on this? Real quick here, I know Brenda was mentioning it earlier. Yeah, okay, letter of intent. Okay, so to buy. Okay, so Orient, TM, so that's the whole thing there. We're at $3.80. That's VWAP. I'm looking possibly find a little bit of a bounce off here through 4. So I'll keep my eye on this one. Nothing, no commitment to this one yet, but it's kind of been a little bit topsy-turvy. 435 is the high. We're kind of a little bit below 4 at the moment, so I'll keep my eye on this one. What have you been up to today, Luca?
You know the deal, man. Just scalping around. I'll talk about some of my positions right now on board. Short BBBY. This one, guys, I just got a long in Amazon, by the way. 94.21 fill. This is basically playing off of the 94 bottoming area. I think we potentially could break that, but I do want to sort of scale into the long for the move back up. This is what I'm thinking right now. So I had this order out from before. I'm just thinking, you know, down, up, back to 95. So we'll see if we get more fills on that, but I'm going to wait to see what 94 does. If it goes now, it goes now. It is what it is. I have the size, so I'm pretty good with that one. In a long on MMV, and this is I like stopped out by accident because I think I put my stop, but I might have messed that up. I maybe put 79 instead of 69 there. So yeah, got back into that, just kind of punching my way into that. Guys, this thing, if you pull up the daily on this thing, like it was at like 15 to 17. It is a low float. I think it's like 500,000. So I have no idea the potential on this, but you know, is making sort of higher lows here. Do we get back above 4? Do we run to that 450 break and then go to 5? I have no idea. I'm long VWAP. It held the first time, kind of, you know, dipped and held the 50 period. Held the first time, hopefully holds the second time. Let's go to high a day. This is the one that I kind of like to the upside. So yeah, we're going to see what happens on that one. You know, obviously micro float, anything is possible. Needs the volume. Volume is always the tell. I think if we break through, you know, 370, 360 to the downside, I'll probably be out of that trade. So yeah, you know, did a lot of volume up here. If we do clear that 440 to the upside, could be interesting. And I'm also in a long of BBAI, which has a good, sexy headline. But at the same time, you know, this has done so much volume already. And I do want to say the float on this is like 4 million. So, you know, 4 million float. And yeah, guys, I am scalping out into 09s and just to kind of this level here, this general resistance level. But I am going to hold some for the move into the high. And then if we get back to 380, and I think it was Luis on the morning show talking about that 380 level. You know, guys, look at this. This is actually a really good example on both sides. So 4 million float. Float has already rotated over 10 times. Gotta imagine that algos are involved. The headline sounds sexy. even though, how much validity is behind it, not really too sure, but we will, at the same time, for me, it's just a reactionary trade. So 380 on the daily is the level, guys. And I want to drag over the chart because this is a really good example. And I think, as a day trader, all day traders are sort of looking at the similar kind of levels here. For 380 into like 450 is like that general resistance area. And then if we get to 5, it's just kind of fireworks. Anything can happen. So I want to believe that algo is involved. I want to believe lots of soaking. Why is it holding this bottom so cleanly? This is why I kind of went long here, risking off 260. And now the fact that we're actually going to the upside, I feel like this can easily go to high a day. That is the feel that I'm getting. So we're going to see. We're going to see what happens, and we're going to go from there. I'm trying to scale out 320. I think I have orders at 369 area too, so like the top end of the range. And then, over 380, it's fireworks. I'm taking a high day break if we break forward to the upside. So yeah, that long is working for me. Pretty happy with that one. MMV long starting to work, but kind of slow. Volume's a little bit slow there. Amazon is working, man. Amazon is working. And you know what? Now that it's working, let me just take some out over here. I'm gonna I think 95 is like my best target. So I mean, we pop over here. I'm just gonna take some out as it kind of works for me. You know the deal, man. Scalp it around. If we go back to 96, I don't know if I'll hold a piece, to be honest. But yeah, that is kind of that VWAP test is basically the thesis of my idea. And then yeah, I am short BBBY for the last portion. I was going for a low of day break into the 350 level. We were looking at this yesterday. It was pretty obvious that 350, where we kind of ran up 350 and reject back down, and then going into the close yesterday, breaking the 350, running into 4, and then opening all the way up here, not really going above 450, right? This morning, for anybody that was watching, I know you guys probably were, running into 450, not breaking the level, reversing the whole move right away, then kind of going for the retest, and then just fail. This thing did chop around. I feel like, easily we could get 350, 330s, but it doesn't matter because, I scalp my way out, so I make the money, and then now just kind of wait for the last piece. Yeah, if we go over 410 on this one, I'm done. I'm done with that one. So stop is in 411 for the rest. If it's going to be good, it shouldn't go there. It kind of feels like we could easily go there. I will stop out. If we get back to the 450 level to the upside, then I sort of like the long jailbreak over 450 into the 5 level. Anything's possible. This thing is doing volume, so, I'm loving it, man. Hopefully you guys are too. Not every day do we get these kind of meme stonk actions.
Yeah, I like how you said stonk.
Yeah, meme stonks, man. These are not stonks. These are stonks. Yeah, I call it like I see it. So, yeah, 3 longs on board, 1 short on board. We're going to see what happens. I did have a couple Tesla trades, which were just basically scalps for anybody wondering if I did trade Tesla today. This was just very I was just kind of playing around, just kind of long below VWAP, covering above. I thought we'd have the steam to really go, but kind of glad that I scalped it out anyways. So yeah, small little win on that one. And now we chill and look for no more trades, guys. Feel free to let us know, if you see anything in kind of moving. Throw it in the chat. We will look at it.
Yeah.
I will potentially trade it. Hopefully you guys.
So I think this is happening more often, where you and I are agreeing on a lot more for some reason. Yeah. We're long the same stocks. I'm long BBAI. I'm also long MMV, just averaged in there on a little dip. That part of the plan, again, like you heard Arun say last week, averaging down is not a bad unless it's not part of the plan. So if you've planned for it, which is what I'm doing here, these are all quarter positions. I can't really time it with this one, so my move is going to be to add until VWAP, and then I'm going to give myself a cutoff point. But it also benefit us to mention the market here, because it looks like 4,000 has been an interesting level, especially after the bell. We broke 4,000 on that number initially, not even on before that number, around that 8 o'clock time slot. We moved all the way up to 40.21, but after the bell, it's been tough. We got up to it. We got up to 403, I think, 403 and a half, but it's been hard holding. And now what we're doing is we're creating lower highs and lower lows. Still flirting with that VWAP area though. Some stocks looking stronger than others. It looks like Facebook and Meta looking like the strongest of the bunch. Let's bring in the big cap chart on the side here. Here's Meta holding VWAP quite nicely, 134.50 high, currently trading at 134, so only 50 pennies off the high. You saw Shawn trade Microsoft earlier, a nice couple of dips here off VWAP, holds, and we'll see if it can make a new high above that 238 level. Maybe that'll pick up the market. The laggards look like they're Apple and Tesla, to be honest with you. Apple is now down 0.8%, almost 0.1%. Tesla decided 3.3% down, also trading below VWAP. Amazon, yeah, you could say it's also weak as well. Google, basically, Google's range is always poopy. I mean, I never trade Google to any good effect anyway. So I'm looking at Microsoft Meta if we're going to look long on the market. We'll see what this market does. If we can hold 4,000 and stay above that, I think the longs may be in on that one, to be honest, but we'll have to see if we get there into the afternoon. Let's see what the small cappers are up to. Okay, a bit of a retracement here on BBAI, to be expected, still holding VWAP, so no problem there. MMV is now starting to print nicely off that dip area, so we may start scalping here through 4 into MMV. What I'll do, how many shares do I have? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll take out this many shares out at that 4 level, which will be 399, Luca. I always like to get it right before that whole dollar level.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I, on the other hand, just kind of flip side scenario there, I am covering nothing. I'm going for the high a day. I think there is potential there. My stop is in. I just feel like that is kind of my plan. I'm going to stick to it, but it's always good to stick to your plan, guys. So I see the poll that we just ran. What charts do you guys look at? 1 minute, 5 minute, and was it 10 or 15?
15. I like all
15,
three, dude.
15. I use everything, guys. Yeah. I show the 1 minute when I'm kind of sharing my screen here. This is the 1 minute. I am kind of scalping, so I'm always looking at the 1 minute. I do not base my trades per se on charts. I'm not looking, saying like, well, this is this. I just kind of know what I'm looking at, but I almost want to say, and this is I was having a conversation with somebody, kind of a flip side, alternative perspective, I should say. If you're looking at the 5 minute, which is, you should probably look at the 5. It's just much cleaner to take your trades. It's obviously displaying the same information, so I will say that again. But, looking at the 5, you're like, okay, I'm going to take a long here. And then, where's my target? Maybe MMV is not a good example. So let's just kind of pull up Apple as an example. You can look at the 5 minute and say, okay, here's the bottom, 132. If this level holds and we want to go back to the upside, all things considered, if this market wants to hold, 3980, if it wants to then push to 4,000, maybe a jailbreak through 4,005 all the way to high a day. If you think that's a potential and you're looking at Apple, it's at the low and you want to get long here, you're looking at the 5, you say this is kind of a general line of support that I see here. You take the long, quickly flip it to the 15. Flip it to the 15 and say, okay, where can this potentially go? So I'm in at the 5 and I'm risking off of the 5. And now where's my target? It's going to be based on the 15. And you kind of look at it. Now, everything is basically up. Things are kind of rallying to the upside. 4,000, these highs are being tested. A lot of these names are not really going to have that upside resistance. But, you look at the 15 and you say to yourself, well, okay, the high, the last kind of pop high before the drop down was around that, 136-ish area. And then the high on the day is, call it 135. So you're looking at this and you're saying, well, where can this really, really go today if we have an extended move to the upside? And I almost want to say 135 to 136. That is that sort of like potential target area move. So you might be looking at the 5. You might say to yourself, yeah, based on the 5, it looks like maybe we can get to like 133.5, right? Maybe we get to 133.5. But if you're really adamant on the position and if you're really comfortable, if you have high conviction on it, maybe give yourself kind of more on that and look at the 15 and say, where can this potentially go? So you can use kind of multiple different ways. You can take multiple different approaches. Somebody's saying 1 second. Are you guys mad? Yeah, guys, I trade on a second-by-second basis, but I've never looked at a 1 second chart.
No.
And I didn't even know that a 1 second chart was possible, was even a thing, until I heard that Baxter back in the day was trading on like 1 second to 5 second charts, or even with his algo and whatnot. So yeah, no, I've never looked at a 1 second and been like, yep, there's the 1 second up and down. I want to say 5 is the safest.
5 seconds is the minimum that I can see on my platform, but
Yeah.
I'd say 5 for setups. Yeah, absolutely. But I use both 1 and 5. Like on my home setup, I have the 1, 5 in the daily, and then the daily I'll switch between the daily and the 15. So I like all 3, to be honest with you. And speaking of 3, I've been using the 3-minute chart. In fact, I always mention on the show. So the side charts here. this is kind of like not the macro picture. Obviously, the 3 minute you can't really say is a macro, but I have the 1 minute up on my trading screen, and then on my side screens, I'll have the 3 minute up. And then I'll be able to put like 5 minute up on here if I want a more macro picture. But I've been using the 3 a lot more. I know that wasn't included in the poll, but I thought I'd mention that. All right, so where are we at with some of these trades here? MMV, we're positive on it. Oh, BBAI going against us, so we're going to have to look at that. All right, I have my stop set up on this one if it breaks that 290 level, so that'll be an L for me if it breaks through it. But retracing through VWAP, can it hold here? This was, I don't want to say to be expected, but look what happened here every time it tried to break through VWAP in that 320 level. Rejection, rejection, a bit of a double top. You have a consolidation down, and then a retest again of VWAP. Looks like it may be rejecting, at least for the moment. How much is it going to cost us to find out? It's going to cost us at 289. So if it breaks 290, I'm gone Zeno on that one. Stop already set. Same thing with MMV, but you're getting an aggressive retracement up, and the spread is opening up most notably on this one. So careful. Now it's about 9 pennies, flipping between 39.90 here on the ask, and then 81s on the bid. So becoming a little bit more dangerous to trade, even though it's done 17.5 million shares on the day. Profit taker on this one, like I mentioned, is in front of that 19. That $4, so at $3.99. Flipping back quickly to BBAI, we are now out of that. So that is, we are stopped out of BBAI at the moment. That breaks at $2.90 area. Looks like it's headed downward again, but there is an area of support, I want to say, at that 280, 270 level. That was where the double bottom we formed last time. So could this be a possible dip trade to get in? This was a full-size position, by the way, so this is an L. So we're going to have to figure out whether there's going to be a tradable setup on this one, or I'm going to have to move on to something else. You know, it kind of sucks when you've been watching something for a while and you don't want to kind of just flip to something else real quick because you're kind of familiar with that. So for the moment, BBAI L, looking for a possible dip though on this 280, 270 level. MMV still holding near my not the initial entry area, the average down area, but holding VWAP, which is important. This one's kind of respected VWAP a bit more. Look at how many times it's bounced off it and to the high side. So keeping my eye on that, and hopefully we'll break for possibly Luca.
Yeah, no, I'm just reading some of these. YOLO and
Facebook,
FOMO, what is going on?
Meta high update.
Meta high day there. YOLO and FOMO, what is going on? Thank you for the super chat there. Aren't the 50 and 200 EMAs more accurate on the 1 minute? So I don't know how more clearly to say this. It's like it's displaying the same. It's just math, and it's displaying the same information. It's just kind of, everybody knows kind of the smoothing out period, whatever. I would say that they're important on all time frames, but it does depend on which one you're looking at. You know, the 50 period on the 1 minute is going to be kind of less relevant, I would say, than the 50 period on the less substantial, I would say there, right? So yeah, if you are looking at, let's say the hourly, you're using those kind of levels, like this is trend, this is real trend, right? So it's like, this is like multi-day, like this is meta, it is going up, it bounces. Okay, where are you buying this? If you're swing trading this, well, you're probably maybe buying at the 50 period because then it runs, right? So it's like buy the dip, sell the strength, buy the dip, sell the strength, or short the strength and cover into the mean, right? So the when in doubt, zoom out. When you look at the hourly, when you look at the daily, these are more substantial levels. If you're looking at the 1 minute as a day trader, you're obviously, for myself as a scalper, when I look at these things, I am using the intraday levels, which to me just means use the 1 minute, look at the 1 minute. But yeah, understand what you are looking at. That's the most important thing. So I'll just say that much on that one there. But yeah, thanks again for the super chat. BBAI is going back down, so safe to say this topish area on the range here is the level. And just kind of based on this, so I'm sort of using these general levels, using 3 as a guide. If over 3, okay, it looks good. But yeah, it was good to scalp that out there because yeah, now we're back down. I mean, this is what I'm always scared of. But you know what? As long as 260 holds, that is my like, I need to be out of this if 260 breaks to the downside. So I am pretty sure that I do have a stop on that one below 260. I'm still in some of this position kind of going for the moon there, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, this should not break 260 if the long is going to be good. That's kind of my thought process on that one. So stop is definitely in below 260. I don't want to miss this one, and then it kind of breaks 260 and then goes to 2 or whatever. So yeah, is what it is. MMV is now going to the downside. I do hope I do have the stop in place, so not really too worried on that one. And yeah, Meta crazy, Meta high a day there. Meta is interesting. I have no trades on Meta today, but I'm sure I'll find something. I sort of feel like that 135 level in play today. What is going to happen? Definitely some stops above 135 could be interesting. Maybe try, I mean, it is up on the day. The market's sort of not barcoding, but going sideways, trying to make a decision of where we're going here. As much as I want to take a long into yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a small long into 135 here, because I feel like 135 is going to print. And I'm willing to average into this on dips, and this should not come back through, you know, 134.40 very quickly. I feel like we're going to go into 135. We're going to print the level. You know, 135 is a fresh level. There's maybe 400, 500 lots there. Yeah, we're looking good here. So I'm covering this at 135 on the print. And yeah, give me these 99s. Okay, beautiful. So that was a pretty sick one. Now what I want to do is I want to actually short this at 135.19 if we can just break to the upside. I will provide liquidity at 135.19 for the pop. Give me that short fill and then drop back down. We'll see if this one wants to kind of pop, fill, and drop. If it doesn't happen in the next kind of minute, you know, 50 seconds, then I'm just going to remove my order, because I like the break, the follow through, give me the fill, back down, cover that, then out. That's the scalp trade. So again, if this doesn't happen very quickly, I am removing that order, because things change, right? Things change in real time. You have to react to what the market's showing you. So that is the plan on that one. I am willing to add to it if we like rip right now. But yeah, it is kind of like a time thing. It'll be discretionary for myself. So we'll see where that one goes. But yeah, long BBAI, Amazon working to the north side, getting some out in front of the 50 period, holding that last piece for the move into 95 and then VWAP test. So my offer is you know, just in front of 95 there for the majority of the last piece that I have. And then I will hold some for 09s. But that one is like, if I get 09s, if I don't, then I just kind of let it go.
Yeah, I mean, it was crushing my heart when you said I'm shorting Meta. I'm like, no, man, I'm long my long-term portfolio.
Oh, yeah, wow,
short,
it doesn't matter.
Man.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, of course, I'm just playing. But it's like, you know that you always want everyone going long on your long-term stuff. Anyway, guys, now I'm short BBBY. I'm looking for this to consolidate sideways and then break down, even though it didn't really do that in the last couple of occasions. It retraced to VWAP, but this is a half position, so I'll be able to average into this one if it makes a VWAP retracement, and I'm eventually looking south on this one. Now BBAI below VWAP, and that's how I'm going to play that one. The move here on MMV, this one was an ad at 3, I think, where do I get it? 67s. So I'm looking for that 200 hold, and I'm going to scalp out back into resistance here at 85s. We'll see how this one plays out. This one's up 40%, but I feel this one may have a bounce in it. If it doesn't, I have my stop right below that $3.60 area. So we'll see what this one does. I'm not really pleased very much with the spread on this one. I mean, it's 2 pennies right now, but I've seen it as wide as 9. I was telling you about that. So there we go. Now, nice little move down on BBAI. If we can get into 73s, I'll cover a little bit, and then I'll start scalping through this clear support zone here. I mean, look at that. It bounced twice off. We almost had a double bottom here, and you had that retracement up probably as a result of that double bottom. A lot of people, like Luis talked about this morning. I asked him, well, Brendan asked a question on my behalf. He said, you know, do you short below VWAP? And he's like, well, there's a lot more into it. But one of the things is how many people are looking, how obvious is the indicator or the setup that you're looking at. The more eyes that are on it, the more likely traders will trade it. Whether they're going to trade it on your side or not is a different story. Some people take the contrarian view, but the whole point is eyes will be on it, so there'll be volume. In this case, I think that, you know, when you see a double bottom here, a lot of traders are going to take this long, obviously being that 275 area of resistance, but how many times is that resistance support level, going to hold? And that's what I'm banking on here. So I'm looking to take some 73s. If it makes it down there, great. If not, we'll see what happens. MMV curling up off that 200 period moving average. So again, nothing really to report. I'm going to scalp out at the resistance zone. But Meta, come on, baby. Fur, baby, fur. This one is moving to the high side. We're looking at that 135.50 in the face. Maybe 29s are the high at the moment, but this one looks to be secular, guys. I mean, look at this one on its own. You know, only Microsoft is second to it, really. Everything else is kind of doing poopy. You got Google at VWAP, Tesla and Apple both below VWAP, and Amazon below VWAP. Meta is just flying on its own. Luca, I don't know what's up.
Yeah, guys, so I obviously removed that order at 35.19 on Meta. So basically what I wanted to see from a scalp perspective is a liquidity vacuum up, filled me, and back down. It did do it, but I think it went to like 18s. or 17, so it didn't actually fill me, and I'm okay with that because here we are now at 135.35 and kind of mooning to the upside. I really don't know where the top on this thing is. I'm going to pull back the daily to see. I almost want to say that, you know, it's now maybe could go to what, like it's like we're up 1.7%. I mean, as long as the trend holds, like maybe this runs to 136 and then kind of channels over there. Anytime you see, you know, anytime I want to say after 10:30, 11 on large caps, you know, you want to follow the trend. Even though for myself, I like to scalp a lot. I think a good rule of thumb is like, you know, it might go sideways in the morning.
I'm not a player, I just scalp a lot.
I'm not a player, I just scalp a lot, exactly. And, you know, as soon as it kind of breaks trend, it's like, okay, now it's a large cap. It's just kind of trending to the upside. Is it following the general market? So, yeah, you are playing with fire when you do short things that are up. I will reiterate that. But for myself, that's okay because I always do have the plan and I just kind of scalp a lot. I ain't a whole
I'm gonna giggle every time you
I don't know,
say
I'm just
that,
kind of running with that. But yeah, we'll see if this thing wants to actually go 135.50 and then make a decision.
Luca, have you seen what TSM is doing?
TSM, yeah, I haven't
TSM
traded it. I know some people are trading
It's at
that
high
name.
of days, guys. 87.76. This is also a secular play. We've seen two. Meta for the big caps, now for the chips. TSM, look at this now. It's up 7.15%. By comparison, NVIDIA is down 0.3, AMD is down 0.17, Micron 2.2 to the downside, and AMAT and INTC are relatively flat. Let's look at TSM. Do we have a headline here? I know that Brendo was talking about chips this morning. That was on the watch list, but do we have anything specific for TSM? I know there was the Apple headline. That was a little bit ago. Okay, so I'm not sure what's going on here. I'll have a look while Luca's talking because I won't bore you guys with that. But TSM definitely making a move to the high side here. Let's look at some levels if we can. Let's look at the 15 or the 30 to see if we can glean any resistance levels. Wow, we have not been at these levels for a while, guys. Going back to the 5th, we were as low as 75, so we're 12 bucks and a half above that. Let's go to the hourly and see what we can glean off that. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, we can't glean anything off that. Wow, we are literally at recent highs. Now, I talked about this on the morning show last time. AMAT up 6% in the second half of 2022, yet it was down 34% year to date. Have we seen the bottom in the chips? I mean, I don't know. Let's go to the daily here. Let's see if we can get any levels off this. Okay, so the last time we were at these levels, Luca, was back in August, mid-August. We made it all the way up to 91, I want to say 91 and a half, 91.80 was the high there. We're at 87.76, so we got a 92. I'm going to say between a 92, a 92
AMD
top. Let's
short,
just say
that was
92.
good. That was
What's
instant.
up? AMD short?
AMD short, guys, in front of 69. I think Shawn was initially calling this one from before, and it's just kind of showing you that channel that 69 doesn't want to break. I'm like, okay, let me take a short. You know, how long is it going to take maybe to get into the 50 period or VWAP? And it was instant. So, you know, sometimes, guys, as a rule of thumb, you punch into a position, it instantly works for you. That means you're probably right, and you should not cover. Even though I covered, you know, this probably runs to at least VWAP there and then kind of decides. I mean, look at this one, man. This started to fail, and it was instant. This pop and drop, instant drop. This one was like 2 minutes from like 68.96 all the way down to 68.25. I mean, you know, that is showing you soft side is the bid there. So doing it again, I'm going to probably recycle this level. What I would love to see on AMD, what I would love to see is a break of 69. Like break to the upside 69, do a bunch of volume, then reverse, then go back down. That would be sick. That's kind of my next look here. So, you know, that was the plan, actually. I was going to like scale into it, and then it just kind of went right away. So I'm actually loving that this is going back up. So let me just see if I can,
Meta high,
you know,
again.
just give a little bit of a pop. I'll get back into that position there and continue to scalp. Yeah, Meta going, holding trend, giving you that little bit of a dip back into 135, and then popping to the north side. I love the 136 short. So I'm offering above going into 136. It needs to come up, fill me, and go back down. That's the plan. If it comes up, fills me, keeps going, I'm just going to instantly punch out of that trade. MMV, I'm surprised I'm not stopped out because my stop is below 360. You would think these bots, it probably stops me out now. But anyways, this one again, guys, 500,000 share float, super, super low. That is a nano float. Your size is your risk. So you need to be light on the position if you don't want to lose a lot. You cannot just like jump in and out. I mean, I see some liquidity there on the book, but this is definitely the name that, evaporates and things change very quickly there. So waiting for the Amazon fill, pretty slow. You know what? Now that it's kind of taking its time at the 50, let me just take some off here, and then same plan going for the rest of the fill. I changed my mind. I'm going for everything at 95 there. If I can get that print, great. We'll see what happens. BBAI curling up just a bit. So definitely holding that level. Man, this one is interesting. This is interesting.
This is scary.
No, not even, man.
I'm short.
Oh,
That's
short.
why, yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'll go involved. I mean, I don't know.
Trouble.
I don't know. Anything's possible. But why is it doing this? If the short was good, guys, it would have done something like this. And let me just draw it out. And I'm just going to kind of say what I think a good short looks like. It would pop, do the volume, drop instantly, get the bounce, sideways, and keep going, right? Like, that's a good short. That's like a really good short. This, hold, make a low, pop. Make a low, hold, pop. It tries to make a, pop. And then what I want to see is like a curl up. And then if we get to like that 380 level and break to the upside, oh boy, 4 we jailbreak to the upside. So I really, really like that idea. That's essentially why I'm long. I don't know what's going to happen there. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, guys, just keep in mind, 4 million float. This thing's done tons of volume. Algos are on it. Lots of people are trading it. Call it the hot chick of the day. It can do anything. It can clear up both sides. I mean, look, guys, it went here and then it reversed. Now it's back here. Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? I don't know. I just feel like I have a good average on it. So yeah, we're going to see where that one wants to go. I am long Tesla as well. I'm going for VWAP. This is like a super small size. I just feel like I can easily get 119.80s. So it's like a super small scalp, just kind of I'm not really too worried about it. If I get the fill, great. If I don't, I probably don't lose too much anyways. So yeah, kind of nursing these positions. Surprised also that I didn't get stopped on BBBY. 410 is the level. If we break 410, I'm out of that trade. I'm 420. Yeah, Pratt saying, what are you talking about, man? 420, obviously. You know what? You're probably not wrong. 420 is like giving it space. I see you there. But if we're going to get into that, then, where's 469? Maybe that could be the high of day. If algos are watching this, do your job. I would love to see a 5 test, man. 5 tests, then I really, really get excited. So yeah, I'm willing to lose on what I have left here if this wants to go to 5. Don't make me lose and then go back down without me. Then I'll just be pissed about that. This was a solid scalp, kind of scalping, taking it off. It's now it's okay, great. If we go to 350, I'm happy. But if we stop me out and go to 5, to be honest, I'll be more happy because that's a better opportunity. And I think a lot of you guys will be happier too because, yeah, then more opportunities. So we will see. We shall see what happens next here. Waiting for that meta top fill at 135, 85 area. We'll see if I get that fill. And, yeah, we'll go from there. Jason Luce saying, let's start a petition. Trader TV should start paying bears and bulls. That is way above my pay grade, so you guys do whatever you want to do. The only thing I'm basically looking forward to going into the end of the week is this bad boy right here.
Oh my goodness.
This is
That's happening tomorrow. So did you guys decide on the time? Is it still going to be 5 minutes? At the close, okay. So 3:55, guys. Don't forget that. There's gonna be a lot of sweating. There may be buckets involved and vomit and who knows what else is gonna be involved. But yeah, it's gonna get dicey in here. There's 4 participants: Shawn, Neil, Fahad, and Randy. Randy is gonna get in on that act. All right, we got. Yeah, we're still holding in our position. So averaged into this one a couple of times on BBAI. We'll see what this one does. My out's the $0.25 break. So 326, I'm out of that one. We'll see what this one does. MMV, same thing, looking short, but again, consolidating a little bit, but looking for that 350 test, maybe down into that 345 area. We'll continue to watch that, but all the movement right now is happening on Meta as it continues to print high of days, 135.63. We're 53 at the moment, holding the 7 period on the 1 minute chart. This one really broke support quite aggressively. Resistance quite aggressively. That 134.45, 134.40 or whatever, in and around that area. That was the top. Look how many times we made that top there in the pre-market and then twice after the bell, and then we broke it decisively. So this one relatively strong. What else do we have moving here? Do we have any other big cappers? No, big cappers are kind of asleep. They're all asleep except Meta. The market's not doing much either. Kind of staying below that 4,000 in a range now between 4,000 to the high side and I want to say 80 to the low side. So about a 20-point range that we've been in since about 10:15. So the last hour and a quarter or so. But we do have we had quite a nice range. Almost, yeah, okay. So we have like a 70-point range on today's market. 421 to the high side, 39.54 to the low side. So I'll watch that and see what happens. By the way, that's just a dark pool print on my meta chart, guys. That's not an actual move back down to 133.20. Yeah, that's basically all I'm in. Let's see what the chat is up to. Anu View, come on, people. 5K likes that. Sharif Gobril eats the chip too. Let's go. That's not gonna happen. We can get 10,000 likes. I'm not eating that chip. I don't think Luca will either.
No.
No
Guys,
way, man.
Literally,
I don't need that.
Neil, you didn't even hear what I said yesterday. You could literally pay me 100K. I would not eat the chip. You guys could do a GoFundMe, 100K. It's going nowhere because I'm not doing that chip. I will do it for $1 million. You heard it here. You guys raise $1 million, tax-free. Send that to me, baby. I will eat the chip, no problem, hands down. That's my number. You're gonna now. Here's the thing. You guys might say, "Oh, what about 900K?" Absolutely not. I will not do it for anything under $1 million. So if you're watching this and you want me to eat that chip, I'll do it live. $1 million Canadian, no problem. You know, keep it cheaper if you guys are in the U.S. And we go from there. But we are going to go to Big B at the big desk for European close.
Hey guys, yeah, wrapping up a positive session for European markets for Thursday. Hey, Europe was positive, even though the U.S. is going exactly sideways. After we test higher, we test lower, and now we're right back in the middle for North America. Here's how things are shaping up as we wait for a few final prints here. Stock 600, 0.07 to the upside. Germany's DAX 0.9, 1.1 full, 1.1% it looks like for England here, 1.06 with the final prints coming through. 0.85, 0.9 there for France, 0.84 for Italy. So nicely positive top to bottom. That's a stock 600 at the bottom there, 0.75. So a nice look for Europe, guys, on a Thursday.
And it's back to me because I'm taking over the midday show for at least a couple of minutes here because when I hear BS, I'm going to call it out, quite frankly. And the best thing about Lucas saying, oh, for $100,000, I wouldn't do the chip is there was a discussion on our trading floor because sometimes ridiculous nonsense happens. And someone had mentioned it was random. It was like cleaning up. Would you clean up an elevator of puke? And then what would your dollar amount be? And there was a trader on the floor who tried to claim that they wouldn't do it for like $10,000. They'd be like, I need 100 grand, dude. I'm like, you're so full of it. If we had the cash in front of you, you do it. So Luca, I respect what you're trying to say, but in trading, price matters, right? That's the reality. Price matters. So acting like you wouldn't do it for 100 grand, that's just being dishonest. And I got to call you out for it. You know the number's lower than that.
I'm
you
sticking
know
to my
the
guns.
numbers. I'm just keeping it real. It's a chip. You feel pain
is-
for 15 minutes. It's not $100,000, bro. Trust me. There's no chance.
Luca,
that's all I
gotta
wanted
be
to say.
like
I had to call it out.
$1,000.
Meta high of the
give
day,
you
by
a
the way.
stack right now.
Let that
You
one
say
ride.
no to that?
I say no.
A stack.
I say no. This thing
That's
looks
like 5-10 minutes of hurt for a stack.
This
Why
thing
not?
looks like it's gonna kill me.
Proudly says he'd
This
do it
thing
for
looks
5K.
like death, guys. Nope, that's my number. I'm sticking to it. Absolutely not. Nothing lower than that. Call it what you want, man. Call it what you want. I don't care. That's my number. That's my number. Amazon curling now back through the 50 period to the upside. Just a heads up there. Hoping that I can get that 95 fill. Still sitting there waiting. BBAI is actually looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Little bit of a pop. Little consolidation. Now do we get that next leg up or do we fail again? I do hope that we go back to the upside. Stay strong, Luca. No sense in doing it at all, Bob. I kind of agree with you, Bob. That's sort of what I'm feeling. Just a heads up, guys, as well. I am short now AMD through the pop of 69. I am willing to average into this one. It's not when I say, like, look at large caps, follow the trend after 11. For myself, it's not really, it's still down. So I like this one more. So I'm gonna continue to kind of like scalp my way in and add. I do imagine there's like stops here. Okay. Did I miss that top fill? Hopefully I get another one here. I'm kind of shorting into the idea that it could go to 69.40 maybe, but I just don't think that it does. And then again, if this does come back through 69, I am bidding below 69 to get that fill out for the scalp trade. So we'll see what happens there. I'm seeing tons of funny comments in the chat, man. I need to take a second to read all these because you guys make me laugh time and time again. So I'm just like, oh man, I hopefully don't miss any of these things. But yeah, Sharif, I don't know if you have any trades going right now.
Yeah, I'm
You're
still
short this?
in the short, on
I love how we're
BBAI.
opposite.
I know, it happens, man. I'm looking for the flat bottom breakdown after this, I want to say 275 area. It's broken through that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Same thing with MMV, looking for that continuation southward. Don't believe in any of these moves. But yeah, again, we'll see about that. What's going on with BBVI? There we go. Now I'm looking to scalp here on BBVI. I was supposed to take out a little bit at that 90 level, was I not? I'm pretty sure I had a little bit set up there. So we'll go ahead. Oh no, I added to that position. Fat finger mistake, but at least profitable for the moment. We'll see what happens there. Okay, so where am I at with these big tech stocks? Sorry, I just kind of got a little bit flustered there. Where am I at with these big tech stocks? Still watching Meta. Meta bouncing off that 135.87, coming down the 40s now. I think we may have at least topped a little bit on Meta for the moment because the market's not doing anything. So it's definitely not being buoyed by the market. The market's flat within a range. We talked about that. And Meta's been the secular movement. So we'll leave big tech alone until we see some sort of breakout here. But now let's have a look at this BBAI. I've got a profit taker set up here at that 291. If it makes it down, great. If it doesn't, we'll get stopped out through the break of the high. What's that?
I'm just saying, come on. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
What's the high on Meta? 87s?
135.87.
And look at this, guys. I usually never share like where my orders are sitting like this, but I'm literally at 89s. Why did I choose 89? I don't know. It just kind of made sense. One of those days, man. One of those days. It's all good. I am removing that order because that, now that if I get the fill, we're obviously, that was a good trade. I missed it by 2 cents. What's the saying that I said before? It's like I am 1 cent away from greatness and 2 cents away from destruction. That's day trading basically summed up there. Somebody saying MMV is looking like it wants to try to go. I mean, this dip and hold of 360 is pretty good. I think I have the right idea with the stop and play there. If it goes back up, great. I don't know if you're short MMV. Yeah, it's nice to see you're short, I'm long. May the best man win here. AMD is now actually going back in my favor to the downside. I did get that secondary fill. I think it was at 19s. So basically flat on the position right now, going for the below 69 flush. I mean, we're above, we go back below, stops trigger, we could flush back to 68.80 there. We'll see what happens. We'll continue to scalp for sure, guys. Scalp Demon, you know the rules. If you are tuning in for the first time, hopefully you're enjoying the show. We are day traders over here, just basically different styles, scalping in and out. Everybody's got their own kind of style. Everybody's got what works for them. I might not make sense to you guys, but I know that I make dollars. So that's basically all that matters. And shout out to Michael in the chat there, but you ain't got no sense and then sense. Yeah, no, just kidding, exactly. It's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun. So these positions are all looking good. The only thing out of the money for me right now is MMV, which is light on the position anyway, so not really too worried. And now just kind of waiting for that flush. AMD looking pretty good, so just going to be patient with it and see what happens next. It's kind of funny, man. You guys in the chat, some people are like, yeah, Luca, like your stomach will thank you. And that's the thing. That's the thing. I just don't want to go through that pain. So, my number is high, guys. My number is very high. Sticking to that number. I mean, look, if a GoFundMe approaches me or kind of shows up and says like, yeah, Luca, here's $1 million to eat the chip, then I'll have to do it, and I to be honest, won't be too thrilled. But I will take it, man. I will take it. I'm a man of my word. So that is my word there, and we see what happens next.
John Triss in the chat saying ARC reducing Tesla holding huge news. I asked. I messaged you back asking for the source because that's very interesting. I'm not getting it on my news blotter here for Tesla that they're that ARC is looking to reduce. I probably would have came on my Tesla. I don't think maybe on the ARC. Anyway, we'll see. So just message me there at me and tell me what your source is so I can have a look. And then, yeah, that'll be very interesting because Kathy Woods has been a huge proponent of Elon Musk and Tesla in general and some of these other technology-related stocks. And we know how that has fared over the last little while. Okay, I'm still basically doing the exact same thing. I'm holding these two positions. Nothing's changed on them. What I am looking at, though, is this AMV. AMV was a play yesterday that we saw. It was up big. I don't know what percentage it was up, but it was up pretty big. Let's have a look at the daily chart on AMV because I want to see if we're near any levels because this one is interesting. It's kind of below view up and setting up for an interesting little possible breakdown here. So what does a 15-minute chart show us? Come on. Okay, so interesting. We're actually near yesterday's Yeah, okay, so there was an interesting level of resistance yesterday, resistance. I want to say at that $8 level. We broke down below it then. You had later momentum come in like at 3 o'clock onwards and brought it higher. And this one actually went higher in the aftermarket as well, making it an 11.25 top. But that $8 level is pretty interesting on AMV. I wonder if it holds it today and then maybe curls back near high of days. I'm not going to take any trades on it at the moment, but that $8 level on AMV is actually quite interesting. What did I just get here? I see only buys for ARC on Tesla. Okay, so not sure what that source is. Again, Brendo coming back with saying that TSLA, I see only buyers on ARC for Tesla. So yeah, he had a look at kathysarc.com and it just shows buy. So again, just at me there in the chat and tell me what your source is. Wow, Meta continuing to make high of day. 136.05 is now Meta. The secular move is on, guys. We are seeing a bit of a bump on the market. I mean, we're at 39.94 and 95 now, but we're still below 4,000, and we haven't really broken that 4,003 top since basically the bell. So yeah, we'll have to break through that 4,005, 4,006 top, I guess, for the trend to be different. But Meta on its own trend today, Luca.
Yeah, Meta looking pretty good there. I'm averaging into this AMD as per the plan. I think, up, spend a little time here, back down. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So my average is hopefully gets better. But right now, rolling with 18, seeing what's going to happen next. Yeah, I did add a little bit more there. Guys, I did get the Tesla fill and Amazon fills. Amazon finally breaking 95 to the upside. Probably not the right idea because now we maybe go through VWAP and go to the upside. So I do want to have some longs on board besides small caps because not correlated to the markets. But yeah, whatever. Taking that fill on Amazon, that's the final out for me. Great trade on that one. Pretty happy, pretty satisfied. Tesla got out in front of VWAP on the full position and, was decently light on it. So not really, too important. But yeah, pretty good move now back up to the upside. I kind of like 121 for a short. And I just want to see like a super move into 121, then for a fade back down. So I am going to short that at 121 if we get there. And stop will be discretionary, but basically get to 121, break 121, go a little bit sideways, turn back down. If I can get 50 cents out of that, I'll get 50 cents. That'll be awesome. Yeah, and the AMD just watching this one, hopefully. Okay, no, now we're flushing back down. That is unfortunate. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just have my bids out then because I was kind of hoping this would go higher, then give the flush so I can have a little bit more size on it, but gonna have to roll with what I got. So yeah, we'll see what happens next there. And just to revisit this one, still working for me, so not too bad. What's going on, Lone? Doing well. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Doing well, staying profitable. He says, what's up, Sharif, as well. I don't know if you see that.
Which one?
Lone saying what's up to both of us.
What's up, man?
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, yeah, he always says what's up in the chat.
Yeah,
Appreciate
exactly.
you, brother. Yeah.
Also, another heads up, just very quickly. AMC 5, interesting. Didn't break 5 yesterday. I don't think it did. Okay, did in the after hours, but did an intraday break 5. And then obviously this morning, above 5. Market opens. We're kind of doing a bunch of volume. Fade back below 5 now, just very, very muted. I don't want to short this yet, but this is kind of on my radar for if we can get to like 550 or high a day. I sort of love that sort of go to high a day, do a bunch of volume, run to like 556 area, then I'll consider the short. So that's something I'll look at if we actually get there. But yeah, for the time being, gonna nurse a few of these positions, see if I can, scalp my way out of them, and then find some more things there. YOLO and FOMO, thank you again for that super chat. Luca, SS, Apple, VWAP, Microsoft, L50, EMA, both 1 minute chart. Let's have a quick look at that to see what you mean by there. Apple, I think you mean short sell, Apple, VWAP. Oh, that's actually a pretty good look. I mean, it rejected it pretty cleanly. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to try that. I'll try that. I do like that because it did reject the first time. I was trying to find a way into Apple. If we break 133 to the upside, I'll revisit this one. But it's like, if it's going to be good, we should not. We should just go back down. So I do see you on that one. And Microsoft, let's pull this up very quickly as well. On the 50 period, I kind of want to stay away from Microsoft today. I sort of told myself that. It's these kind of wicks are ruining the way that it actually looks. But Microsoft is more of like a VWAP. I feel like more of like a VWAP. And not even VWAP. Like if we can get back down to this level, like 234, like that's pretty solid. I feel like at the 240, you probably have like some type of resistance. Maybe it runs there. But I do think it's going to like float there if we go there. It's not going to really go. So I'm gonna stay away from that one. But if for whatever reason we like dip into 234, which is it's so far away, I love that, man. I love that long. That looks really good. You know, 1, 2, 3 times the charm. If we get back there, I'll try it again. Feels really good. So we'll see what happens on that one.
So Renata Haddad saying she's long NEO 1130. So let's have a look. This is the hourly chart at the moment. So she's in right around these levels. We're 1145 right now. High of day today 1155. High of day yesterday was at 1172. So we're definitely in like what I would say either. Okay, let's have a look at the daily chart before I make any proclamations here and sound silly. Okay, so obviously in a long-term bear trend, that's very obvious, but that bottom very clear at $9, rejected several times off that level, made a new high here back in early December of, I want to say 1430. So obviously, you know, maybe long-term bear, secondary trend, maybe a little bit bullish off these highs, off these lows, excuse me, at 9 now into 1155. So possible swing trade into that 14 level, definitely, if you're going to make new highs, and then possibly encountering resistance around that level. That's how I see it. Now let's look at the 15 to see what we can glean from an intraday perspective here. All right, so it looks like yesterday's close was right above that 1150. 1151, I think, was yesterday's close. And then where did we make lows this morning? 1112 low, bouncing off that. Is that any significant level there? No, not really. Yeah, you know, kind of a hard one to tell. This one's obviously been bouncing lately on the news that Chinese government is kind of getting off the back of some of their companies and, you know, letting them breathe a little bit. And you saw that with, you know, Ant being allowed to, Baba, you know, being allowed to carry more money on its balance sheet, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I see a retracement. Look, if we get back to today's highs, I would take my profits and run. If you want to maybe get out a half and then hold more for high of daybreak at 1167, maybe 1170, sure, good on you. But short secondary trend, I would say, is a retracement, but long-term bear, definitely. So that's what I see on NEO. Let's look at some of these trades that we have on. We got to manage these trades. All right, let's get the side chart off here and see what is up with some of the trade. Meta coming down, by the way, off the highs. Now 135.43. High of days 136.16. That's to be expected. I mean, very aggressive moves are going to have a retracement. So that's what Meta is up to. BBAI still kind of holding above that 3 and above VWAP. So it looks bullish, at least for the moment. Not looking that good for me. And MMV continuing to move sideways. And they're really not doing a whole lot. So I'm looking for that breakdown. It's below VWAP, so we'll see what this one does. Up 41.5%. Luca.
Yeah, guys, so I did short Oxy. Oh, man, now I'm looking, it's back down. I kind of short it with the intention, like, someone's like, oh, look at Oxy, and I sort of looked at it, and I was like, I think short right away. Like, that was my kind of impulsive gut instinct, so I short it. But then we're moving up. I was like, okay, that's not working for me. I'm just going to get out right away. So small loser on that one, no big deal. AMD, it did sort of look like it was going to flush there. So I tried to short again. We did flush. I missed the fill, but now we're sort of back up anyways. Not really too worried about this position. Eventually, we do get to 169, I think. But, you know, I was looking for 91s, kind of like for the flush down, but now we're sort of back up. So going to nurse that one, no problem. Willing to continue to add to that one. Somebody was asking, Luca, what happened to Meta short? So I was actually looking for I don't know if you just missed what I said there. I was looking for 89s, and it went to 87s and reversed. So as soon as it does that, as a scalper, I just removed my order because I wanted to provide the liquidity the first time, and then things change. As we go back down, like I would have already covered the flush, right, for the little bit of a move there. Like back through 50s, you know, take my 30, 40 cents, you know, add the liquidity to provide back, and then now we go to high day. So I did miss the over-under 136, so I did miss that for the flush. This was actually a nice flush to the downside, but not a big deal because I got it on Apple. So I got it on Apple, scalping out in front of the 50 period, still holding some of the Apple move. I think, you know, I would hope that this can get to 132.32 area. But again, if we go back up now, like it's very choppy, right? It's like, so I'll just kind of take my win, move on. That's what works really well for me. So yeah, still in some Apple there, holding for the break of the 50 into the low of day. So 132.30 would be great. We'll see what happens. Somebody also asking, Luca, can you look at ASTS, I think it was, ASTS on the NASDAQ. This is, yeah, no, this I have no thoughts on this. As a day trader, it's just not really doing anything. There's no volume there. Yeah, maybe resistance comes in at 6. That's my only thoughts. But yeah, volume very, very low. I stay away from things like that. The volume is just way, way too low there. Still in BBY. And yeah, Amazon cleared, Oxy lost. Nursing these, waiting for AMD to do something here. It looked really good. Now it's kind of back to the upper echelon here. So you know what? Let me just like take some more short here and then kind of average into it. Joker saying CVNA. Let's have a look. CVNA. Carvana. Oh, is that 6? Oh, it broke 6 today.
Again?
And reversed.
This one's been moving.
Huh.
This is like a meme stock now, man.
Yeah, man. I don't even know what to think on this one.
Like,
let's see if like
there's
high
a
day wants to
catalyst.
test.
First and foremost, I don't think there is. I mean, Carmax got downgraded yesterday. Is there anything on Vana today? No, there isn't, Luca. Not that I know. I'll ask Brendo if he can look, but nothing coming on my blotter at the moment.
I'm gonna leave this. I liked the 580 yesterday. Now it's kind of, it went up, it went down. This is like the move that I would have liked to see. I almost want this to go above 6 and then show me something, but I might stay away from it. But yeah, good luck if you guys are in that or watching that. I'm just kind of nursing what I got. Thank you so much for the super chat again, YOLO and FOMO. Long SPY off VWAP, 200 EMA on the 1 minute stop loss.
Nothing new, by the way.
394.50, take private 396. Yeah, man, trade your own book. You know, if it makes sense to you, it makes sense. I like the 390 level on SPY, which it didn't really get there today, but kind of giving you that sort of bottoming area. Like CPI, we flushed and then went back up. Then we dipped down holding 392.50 and then back up. So somebody said it best. They were saying, you know, pretty choppy action for CPI. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. You know, every CPI has usually been like up or down or kind of moving around, crazy moves.
Tesla pop, Luca.
Huh?
Tesla pop, in case you're interested.
Yeah,
nice little
Tesla.
Pop there, moving
Yeah,
up.
I can look back at that. Tesla. I had. Yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. For now, just kind of looking at AMD and going to manage this one.
All right. This is kind of annoying. How many times is this going to happen? We put our order here at 291 to take profit on BBAI. It comes down to 291, I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check here on my other chart. 291. Of course, it doesn't cross 291, so we don't get filled. So frustrating. Fill me at that price. Okay. So we'll wait for any lower lows on that one. It did make a lower low, mind you, but retracing right back to that 3. So that buyers and sellers having a nice little fight here at the whole dollar level, as to be expected. And it also happens to be quite near VWAP, so you got that confluence going. So BBAI still in the short. This one, MMV, moving sideways, not really kind of breaking through that 50 period. It's kind of rejected that 50 period a number of times, going back to around 11:30 or so. So for the last half an hour, I'm looking for that breakdown again. I don't want to bore you with my levels, but my level is 355. So about 15 pennies from where we're trading at now for profit taking. Meta retraced a little bit. Here is the chart on that. This is the 3-minute chart. Let me just move this up. Here's the 3-minute chart. And this one essentially, yeah, there you get that aggressive retracement off that high of 136.16, moving down to that 135.30, and then we're retracing now back up. You got to assume, obviously, that there's retracements in every trend, right? Whether you're looking at the long-term trend, 3 months to 3 years, intermediate trend, 3 weeks to 3 months, or short-term intraday trend, it's fractal in nature, guys, meaning that it applies whether you're looking at the long-term, medium-term, or short-term. It's fractal, and so you're going to have retracements, and that's what I think this is. Let's see if we can break high of days. Mind you, we still haven't broken them, so what I'm saying is still based upon that, 136.16 to the high side on Meta Secular, and the market still sideways, absolutely sideways at the moment, holding that range that we talked about, that 20-point range between 39.80 and 4,000 for the better part of the last 2 hours or so. So, yes, the better part of the last 1 hour. Sorry, 1 hour. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let's have a look back at these small caps. Are these small caps doing anything? BBAI, no, still flirting with that $3 level. Longs and shorts still having a go at one another at that level. You know, Luca and I are on the opposite sides of this trade, likewise with MMV. So nothing to talk about. Let's see what the chat is up to. STLA, someone says, okay, let me have a look at STLA. I don't even know, I'm not even familiar with that. Before I get to STLA, AMV is breaking down now. We're talking about this one being a continuation from yesterday to the opposite side, though. It was a move up yesterday. Now we're looking at a short. It's down 25%. This one broke below VWAP, consolidated sideways, and was making a series of lower highs, not necessarily lower lows, and that's why we take the flat bottom breakdown. So that $8.79, $7.90 level, interesting. Now we're getting prints in the mid-50s. So a nice 40-penny winner for anybody who took that. Now let's look at STLA real quick. What's this? Hey? It's Stellantis. Okay, I don't even know what that is. So I'll have to look at on my blotter here so that I don't sound completely amateurish. Wow, CVNA is flying, by the way, guys. Days high, 617 on Vana. This one's continuing to print. Just wanted to mention that real quick. Stellantis, Shawn says. Let's have a look at what this is. Hurry up, dude. It's a New York stock. Stellantis, NV, formerly Fiat Chrysler Automobiles. Oh, obviously, I know Fiat Chrysler is an automaker and mobility provider based in the Netherlands. Okay, so this one's not showing up. Hurry up, dude. Let's have a look at this. I don't know if this is a sympathy play. I'm not seeing anything show up on my blotter.
Oh, BBY
it's only up 1.5%. So this one's really not doing a whole lot. What's up, Luca?
All right, things are getting spicy here. Guys, I am stopped out of BBBY. Wow.
Wow.
Is that real? All the way to 445 BBBY? You see that, Shawn? That was crazy. All the way into high a day. That is a volume spike and a half. Out of nowhere there. Okay, well, I am glad. Hey, Pratt, if you're watching this, 420, you're stopped out. 420. 410, I'm stopped out. So I saved myself 10 cents by listening to myself. And before 69, you are still in the trade here. And maybe that's the right idea if this thing does want to go back down. But yeah, kind of, that is spicy, but not as spicy as the Spicy Chip Challenge for the big boys that are going to eat this tomorrow. Okay, BBBY, this is okay. Okay. I am like, I don't even know what to say to that one. Okay, and CVNA going nuts. Yeah, it's got CVNA. I'm just watching this. This is like, that is a move,
it's flying,
man. That is
Luca.
a move.
Yeah, it's pulling back a little bit.
Every time this kind of goes nuts, I just think like, what is happening? Yeah, kind of interesting here. So just a heads up, guys. AMD is just kind of going to the upside. My kind of level that I know that I'm going to be like super wrong at is 60. I said 69.40. So if this doesn't start to curl down back now, I'm probably going to start thinking about, okay, where am I going to take the L? Because it is just floating to the upside, right? So looked okay. Not too bad right now, but yeah, if we go to 69.80s, if we just keep going up, which, the market's going up, AMD's going up, I think I'm just better off taking the L on this. You know what? Yeah, let me take like some off over here, and then I'll just add it back if we go back down. That's probably the better idea there.
660 is
so,
a
yeah,
level
70,
on Vana, Luca.
Yeah, 660?
660 is a clear level going back to, what is that? December 7th. We haven't been at that level. That was top wick on that day. We're 620 high today, so anybody looking to trade this, 660 is an interesting area of resistance. Let's send it to Big B at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. Still a ton of new viewers with us this afternoon. If you haven't done so already, take a sec, guys. All we ask is that you like the video and you also subscribe to the channel. We're here every day for you as long as the market is open for free. Here is what is happening right now. That's a green board once again to have a look at. S&P 500.2, 0.5% for the Dow. Once again today, it's the Russell 2000 doing the heavy lifting. 0.76 back to the upside. NASDAQ tech overall struggling. Back and forth we go. It's one of those days. Choppy. If you're with us in the pre-market, we brought you first off CPI live as it happened. We also talked Tesla, Coinbase, and Netflix, all with storylines today. There's Coin, 0.5%, looking a lot like the overall market right here, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, guys, things are getting spicy there. Thank you so much for that update on that one there. Guys, I'm looking, look through the chat here. Tilray is the next BBBY. I don't know, man. Do I think that?
I'm over wheat stocks, Luca.
Yeah, I don't generally think that. It's definitely barcode action on this one. So, yeah, no, this little pop is not the same. I do want to go back to BBBY. This could be like really, I feel like short right now. but I don't know. This is like scalp. This could be a long. This could be a banger long, but volume is dying. You know what? I'm going short here. I'm taking a short. If we go back down, I'm going to just scalp this. Let me see if I can get 16s on the bid here. Just fly back down. I do feel if this holds 410, that was the initial jailbreak level. I got a nasty fill there on the way out. 414. So that's like a 4-cent slip. That's pretty. That's how you know, man. With that kind of move, that's crazy. Look at that volume spike, like out of nowhere, guys. It's like this thing is doing like so little volume, and then boom, out of nowhere. So let's see where this short wants to go. I am not willing to add to this one. I am willing to watch it go down right away into like 415, and then I'm taking the win. So I'm sitting there waiting for the fill. Let's revisit back. Yeah, covered some of AMD, so I'm not too worried. If this goes to 69.81, I think I'm just going to be out of the rest of that trade. But yeah, took off some here because, you know, it's like I'm like adding and then just take it off. I will add it back if we break back below for the move back down. That's just kind of my idea of recycling. We're going to see what that wants to do. TSM, we can look back at that. TSM on New York is approaching 88. And I don't think it actually broke a. Oh, this could be a really good opportunity as well. Let me see this one. Thank you for that shout out over there. Yeah, okay, if we need to break, I'm going to offer 88.09, 88, you know, 18s. We'll see if we want to get that little like pop and drop action. That would be great. Someone said, Tristan, yeah, I feel you, man. BBAI is very annoying right now. I'm like not looking at it anymore. It's like I had the little bit of a win on it. Okay, great. And now I'm kind of waiting for the moon. So when is moon? Not too sure. You know, hopefully happen sometime soon. James saying Roku about to bounce. We could have a quick look at Roku before I pass it back to Sharif.
No.
No?
Just
Okay.
for a sec. I got to enter all my orders in again.
Yeah, no worries. So Roku, we can have a look here. It's actually some super chop action. I think I'm going to get burned on this, but let's try a small short here. That's what I feel. Actually, no. You know what? No. This is like the Oxy. It's like Oxy, I just kind of impulsively did something. It didn't. I was thinking, oh yeah, top of the range here. Maybe we go down. But somebody, I know whoever mentioned it is like Roku is about to bounce higher, and here I am like, yeah, let me just short this impulsively, kind of off the 48. But I do feel like, you know, we go down, we go back up, we are curling up. Maybe you got something there with a move back to the upside. There's going to be no trade for myself. I like to stick to things that are doing a little more volume. This one is kind of light. So yeah, I'm going to let that one go. I want to quickly look at GME as well because GME going into 20 could be a banger. It is closer to high a day if it does get there, but I do think that, you know, if we pop there, I almost want to say that it did it yesterday. Yeah, it did it yesterday into 20 and reversed. So if we get there again, could be a good short there. So yeah, just a heads up on GME. If we do get there, I do kind of like that mean reversion play. So we're going to see what happens. Yeah, AMD is sort of just floating, not really too sure here, but yeah, I guess stop is in, so not really too worried, I guess. But yeah, Sharif, what do you got going there?
Yeah, I know, same thing. Sorry, Luca. I just canceled all my orders, so I had to enter them all in again. Profit takers on some of these shorts. But I did get into this Vana long. I kind of paper-handed this trade accidentally, though. I tried to take out like 10% here. I ended up taking the entire thing. To hit, instead of 10%, I hit 100, and so it got taken out. Top wick for now, but I think Vana may have still a bit of a move up. I was hoping to ride a piece of it at least to that 660 that we talked about, that we saw going back into mid-December. Retracing a bit now. Probably looking back, I should have been eyeing this one here, looking for the first 1 minute candle to make a new high. That would have been this one. That would have been the 608 long rather than waiting for that 618 long. So it would have been 10 pennies earlier. That's how I play this. It's just like, you know, you have a red candle, a red candle, a red candle, then all of a sudden you have a new green candle to make a new high, and that's how I take the first retrace. Typically, I do that on the first and second pullbacks on these breakout trades. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it doesn't, as Luca likes to say. So we'll see how that goes. MMV coming back into VWAP at the moment. I wonder if it rejects off this level or not. Let's go ahead and add at this level here. And see if we can get the fill yet. So we do get that top wick there, at least for the moment. This one, does it have legs through? I mean, that $4 has been a level. It couldn't break through it going back to what time? To about 10:45. So the last hour and 25 minutes or so, it hasn't been around that level. And most notably, it is still below VWAP. So it's got to break and hold above it really for the trend to change on this one. BBAI, same thing, holding below VWAP, but most notably holding that $3 level. So I think, you know, your guess is as good as mine as where this one's going to go. I see it below VWAP and creating lower highs consistently, but that could really easily change because a newer high could come in at that 311, 312 area, and we're at 301. So, you know, for the moment, it's creating lower highs, not necessarily lower lows, but we'll see. conviction on these trades not as high as, you know, one would want, obviously. Looking at some of this market stuff, general market stuff, all right, we have now broken through the 4,000 level on the ES. Okay, we're taking it back, baby. Now we are technically up 0.3% on the ES March contract, up 12 points. All right, where do we get to last? The highest place we got to was at 1049, and that was 4,0350, 4,350. So
Oh yeah, there's a big
right now we're at 40225. Let's see if we can create a new high. High of day obviously was that was before the number when the market rallied up. That was about, was that before the number or after the number? No, that's, come on, dude. You got to read it as new Chicago time. When it says 8:03, it's 9:03. Wake up. So that was after the number, around 9:03, when we peaked up there at that 40.21.5. So that's a high of day. Do we get there? I mean, I predict that we have a green day. That's what I voted in the poll. But let's see what ends up actually happening, Luca.
Yeah, pretty nice there. And I know you were talking about, yes, market could potentially break up to the north side. So I am, I mean, you said you don't want to do it, so I'm doing it here.
Hey.
Pretty small size on this move. Maybe we can continue this move to the upside. If we just go back down right away, I'll just get out of it right away. So we're going to see what happens there. Just a heads up, MMV is now curling back above VWAP, so maybe wants to make that run towards 4 and start the move. Time will tell. I am short TSM now, getting those fills into the 88 break to the upside, and you know, I want to just kind of look for that move back through 88s to the downside. That would be great. So we'll see if 88s wants to print for the first out, and then second out would be below that. And yeah, BBBY. Oh man, this is. So first I get stopped out, then I short. I cover, I go, no, it's not going down. Let me flip long, and then it finally goes down, and I lose on that trade. So, yeah, BBBY, you got me this time. All good. Still up on the name. Still doing well on the day. But, yeah, taking L's along the way. I covered that AMD trade. That was just, I mean, like, we ran to 70, you know? So 70 is now this new level, curling to 70. You got me, AMD. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I think there's a chance that I make my money back if we do some volume around 70. I'm just going to wait to see, does this want to, like, pop? I'll try the same. Yeah, it's at 70. It is at 70, exactly. So, yeah, that's 69 level, averaging into it. Not the right idea, taking the L. Moving on, looking for the next one. Bruce saying, Amazon blasts another high of day. No way, man. Amazon? Really? Oh, no, not high of day. Oh, you're just saying, like, can this blast a high of day maybe? Yeah, I mean, through 95, I just feel like, you know, it kind of failed, rejected 96, and it easily could just kind of stay in the middle there. So yeah, that one I'm just gonna kind of put on ice for the time being. TSM, I don't want to get stuck in this kind of same thing. You know, AMD chip, I lost. TSM, I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna lose again on this one. So yeah, I'm not too much out of the money, but I feel like
new high on the market, baby.
Yeah, I feel like, you know what, I'm just gonna cover this one right now.
New
I'm gonna take the
highs.
L there, small L until it turns out, you know, not gonna turn it into a big L. And yeah, the kind of market long that I have here is working, so at least long something. Maybe this one wants to go, you know, 50 cents. I'll go for 50 cents on that and see what happens next.
Yeah, I'm just excited because Meta is going up. That's all, Luca. I'm not in any trades that are doing well at the moment. They're all going against me, all of them. They all hate me. BBAI going against me. MMV going against me. So I'm finding my saving grace in this this Meta swing that I've taken. Anyway. So, yeah, Meta, by the way, printing high of days now, 136.31. It's right back up there as the ES breaks through that 403.5 we talked about now, 405.50, printing new recent highs. Again, 40.21.50 is the high of day made earlier. After that, what's it called? The release. Okay, Vana, moving. This one, wow, what can you say about Vana now? Up 17%. How many times have we seen this one run the last few days? Again, 660 is the level on this one that I see for possible resistance, but we'll have to get through that half dollar level first. Right now, tapping out a little bit at 642, but buyers still stepping in. I'm seeing a lot of orange come in, a lot of orange and green coming in on my time and sales. So that is always good because that means at the bid or above the bid, especially if you're long. 136.41 now high of day on Meta continues to make new highs of day. These trades, MMV. Looking for that rejection of VWAP, but You know, it's slowing down. This one is the one that concerns me the most, BBAI, because this one's making new highs, and now we're going to get aggressive with this one. This one looks a little scary to me. I've got my out. It's set. Whatever happens, happens on this one, but it doesn't look like it's going to go my way. It looks like it's holding view up for the moment. Luca, you're in that.
Yeah, there's some size I see at 315s. You know, it's not crazy amount, but it's just kind of that overhead resistance. I do think if we clear that, yeah, maybe we actually start to go. So took a little piece off in front of that just in case. Still holding for the dream move through the high of day. I would love for this to just kind of go to 350, go to 370, make a high of day, run to 4. Yeah, how long do I have to wait? People ask, you know, Luca, how long do your trades take? Well, this one from 10:30 to still in it. So yeah, pretty long. Yeah. Thank you for the heads up on whoever called Silvergate saying going to the upside. I am taking that mean reversion back to 13, hopefully breaking 13, coming through, and I am bidding towards where the high day was. I just feel like that test first before the rip. So pretty happy with that one. The market is working for me, and I mean, you know what? Why not? Like, just take some off over here. I did it. I think I was offering 50s. Where was the high on that? Oh, it was 26s. Okay, yeah, no, maybe I should do quarters on the marketplace. Maybe, yeah, okay. Let's see if this thing wants to keep going to the upside. I'll just get paid. I'll just kind of take it there. Yeah, SI is pretty good. So you know what? Instead of waiting there, let me just take some off here as well. Doing this in real time, guys, pretty fun. And yeah, does this want to break now 13s? Probably. So let's see, and just put my bids out over there as well. Yeah, that was a nice one on that one there. Yeah, so MMV still long. BB, okay, so we actually cleared, and this is the best, man. When you see size like that, back down. Okay.
Let's see, does it hold here? This is what I was looking for. Come on, 291, man. Print, man.
If we hold, we hold.
Print.
I mean, if we hold, we hold.
291.
This is why, like, I'm happy. Yeah, you're sure, right?
Yeah. Look, every time. That's twice now. Look at that. There's clearly a buyer at 291. I mean, I didn't even choose that level for any significance, guys. I chose it like randomly. 291. I'll take 291. There's clearly a buyer around there that is like got it out for me. So it's a little frustrating. We bounced right back to 3 though. But you know, this one it seems like it seems really volatile. Anyway, the algo is definitely having a time with this one. I'm gonna keep my order the exact same way. I want this 291 break. It's become like a challenge to me now. Like, this 291 will break. No, I'm kidding. Of course, never do that. The market will make you look foolish. Obviously, I'm just not going to change anything. It flushed back down. Vana, retracing now, breaking through that 7-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. It hadn't done that previously. So do we have a mean reversion trade? I know you like these, so you may be interested in Vana here. I don't know how this one works out for you. That's your style of trading, but looks like we're making a bit of a move down. Let's see what the 3-minute chart looks like. Less noise on there. Let's zoom in. Yeah, so the 7-period is at 620 on this one. So we could be going for a 5-minute retracement and a new bull flag on the 5-minute chart. I'm not quite ready to call the top on this one just yet, and especially with how strong it's been. Where's VWAP on this one? It's at around 570. So yeah, okay. So like about 60 pennies from where we're currently at now. Let's go back to the 1-minute there. All right, what did we get here on BBAI? Nothing. We're up right back to 3. This is such a frustrating stock. How about MMV still holding right at below VWAP, so below the average in price? We'll wait on that one. The volume on this one's really dropped off, though, the last little while, guys. Even though this one's done almost 19 million shares on the day, you can see now that really the range has tightened up. The spread is up
AMD,
2 pennies. What's AMD's moving,
guys, AMD, this was not, I did not think this was happening, Shawn. AMD 7050.
All the chips
guys.
Moving.
Look how bad this short was. The first one was good. All the chips. The second one was bad, guys. And I covered, and Prad's in the back, AMD. Yeah, not for me, though, because I was short here. And this is just like, I'm taking the L, but whatever.
Wow,
and yeah, no, it is going up, guys. I mean, up, like, clearly, you know, like, moving to the upside.
Bullard speaking.
Yeah, it makes sense there.
That's probably why. Okay.
Market is pushing 2. I'm going to take some more out over here. I'm just kind of scaling out of this. My best out, hopefully, will be 398. That's basically the plan. I was going for, like, 50 cents a dollar. So, yeah, looking pretty good. Guys, this BBAI, as an example.
I hate it.
Hate it or love it. This is a good example for everybody.
On top.
you know, this is the level. 260 is my level. That's my stop. I scale some out. It breaks the level. You know, I want to see it go up. Like as a trader, I'm long. I want to see it break the level, keep going to the upside, go 354 and break the high a day. Like that's what I want to see. But these are the games of like break the level, pop, do a bunch of volume, drop, but not dead. But keyword, not dead. Because coming to the downside, lots of soaking, lots of buying over here and now here. So it's like, why is that soaking taking place? Why are these hidden buyers there? What are they doing? What is the game plan? If algo involved, I mean, the real stop, again, 260. So I'm sticking to my guns, still in the position, took some out over there, took out nothing more. I mean, that's a great scalp trade if you had that. But I do still think, like, holding, interesting. Interesting that it's holding. So do we still continue to have the potential to curl to the upside? Maybe. I do want to hold on for that because that is a part of the strategy. So we will see what happens next. John, thank you so much for the super chat. Hopefully you're having a great day. VRM, the next 100x big squeezer. Well, yeah, okay. Okay, let's have a look. VRM,
yeah,
100. I mean, you tell me 100x. I got to have a look at this one. I mean, what am I supposed to say?
Why does it look like a buyout?
It's I mean 100x and it looks like it's barcoding. Yeah. I just think like, do I have to scan the barcode to then make the 100x?
That's a barcode.
I'm not really too sure there.
The dollar store there.
Yeah, maybe you're just kind of going based off like some fundamentals or whatever. I have no idea what this company is. Oh, this was all. This was
look? What is it
big.
called? VRM.
Yeah, VRM. Right, you could have a look there.
Sure.
VRM stock.
I'll look.
Let's
All
see
right, what is it? Luca, Vroom is an end-to-end e-commerce platform that offers a way to buy and sell used vehicles. So maybe a sympathy of Vana, I don't know. They haven't done well. CarMax got downgraded. They're shutting down their, like, what are they called? The vending machines, the car vending machines. They're shutting them down. And like I heard they sold a bunch of cars at a loss because they bought a lot of inventory when the used car prices were high. They had to liquidate those. So it's a bit of a mess over there, to be honest with you. And have you seen some of these interest rates on some of these new cars? Like they're 8, 9%. I mean, it's a lot of people, that's going to deter a lot of people. They're going to look at that. They're going to be like, that's a ripoff. And by the way, don't forget, cars over $100,000 now in Canada, luxury tax. So that industry will be hit pretty hard. Don't get me started on that.
That is
if
so
all
dumb.
the way the government puts their hand in your pocket, you know, putting their hand in your pocket when you're trying to reward yourself for some success is one of the worst. Anyway, just my 2 cents, Luca. I wanted to mention quickly, Luca was talking about AMD. I want to let you know that basically this is my chips, the chips watch. Basically, it's my watch list, but vis-a-vis chart. Look at this. A move on all of them. Probably likely as a result of what Bullard said. He was speaking about, I don't know, 16, 17 minutes ago. Look at these, all breaking out through tops. NVIDIA near high of day, 163.10. AMD near high of day, 70.65. TSM at high of day, 88.48. Micron near high of day. Is it near high of day? No, Micron's a little bit off. Micron's a bit the laggard there. Intel even almost at high of day at 30.14, and same with AMAT, 110.83. Applied materials, Luca. So very nice little move there for the chips. They've been beaten up, but I don't know. Could we see a bit of a resurgence back in the chip sector here? Okay, let's have a look at what the chart is saying. Tilray ripping. People are saying, okay, let's have a look at this Tilray because it's being talked about a lot. Let's have a look here. Come on, computer. Don't make me wait. I don't like waiting. All right, let's bring down Tilray here from the chart. Let's go. There we go. All right, here. Tilray, I mean, it looks like it's absolutely barcoding. I mean, I don't like trading these type of stocks. I know that if I look at it on like a bigger time frame, like 10, 5 minutes or so, it kind of cleans up a little bit. I wouldn't call this ripping. I mean, it just broke out through the $3 area. Now it's at 306. So, yeah, not exactly ripping, and it's up 0.66%. There's others that are doing better movement, guys. So I'm not going to be trading Tilray. All right, something showing up here on my scanner. MNTS. Let's have a look at this one real quick. My computer's lagging today for some reason, by the way. Can you take over for a sec while I see what's going on with my computer?
Yeah, sure. Guys, just a heads up. So let me just cancel these TSM orders that I have. Microsoft, I want to revisit this. Obviously, it's not back down, but I just want to see where it is. YOLO and FOMO, great call, man, because you were saying dip by the 50 period. I think that's what you were saying. And I'm not sure if it was like here or here when you mentioned it. But regardless, it is looking like it's kind of floating to the upside. But again, the reason why I don't want to be involved is because tighter channel, worse spread, less volume, less liquidity versus like an Apple. And yeah, I wanted it down lower. So I do still have the bid for like a miracle, you know, give me that like move down and back up. That'd be pretty solid there if that happens. Chase, what's going on? Hopefully you're having a great day, Chase. We can have a look here at NVIDIA to see where it is. I did not trade NVIDIA today, but I'm wondering what is going to happen next. The market is kind of breaking through 4,000, going to the upside. Do we get a high-a-day test? I want to say on the ES, 4030 is like a better level that I'm kind of looking at as like, okay, if we break that, then I mean, who knows what happens, but it's so choppy, man. Like when is the last time CPI went like down, up, like probably back down eventually? I just feel like that 3980 level is like more of like a better like dip buy area. Like it was great the first time, it broke, then reclaimed very quickly, and then wick off bottoms before the move up. So I'm kind of getting the vibe that we're gonna float and just like float to the upside, and then eventually we'll hit some resistance and then move back to the downside. You know, with that in mind, I'm kind of looking at NVIDIA thinking maybe there's a short to be had here. I'm going to start a small position on it. You know, we'll see where this one goes. I just feel like we are at the high a day. If we keep going to the north side, if we get to 164, I'll just be out of the trade. But maybe I can like kind of scale into this and then watch it move back down into the 50 period. At which point that happens, not really too sure. So yeah, long SPY here, which kind of is giving that little bit of a dip, but still holding trend. So yeah, the closer that we get to that 398, the more that I do want to just kind of sell everything. So hopefully that gives me that pop to kind of get out of that. This is the thing, man, with these small caps. You never really know. That is a soak. That is a soak, man. Like that is telling me that it pops, it quickly drops, everyone sells, they soak. Algo soaks right over here. Now they're like the way the exit on this, if I was the algo and I was trying to exit a larger position, I would run this to high a day, you know, stop out every short, clear the 4 level, that's the dump zone, and then done with the stock. If I was the algo, I'm not the algo.
It'd be nice to have that kind of buying power.
It would be, no, man, you need, like, I mean, well, think about it this way.
Institutional money, usually.
The float is $4 million, right? The stock is $3. So that's $12 million.
Yeah.
So you could do this with $12 million in an algo if you were smart enough and you understood how to do it. But yeah, $12 million.
But you're not anticipating. You're not anticipating.
No, you are the move. You are manipulating it into where you want it to go.
People could buy against you, no?
Nah, the algos are good, man.
They are? Okay.
Yeah, if I was a hedge fund with billions, you know, I would run strategies on these small caps, kind of soak, rinse and repeat, clear up both sides. Like, is it legal? I don't even know. I mean, that's way above my pay grade, guys. Way above my pay grade. But I just feel like it's a common theme that recurs over and over again. Yeah. You know, the market maker high of day clear out is like a strategy that everybody basically knows. That's what they do because they are managing risk. They're filling your orders. That's basically their job. And then, you know, they how do they get out of those positions? They still have to make money, right? Capitalism, blah, 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 zero-sum game. So that's the thing, man. That's what happens there. So, yeah, I just feel like that's kind of like a strategy that works. You know, the Renaissance Fund has not lost money, and they've been in operations for a long, long time, maybe even longer than I was born. But, yeah, man, they don't lose money ever. So what are they doing? That is the question, but I guess we'll never know because they don't open up the funds.
XPON, it's up 100% now. And it's just flying. There's volumes coming in the last 3 minutes, over 1 million shares.
Wow. Yeah, I got...
Mean reversion?
No.
Not yet.
First look, not at all.
Too strong?
Sure on this one.
Okay, so this one's up 94%. Not exactly sure what the catalyst is on this one. This one, I looked at it this morning. If you could please just load up quickly. I don't know what's going on with my computer today. Experian shares. So XPON, by the way, is Experian 360. Experian shares are trading higher after the company introduced Aurora Power Cap 600. So, okay, there's a catalyst. I'm not going to bother reading the entire thing, but this one was already up quite a bit. Now that volume coming in, sending it to 321 high. Let's see what the daily shows us on this one. I don't know what's going on with this computer. I might have to restart it. It's really slow. Yeah, you're going to have to take over, man. Sorry.
Yeah, man, no problem. The reason I say, like, XPON, it's moving, but the thing is this. It just does no volume, and then it just randomly goes up. It's like, okay, I'm going to have to, like, watch this for a little bit and see what wants to happen next. Like, this is different than, like, BBAI that, like, has been doing a lot of volume in the morning and then continues to do the volume. Just a whole different setup. So, yeah, for myself, I'm going to let that one go. I'm honestly not even going to consider taking a trade on it. Best of luck if you guys do trade this thing. I'll look at the daily for everybody and just kind of map some levels in terms of giving you a different perspective on where these things can go. You know, it had the pop over here, maybe missing a couple days that are just inside days anyways. but it's kind of like, you know, that 4 that 4 level stands out to me, like 4 to 450, and then jailbreak 5. So like if this gets to 5, it just gives me the feel that like where do we go? Do we go to 8, 9, 10? Like that's kind of like if it has the volume, okay, maybe they can do that. But yeah, this feels like if we run into 4, we definitely hit some resistance, and then that's the fade. So we're at 3 right now. If we get to over 4, then maybe I'll consider looking at it. At that point, it'll be doing a little bit more volume. So yeah, you guys can keep me updated on that one. Let me know if it does get to 4. Just kind of shout it out in the chat. Yeah, Chase saying Xpon is a beast. EV play. I mean, hopefully people are long from the bottom and this thing is just kind of going in their favor. For myself, not going to punch long. I'm just going to kind of wait. Volume died very quickly. It was like a quick spike and now not really doing anything. So yeah, we're going to see where that one wants to go. Thank you for the, Michelle, what's going on? Thank you for the super chat. I knew GME would be on there. I knew it. Every time I see your name or hear your name, I always know it's associated with GME. Hopefully you're having a great day. Thank you for the $5 super chat. BBB buy with 150 million shares traded already. Float is 100 million shares. I know, yeah, interesting. Definitely interesting. GME holding 19, AMC over 5. Meme stock afternoon coming. You know what? It's like I was wondering what would be the first kind of thing of the year. Like, where's the volume going to go, and like what things are going to go nuts? And I'm like, yeah, maybe it's like a market flush if CPI comes in higher. If we print 7, then maybe we go to the lows, we break the lows, and then it's kind of capitulation to the downside. That was kind of my first general thought. And then here we are looking at, you know, BBBY, AMC. I don't know, man. Anything is possible. I kind of feel you on that one. Definitely BBBY is the most interesting one for the time being. I really want to see this over 450. I would love it. Go into 5. That would be amazing. You know, if it doesn't, it doesn't. But yeah, AMC, GME, those are the ones that I'm watching for sure. I agree with you on that one. Waiting for that 20 level on GME. I like the kind of into 20 short, back down. Very easy. If it breaks 2010 or 2020, I'll just get out. So it's like risk 20 cents to make like 80. You know, we'll see if that one wants to actually come to fruition or not. I'm just quickly looking back at my AMD short. It looked okay, but kind of going up. It's not like I'm not worried about it because the smaller position to start. But yeah, it should not. I mean, maybe 164 wants to test and then back down. So yeah, guys, chips are strong. Things are moving to the upside. Don't know why I'm trying to short the chips. Shorted AMD, got smoked. Why am I short NVIDIA? I don't know. It's not too bad right now, but I'm not really going to consider sizing into this one per se because, you know, I kind of feel like I took the L. I was wrong. What am I going to do? Revenge trade and try again? Like, no, I'm just going to roll with what I got and see what happens next and go from there. Somebody's saying SPY high of day. I don't think it's high of day yet. High of day would be like over 399. But we are at 398, so I am getting the fill. You know what? Yeah, let me get the rest out over here because I just realized that I did get a fill, but we're at 398. That's solid, man. That was a great trade. Thank you, Sharif.
Nope.
That was your call on the market.
Hey, okay.
And I said, take the long there, man. And you're like, I don't know.
Man, I got smoked on it this morning. I'm staying away from the futures today, Luca. I'll just ride this small cap trade and this Meta Netflix long that I took this morning. Guys, but what was it? I was just going to mention something. Someone's saying Bitcoin is taking off. Let's have a look at Bitcoin and see if that's accurate. Some people were yelling Bitcoin. People were yelling Coinbase. Yes, Bitcoin is flying back to the top there. It looks like the high of CVNA. Oh, wow. My goodness, this computer.
Where's this volume come from?
Let's go down. All right, there we go. So Bitcoin, 18,362, the high, 18,282. Look at that move off that 17,950 bottom. That kind of, it's been moving in line with the market, guys. And as the market recovers, Bitcoin is recovering. How many times have we seen this over the years, especially 2020 and 2021, when we see Bitcoin and the overall market kind of move together in tandem? As the NASDAQ did, so did Bitcoin. So we'll continue to watch that. I mean, nothing new on that one. BBAI, you heard Luca talk about it, still flirting with that $3 level, rejecting off that 291. Nothing's changed on that. For me, I'm still holding the short and looking to go, looking to do better. This is the good one though, MMV. This was a nice average in on VWAP here, retraces back to support. So we'll see if this one can print any new lows. Now, it is close to day's lows, but there's been some interesting levels of support around that 360. Yeah, it's been kind of like that 291 level on BBAI. MMV's had an interesting level of 360 support. Could we break it? We're below VWAP, and this one's on a lot of people's radars, having done 19 million shares. Dan Emmons says, VIX pushing on 1911. Feels like the last stand for bears intraday here. I couldn't agree more with you. Let me make the case in point. I was talking to Luca about this yesterday. I'm like, Luca, have you looked at the VIX lately? There's a flat bottom breakdown brewing afoot, whatever you want to use as an adjective. What? Okay, so basically, this is what I'm looking for here. Look how many times we've touched this particular area. I want to say that 19-ish. Going back to March, that was where we kind of bottomed out to 1864, and we're making kind of like that move down. We haven't consolidated sideways. We've always made these V-shaped recoveries on the touches of 19 and 1860. So this looks like a flat bottom breakdown to me, and I don't know. Today's print, you know, could have been better, obviously beating expectations, but it's in line. I like it short. Bob, I'll get back to your question as soon as we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, busy day, busy afternoon. Let's get you caught up on what's doing the most volume at this point this afternoon. Pretty positive day shaping up here. This board is showing you 10,678 U.S. listings, of which 7,141 in positive territory, 2,566 downside, currently about 969 flat on the day. Right now, 227 new highs versus 45 new lows. Look at this list. 1, 2, 3, 4 names right now above that 100 million mark, led by the TQs right now, 184 million on the day. BBBY, again, a huge day on the volume leaderboard, 153 million, 126 million for Mullen today. We haven't even talked about that. SQ's 100 million plus on the day as well. Tesla's here. BBAI is here. Zila, PRTY, Amazon rounding out the list at 50 million. So big day for the market, big day for volume as well, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that. Guys, new position. I am short CVNA. I am long Intel. Thank you for the super chat, YOLO and FOMO on that one. I look at it and I'm like, I like it a lot. Basing kind of long off of 30 over here. It's that was sort of the high. We broke the high. We're now consolidating. This is a scalp trade for myself. I want to see a move back into 30-10, 30-15 area for the quick cover. But yeah, if it does hold, I mean, maybe we could easily go to the upside. CVNA, not too bad, kind of giving that pop to the upside, doing a bunch of volume, and then kind of going back to the downside. You know, maybe we break that 650 and then kind of keep going and get the 50-period test. I would like this to go higher. I don't know if you guys heard me talking under my breath. I'm like, where is this volume coming from? I mean, this makes no sense. It's like, this is doing nothing. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, this would be nice if like we go up and then short over 6. I'm just so happy that I didn't do anything because this is just like all the way up. So I don't know if now is the right opportunity to short this, but yeah, we're going to see what happens. Let's see if this wants to break 650, go to the downside. My target is the 50 period for just a little bit of a mean reversion there. So yeah, 630 right now. Let's see if this wants to actually give the flush into the 630 area. That's kind of my play on that one. I feel like if it works, it works. If we go back up, I might decide to punch out and then reevaluate. If we break the high, I mean, guys, if we break 670 to the upside, then like, do we get even another high, and then there'll be a better opportunity to size into the short. So yeah, it's currently working for me. I'm actually loving this kind of move to the downside. Maybe 630 is not the right idea, but that's me getting greedy. Okay, let me just change that actually. Let me cover some at 630, like the majority for the move. But then I do feel like, yeah, are we gonna go back to 6? I don't wanna kind of sell myself short there. So yeah, we'll see if we can actually get down to 6 for like the rest of that position. That'd be great. So yeah, 630 and 6 is kind of my target. You know, this could easily reverse the whole move. That's kind of why I'm short the thing. So yeah, we're gonna see. Rage TV, I saw your comment from before saying, Luca, I am so proud of you. Following the trend, it's gonna make me cry. Yeah, man, you know, like yeah, sometimes. I mean, you know, trying the most, doing the best. We'll see what happens. I just feel like BBAI is the one that I really am hopeful for, but we're gonna have to see what happens there. Ron Williams, Apple 135 today. Anything's possible, man. Anything is possible. It looks like it wants to make that high day push. And then, you know, where do we go from there? I think we started the show by saying, you know, what charts do you use? Do you guys use 1 minute, 5 minute, 15s? And I was giving the example of like, okay, look, if you're in the 1 minute and you're getting long because it's at the low, you know, you take the long, you say, okay, where can this go? At the time, if you're looking at the 1 minute, maybe you say to yourself, yeah, maybe it can go to like 133.50, right? But if you do flip over to like a 10 or a 15 and you look at this thing, it's very clear like, you know what? This can actually make a run and hit 135. So I don't necessarily think that's impossible. This is a very robotic move to the upside. It's kind of floating there. I just feel like if you're not long already, you can't get long here. So I'm not going to get long, which kind of makes me feel like, yeah, maybe I want to get short. But no, I'm going to let that one go for now, and I'll reevaluate it. If we do get to 135, I'm sure there'll be lots of opportunity around there, so I will reevaluate it if we get there, guys. Just a heads up, MMV as well. This is holding
up.
Yeah, this is making a little bit of a move up, but guys, holding that 360. So pretty happy with the level that I picked. I feel like if we break 360, I'm wrong, it goes down. But we are holding, maybe we go up. So yeah, if it continues to work for me, great. We'll see where that one wants to go.
Scott H saying AAL breakout 1630. Yes, you're absolutely right. Look at that. How many times did we top out there at that 1630? Once, twice, 3 times, four times. So there we go. Now we're topping out. Where do we top out there? 43s. So 13 pennies from the breakout, up 7%. Airlines definitely having a ride today. They're flying high. You like that pun? Airlines, yeah, everything is green. Everything, every single one of them is green. Even the Jet CTF up 3%. The biggest winner of the airlines, the AAL, followed by UAL, up almost 5% now. Both moving nicely. So yeah, keep your eye on the airlines. This one should be interesting. We know the latest studies showing people are spending less on things and more on places and experiences, so they stand to benefit. Also, they're looking more of the return to business travel. These guys don't make too much money. I use the example of the plane ticket that I bought in 1992 and the one that I just bought recently in October. They were exact same price. How is that possible given the 30-year difference? So anyway, this one's looking for the return of business travel and all the perky frilly type upgrades. That's where they make the bulk of their money. All right, let's have a look at these small cappers that we're in. MMV really going back up here. Let's see if this can be a sustained move. We talked about that $4 level. $4 level being the top here. If it can take it, it can take it. Let's see what it does. No biases, still looking short. BBAI flushed down to 294, got bought back up immediately, but still at VWAP or below VWAP, depending on where you're starting your data. The main thing is, though, it's really holding that 3. It's breaking below it, it's breaking above it. There we go. Now we're below it again, then we retrace to it. So patience is key for this one, whether you're going long or short, really, because of the fight happening here between buyers and sellers. Did anybody tag me with anything? No, so I can just talk about the market real quick. Looking here, what have we done on the market? At least for the moment, we're retracing a little bit off the highs. I don't mean the high of day, by the way, I just mean recent highs. Looks like we got recent highs here as high as 14.5. We're right back down to 40.10. But still very nicely off that bottom of 39.54. A lot of people were thinking we were going to be red today, but look at that V-shaped recovery that we made at around 10 o'clock. A couple of V-shaped moves today. The first being there in the pre-market when we had that number come out, and then again right after the bell, a retracement. Now we're getting more of like a slow pattern breaking out here. The breakout area for me, though, was that 405, 40. It was really the 4,000 area, to be honest. But I mean, we had peaked out to about 403. Once we broke that, it kind of felt like we were going to have more of a green day than anything. So interesting what's going on. Also, I see the chat yelling and screaming about Bitcoin. Yes, absolutely. Bitcoin is moving. I was letting Luca know about that. Retracing a little bit at the moment, but still, look at this chart. Let me bring it in so you guys can have a look. That is a nice looking chart. That's a 5-minute chart, by the way. Look at these moves on Bitcoin. Luca, look at this. Up, up, up. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is something special there.
Let's see if we can figure out any traits to look on coin. For example, let's bring in the side chart and see if we can weasel any trades here on coin. I'm going to take off AMV because I haven't traded this one today. Let's put coin instead. COIN. There we go.
Can't stop, won't stop.
What's up? Okay, here.
Brad's like, Bitcoin's still going. Can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, so now it's up 2.31%. But to be honest with you, Luca, we were up higher in the pre-market. We hit that 45.65 area. 45.29 is the high after the bell. We're currently at 44.82s. So 45 has got a hold. It looks like we had a couple of rejections, a couple of double tops, at least on the 3-minute chart here at that $45 level. If we can continue higher, I mean, we had a decent catalyst for coin this morning. There a news agency out of the Nikkei saying You know, they may not shutter their Japan headquarters, and so, you know, some bullish signs coming in here on Bitcoin lately, especially with regulation apparently in the works, and it's supposed to be bipartisan. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out. Luca, BBAI, finally, you loser. I hate this stock so much. It finally breaks that level. We get the print there on BBAI, but I don't think this one is done. It may retrace right back to $3. I don't have faith in this one. Am I in the money on this one? Okay, I'm short 97, so I'm going to take out a little piece here. Let's take out a little piece there. Hello. Do you want to? Okay. There we go. Now we can take out a little piece, even lower than we took it out last time. Okay, so let's see if this one continues to print. Let's go ahead here and start taking putting some resting orders, because I don't think I'm going to be quick enough for this one. Let's put some at 82s. So yeah, is that a buy? Okay, perfect. So we'll put a profit taker here at 82s. That's just above the area of support. I would say 80. Technically wicked down to 75 there, but the close was at 80. So I want to say 80 is a better level of support. Thank you, Zahir Zamani. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Zaharin Zamani. Get that money, they say. So yeah, I hate trying, you know. We'll see what happens on here. It's been a long wait on these ones, as they really have taken their time consolidating sideways at that $3 level. Again, the next level I'm looking at 382. I'll probably put some more levels maybe into that 75 area. In fact, let's go ahead and do that now. We'll take out a little piece if it makes its way. I hate to do this, because then I feel like I'm jinxing it. I'm going to put a little profit taker here at 75. Watch it not make its way down, but whatever. Let's see. What's up, Luca?
Yeah, BBBY is holding that 410, which kind of makes me feel like maybe long here. So I'm going to try this just in front of that 410. It did break already, but for whatever reason, that was kind of my stop out level, and now it's just sort of holding there. So yeah, if we go back through 405, then that's my stop, you know, just below 405. I feel like that is the right idea. I want this long for the move into 450. If it works, great. If it doesn't, no problem, not a big deal. CVNA, just a heads up, covering some at the 50 period. Now it's kind of very slow. I feel like we're going to get that next leg down. So just, you know, if you are on this name, long, short, whatever, watch your orders. We are at the 50 period as a heads up. INTC is now moving to the upside. Very slow there, and I think I had the 09s. Did I get that 09s? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'm out of that trade for the scalp trade. Probably goes higher, but, you know, I just wanted the scalp, man. That was pretty good, pretty happy with that one. Definitely can't complain. And, you know, Sharif's win is my pain, because I am long this thing, and it's flushing, and he's like, let's go. And I'm like, oh, the dagger in my heart. But it's always fun to see that. I mean, I'm still in the money and taking the wins along the way, so, yeah, definitely can't complain. I'm taking a little long here on MARA. Yeah, I just feel like this is the name to have. So I'm going for 09s. I'm waiting to see if I can get this fill right now. I think I'm at 09s. Oh, no, I removed my order. Okay, so now that we're here, I'm just going to take that. Is that going to give me the fill? What is going on here? Okay, there we go. Yep, that is a little scalp trade. Guys, it already had a nice move up. If it keeps going, that's great. I will take 10 cents, because in my mind, it runs to 6, it breaks. It is the high a day, sort of. Testing it, pulling back. There was a little bit of size at 6, and that was holding. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to risk like 3 cents to make 9 cents. So, I mean, if it keeps going to the upside, I'll find another trade on this thing, maybe get some mean reversion action going. But I feel like 2 to 1s, 3 to 1s, I kind of structure it like that. I will take the win. Something like this, I mean, man, you can, you know, size is not the issue there. So pretty good. Hopefully some of you guys are holding this. I mean, I don't know where the moon is, literally. Let me just pull up the daily. Maybe it's, yeah, maybe we can actually get to, I don't even know here, 7. Maybe it can get to 7, maybe. But, yeah, with a move like this, it's like very rarely do things keep going, right? So eventually gets the pullback. Maybe the long can't be wrong. So I'm not really too sure. I mean, I thought over here, I was like, I'm getting cheeky with it. Now we're like even 10 cents higher. I'm always going to be mad when this happens. It's just a product of trading, man. But you gotta just kind of roll with it. Yeah, 619's now coming into play. Maybe it goes to 650, and then I'll kind of look at it for a mean reversion play. We'll see what happens. Steve saying, Luca, please look at XPON. Was looking at it from before, so I am waiting for this. Yeah, I think I maybe missed my shot. I like the 4 short. So if this gets to 4, I'm probably going to try a short there. If we kind of go sideways and go back down, I'll just have no trade on it. Not going long. I'm going for like a scalp trade around the 4 level. It looks pretty good. I mean, it moves to the upside, consolidates, moves to the upside. Now if it wants to hold that like 320 to 3 area, even if we dip and the 50 period kind of comes closer and then we sort of curl down and then go back up, it looks like a healthy move to the upside. You know, if it fades back, breaks 3, and then goes back to VWAP, like it's dead. Volume is always the tell. I'll say that every single time. Volume kind of pop, drop, was a little bit sustained, and now it's sort of falling off. So yeah, volume is dead. I mean, it's just going to float and then really do nothing. So just keep that one in mind, man. BBBY is slowly working there. So BBBY, CVNA short still, waiting for that next leg down. AMD 71, get out of here. Get out of here, guys.
There's this interesting
71.
individual in the chat.
What?
What?
AMD 71 now.
It's flying, eh? Well, chips are moving.
Yeah, no. That's a
there's
move,
an interesting individual in the chat. I'm not even going to address it actually on second thought. Yeah, so great move there for Bitcoin. Also, as well, crypto and the chips really having a move here, guys. It looks like it's their day today. Probably off, and the chip. Speaking of chips, there you go. That's happening tomorrow, 3:55. Are you going to be here to watch it? I'm sure
I'll be here. I'm not going to miss that. Even Arun's going to be in the building.
Oh, yeah. I think you might need to cover for them because they may be rendered speechless after they consume this chip. Guys, there's a whole big warning on me. Like, from that red part onwards, yes, we're a bilingual country, so half of it's in French, but there's a whole big warning on here, and it's pretty lengthy. And tell you to keep it out of your eyes, keep it away from children. If you have medical condition, don't eat it. It's a serious thing, guys. So tomorrow, 2:55, be there or be square. Neil, Shawn, Fahad, and Handy Randy from the back is going to be on that. All right, guys, BBAI. Still heading a little bit to the south side here. That ominous level at 291 got broken, so that buyer got taken out. Now, where's the next shoe, the drop going to be? Well, I've got my profit takers at 82s, but I don't want to ring the bell too quickly as we retrace back there into 92s. And then I've got the next level out at 75. Being patient with that one. MMV still really at my average in price here, still above VWAP, moving sideways. The majority of the action, though, on this one is below VWAP, to be honest. It's had some moments here above VWAP. Let's see what this one does. No judgment so far, but I think that the better move is, again, to the south side. Will it materialize while we're on the show? Who knows? Irish Mac says, Ren tag one of the hosts to ask a question. Ren tag one of the hosts to ask a question. Not sure what that is. Rewrite that, and I will answer it for you. Some people are saying Silvergate is climbing. Yeah, well, basically all of crypto is climbing. Let's have a look at the crypto charts here. I hope this doesn't overload my computer again, but let's have a look. Come on, charts. There we go. So this is the crypto charts, guys. This is Bitcoin, the actual Bitcoin US dollar. This is Silvergate. Now, Silvergate's up 10.84%. Mara is up 14.71%. BITO up 6.74%. This is the ETF on the Amex exchange. MSTR MicroStrategies up 4.18%, and Coin up 3% now, 2.99. So Coin the laggard of the bunch. It looks like the majority of the move is being made by Silvergate and to some extent here Mara. But Mara, a $6 stock. Geez, remember when this one was like 85 bucks? Yeah, definitely crypto, chips, they're all having a day. Even these big cappers, guys. I mean, now Meta is pushing that 3%. We're about to print new highs of days here on Meta as we push that $137 level. Could we see 137 today? The futures look decent. Looks like we broke out of that range. We kind of created a top here at 40.15, but that's not too far away from that 40.21.5 that we made earlier on. That's a high. So let's see what's in store for this afternoon. Some people saying ARK short, ARKK. I think that's the ARK Innovation Fund. Let's bring in that and have a look at what that one is doing. Oh, geez. MMV really moving against me here. I'll have to keep an eye on that. ARKK. Is that on the Amex? Because it's ETF, right? Yeah, so let's have a look. ARKK. What is this one up to? Load, load, load. Okay, so this is this actually flat, 0.0%? Now, yeah, okay, it is. Okay, so it's down 0.4%. Yeah. It looks like it's flat on the day. Let's zoom out a little bit and see what ARK was up to. I've never actually traded this. I always hear about it. You know, you will look at its components because you want to know what they're invested into, but I've never actually traded it. It looks like the high of day is at 35.20-ish area. We're at 34.80, 34.70. So yeah, we still got a ways away. I'm not going to trade ARC. Not doing anything really that's getting my attention, Luca.
Yeah, I'm shorting Meta here. I'm scaling into this into 137. I sort of looked at it on the daily and I said, where can this really go?
Break my
Maybe
heart
137.
every time you do that, man.
Yeah, you know, it's got to be done sometime. So I'm probably early on this first position, which is no problem. Willing to scale into it. That is the plan. CVNA kind of riding the 50 period, curling back to the upside. I just feel like as long as we don't go out of the, as long as we don't go back above 661, then I like to hold on to that one. So yeah, still holding on for the flush move. Yes, and MMV. It's funny how like now today we're opposite, and you're like, oh, MMV is you know. Yeah, no, I'm saying like you're like, oh, MMV is going up here, and I'm just like, MMV is going up. Let's go. Yeah, no, I'm just kind of.
It touched that 4. Did it touch that 4? No, not quite. Where did that get to?
It's just kind of like 95, pop and drop 96? There. Yeah. This one, I mean, yeah, I don't know. My stop's in. I mean, I'm just willing to lose on it, or it goes to the moon. We'll see what happens. Waiting for another fill here on Meta into 137. I just really hope that I don't, yeah, maybe I'm like, I hope that I get this fill here. We'll see what happens there. Guys, it is now approaching 1 o'clock. Feel free to ask a lot of questions if you have. I'm going to try to look back at the chat here, see what everyone's talking about. Rory, Luca, MMV trying to take flight. Yeah, I hope it does take flight there. Someone's saying, oh, Michael or Michelle, stop shorting. No, man, I have to. I have to short. That's kind of, you know, I long and short. I just kind of find my areas and stick to them. INTC 30. INTC, is it back to 30? Oh no, this thing is actually going. This is that 30 call out, YOLO and FOMO. Solid call, solid call. For myself, scalp trade, I don't know if you're still holding, but you know, you get a move like this into the high, breaking the 30 level, consolidating. I just figured like move back into the high there. That's kind of the play there. So sick trade. Thank you for that one. BBBY is moving up here. Let's go, BBBY. I'm like gonna take some off because whatever. I am still kind of, like if this goes to 450, I'm adding to the long. Like what's gonna happen next year? I'm not really too sure. I am long this thing. We're popping. Let me just take a little bit more here just because. And yeah, 450. If we break 450, I'm just gonna try to hold some for a 450 break. But then also, if we break 450, I just want to get even more long on that name. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. BBAI still in that position, pretty slow now. Volume's a tell, volume's dead. I mean, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Already kind of took some off there, so I will be up on the name if I lose. But I do just want to hold because it is part of the plan. Joe saying coin just passed high a day. We can have a look here at coin. Thank you for the heads up on that one. Oh, over 45 now. Well, not high, I guess high of intraday, but even the pre-mar, I feel like this is the level maybe. Like to be, so going into that 46. I'm going to try the short there. No, you know what? No. Let's look back at Mara. Is there anything on Mara here? Yeah, Mara's actually going. So maybe this one. If we can get a little bit higher into like 650s, I kind of like that. So I'm going to have an order closer on that one. And yeah, watch Elon tweet about Doge soon. Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know. It's been too long.
It has been a while.
See the tweet there. So yeah.
All right, guys. We're going to talk about some chips here because you know, they're moving today, and you know they have been really on the receiving end of a lot of analyst upgrades. Let's bring in the chip stocks again. You heard TSM come out and say, you know, they're going to reduce output as a result of an anticipated lack of demand for Apple's products. You know, they're a big supplier of Apple's, a big supplier of their microchips. So, you know, we saw that. But then you have AMD, you have all these other chip stocks being upgraded by analysts in anticipation of CPI. And really, we're seeing that reflected today on the charts. Let's have a look at my screen because this is where all the charts are on my screen. NVIDIA up almost at high of days at the moment. We talked about this, 2.86%. TSM, really the big one, 8% up to the high side. And AMD also 3 and almost 3.5% to the upside. So, you know, some of the laggards though, Micron having a bit of a tougher day, but coming back to break even. This was decidedly down on the day. AMAT as well. I talked about AMAT on the morning show. This one up 6% in the second half of 2022, and then basically, you know, it had obviously a bad 2022 in general. It had 34.1% to the downside. But have we seen a bottom on these ones? Even Intel. This one was frustrating me for a long time. I was in Intel for a while. And this one now back to that $30 level. Can it hold it, Luca?
Yeah, I mean, time will tell. Time will tell. Could be interesting, man. AMD just off to the races. This thing can't stop, won't stop. What a bad short on my part. I should have flipped long because if abort the short, the long cannot be wrong. This thing, I am seeing people in the chat saying 71. I go, there's no way. 71.50. It's going for 72. I mean, I have no idea where the top is, but what a move. If you told me beforehand when I was shorting this that was going to do that, I would have said, no way, man, you're crazy. But man, what a move to the upside. That is pretty clean there. And I feel like I need to bring the daily now to see where is the next level. Yeah, maybe 72, 72.50. I have no idea. But yeah, strong move on that one. Strong move on the chips across the board. Definitely interesting. In a few positions, everything seems to be working for me right now. So I just need to stay away from shorting AMD.
And there's some catalysts too, Luca, to be honest with you, coming in, some general catalysts. Essentially, you know, we've got a lot of devices that are going to be coming out, especially to do with the metaverse, that are going to be like VR related. They're all going to be microchip heavy. So with, you know, maybe the second half of 2023 when the recession sort of subsides or liquidity starts, you know, increasing again, or whatever have you, the economic conditions improve, analysts are basically betting that there's going to be a demand for chips going into the second half of this year, and we'll see if they're proven right, guys. So that's the little bit on chips. Let's get back to some of these small cappers that we've been trading. One's working out for me, one isn't. The one that's working out is BBAI. Looks like it's forming another flat bottom breakdown, now decidedly below VWAP. I wanted it to break, though, that 80 level and then that 75 level. Those will be the tells. Guys, come to my screen. Those will be the tells. That 280 level, 275 level, these were the peaks that were created here. Excuse me, the troughs that were created here. And that's where I've got my profit taker sitting, 282, and I've got them at 275. So we'll see what that one does as MMV continues to make me sweat. But we have Brendo at the big desk with the energy update. Brad, killing me. Brad. Oh, this looks interesting here, man. What is this, a short? Do you think this is a short?
I'm already short, yeah.
You're in the short?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add. I'm gonna take that with you.
Probably gonna fade. It's just
That's
dead,
what I'm
right?
thinking. That looks real good, bro.
Also, we can let you
Flat
know
bottom
when we
breaks.
come
Let's go
on. There's
short.
the list right now.
You only
The
live
entire
once.
thing.
Brenda's mic is off.
I love how it's like,
I don't know if anyone can hear me. Hopefully they can. Okay, Brent crude, guys, back to the green side today, 2%. NYMEX as well, light sweet crude, 1.8. ICE crude as well, 1% versus gold, having a nice day as well, 1%. Back to the upside. It was all about that CPI number this morning, talking about inflation lowering, meaning theoretically that we get the possibility of people venturing out, taking road trips, using more gas. So demand back to the upside once again. So there's oil right now, 1.7% positive territory. Bit of a sideways day, though, after that wild action from the number. Downside initially, we test higher. Now sideways, guys, for oil.
Yeah, guys, always lots of fun when it's hot, Mike. We're just discussing the CVNA, and I am already short, obviously, here. Catching that nice move over under, and Sharif saying, you know, maybe flat bottom break. I mean, I would love that because I am short, and I want to see flush to the downside there. So I am being patient. It is not doing any more volume. I just feel like volume's the tell. Eventually, this is going down. Like, no, this is not going back up. Like, why would it go up if there's no volume? So that's, I'm kind of like, you know, come on, go down here. Yeah, so if it does do that, I don't know if you just got into that short there.
I did, dude.
Oh, yeah, 38. I mean, late to the party, better than never?
Well, I'm waiting for the setups. I mean, your setup
Yeah.
is a mean reversion, so you try to get the
Yeah.
tops. To me, I'm a chart trader. I look for patterns, so the pattern's got to make sense to me, and that's just, I think that's the difference between us, really.
Yeah. No, it's great to kind of share different trading strategies, different kind of trading styles. Yeah, BBBY, not really too sure what to think with this one. I just feel like why it's maybe just give it a little more time. I think I feel like we broke the top end of the range, and it's just been, you know, clearing. Not that it's clearing out both sides. It's not necessarily the right way to say it. But I just feel like we get there, we do the volume, and then we don't continue. That's why I'm like, hey, let me sell some here. Now if we get to like 35s, 40s, I'm gonna try to sell some there. And then if we break 50s, then I'm gonna like add it back for like the move into 5. I feel like that's like the real banger level, like through 450. Joseph Brown saying, where's Pratt? He is on the 1s and 2s in the back over there, switching the cameras. You know, I say this every time, but guys, the production of this show, so much goes into this show. It is not just us sitting here saying, you know, long, short. There's a lot behind the scenes that you guys don't see. You know, teamwork make the dream work.
Yes,
so
sir.
shout out to everyone. Shawn does a really good job of saying shout out, shout out,
Yeah,
shout
he
out.
does. He
And
shouts
I do
out
a
a lot of
terrible
people.
job at these things. So I'm just gonna say shout out to everyone. Shout out to the whole team. You know, again, teamwork make the dream work. That's kind of how these things work. You want to move fast, go individually. You want to make things work for the long term. You need the team there. So I'll say that much. Everything is working for me except for MMV. Should I just get out of this one? I mean, do I let the stop get me out? Do I just get out? You know what? I feel like I just need to get out. So you know what? I'm just gonna get out of this one. It's just been too long. No, you know what? I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it. I might as well. I might as well. It's just not. Yeah, let's just ride that one. I did get the fill on Meta for that kind of short. I wanted more size going to the upside. I didn't get it. It faded back to the downside, covering just in front of the 50 period. So I'll take my little scalp win, try to do it again. At this point, 137 probably does get tested and breaks. So yeah, if we break 137 to the upside, I mean, we're now up almost 3%. So I just feel like if we break 137, probably some stops there. The market is going to the upside. Can it break, fill me at the top, come back down? That's the strategy. I'll run it 100 times. You know, I don't care if I lose the times that I lose because then I just make it back, right? So yeah, there's that. GME had a little bit of a pop there. And I feel like, Michelle, you kind of called it when it was over here. So nice call. Yeah, holding 19 and then moving to the upside. That was solid. I have the 20 level, and I was really hoping that we would like run into 20 to get the fill. We didn't. We're back down now. So I am going to remove that order and wait to see. Maybe I need to be more reactionary because I like the parabolic up and down the first time. Second time, it's like, okay, it's holding trend. If it gets there, it's like a higher low, a higher high, like, you know, the deal. So, yeah, I'm just going to remove that order there. Somebody's saying bonds.
Man, things
bonds.
are. Yeah, guys, we don't trade bonds on here, but
We're talking bonds.
I know.
We're talking
bonds?
practice. We're talking bonds.
I love that. That's
Come
so
on,
funny.
man.
No, but bond market, you know, Luca, bond market more sophisticated than the equities market. That's what all traders say. I don't know how accurate that is. I'm just going with the axiom that I hear often. Guys, we have UAL at high of days. Airlines are flying here, guys. Let's bring in the chart for airlines. Wow, these are all near high of days. Chips at high of days, airlines at high of days. The market's creating another flat top at that 40.15, looking to break out. Could we have a high of day print here into the power hour? Look at UAL, 5.32%, DAL, 3.12%, JetBlue, 2.69%, Love, 2%, AAL, 8.47%. What a move. And the Jets ETF up a healthy 3.5%. So lots to do today, guys. Lots moving to the high side. Brendo and I were talking about that at the big desk this morning. You know, even though we met expectations, I see this as quite bullish because it looks like the Fed knows what they're doing. Look, we're in line with expectations. We're getting inflation under control, as we said we were. Our rate hikes are working, and we may actually get that soft landing that everybody hopes is going to be a real thing. Anyway, so we'll have more to say about that later. Carvana now. This is what I'm looking at, guys. I'm looking at a consolidation sideways after a move down. Now, again, this breaks my rule a little bit because it is above VWAP, and you heard Brendo ask Louis Barbado this morning how he feels about shorting in front of VWAP. Louis, you know, gave a very thorough answer and said, you know, there are other factors involved, including tape reading and tape reading essentially to be able to time your entry. But you know, there's got to be certain things that set up. I'm seeing probably maybe a VWAP retracement or what Luca likes to call mean reversion retracement. So I'll take some of that if that ends up being the case. I'm out if it breaks over this 55 area. Look at this peak over here after that move down. And so that'll be a new high for me. If it's a new high, I want no part of it, especially being a strong stock on the day, up 16%. So that's my view on that. AAL continuing to print newer highs, 1655. I won't bore you with that. BBAI setting up again for that flat bottom break. I really hope that materializes. I've got a profit taker sitting at 282 waiting for that break. It's made its way down to 284 on a number of occasions, but not quite filling me at those levels. MVM now coming back down into that level. It makes me feel all sorts of silly for not shorting and adding at this position here. You know, here's the initial ad, here's the second ad. So now we're break even on this trade. Looking for more though. I'm not gonna take profit ahead of that. Just because I'm in the money at this point doesn't mean that I want to take profit. My profit levels are determined by the chart, and I'm looking at 354 as my out on MVM. Dr. J says, Sharif Gobel, not sure about that landing. LOL, we have not had a yield curve inversion without a recession happening in the USA going back to the 80s. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I hear that a lot on some of the talk shows and the articles that I read. But we've also never done it in this way, where, you know, they're tailoring their rate cuts or their rate hikes and possible, you know, holding so that they target a soft landing. Before, it was kind of like in the 80s and the 90s, they were kind of experimenting with how to use rate hikes. We'll see what happens, man. I mean, I'm not 100% sure if we're going to get the soft landing either. It looks like they're trying for, I think, a big tell. You hear Luca say the tell is in the volume. I think a big tell will definitely be these earnings that are coming out and consistently meeting your CPI estimates or exceeding them, right? So if CPI comes in every month and you're meeting expectations or you're beating expectations, well, then the market's going to react to that. At least that's the way I see it. Earnings and continued inflation prints are going to be the tell. Luca, what's up?
Thank you for everybody calling out XPON saying it's at 4. So I shorted a small little bit because I'm like, no, I think we're going to get the 4 test. So I quickly stopped out of that. I'm like, no problem. Runs to 4. I try to hit it at 395. I miss it. It goes high a day. It does exactly what I wanted to see. Flushing down to 360. And now, like if I had that short, that's a banger instantly in the money. Didn't break 4, guys. 396 is the high there. And I'm just here saying, wow. Oh, sometimes you miss it. It's a fast mover, man. It's a fast mover. It is what it is. Just wanted to say, yeah, heads up on that one because that is pretty interesting. And I'm going to cancel some of my stops here that I just have into play. And let's go back to BBBY just to see where we are on this one. I'm kind of covering into high, like, not high day, but breaking the 30s and then not really going. So I don't really care because now that we're approaching like 450, like I feel like I want to scale out into 450. It shows that that was the top of the range. And then if we break 450, I'm going to just go long. So like, you know, as we are just here, spending more time here, I'm just kind of getting out random amounts, letting that work for me there. Somebody, Alan, saying the meta short. Yeah, I was short from before. Where's 130? Did it break? Oh, no, it didn't break 137. So I was actually waiting for the break of 137. If it does go down now, it goes without me. That's not, I don't really care too much. I would love like a break of 137 for the short on that one. BBAI is still holding, so I'm not really too concerned with that one. CVNA is, yeah, slowly making its way down pretty good. Yeah. What was the other one that, okay, let's go back to XPON just to
Luca, I just want to update the viewers real quick. Brendan sending in the chat. 2-year and 10-year both at day's lows. Obviously, you guys know how this works. Typically, most of the time, I've seen this be breached, contradicted a couple of times. But when the market is up, yields are down because yields are directly related, inversely related to bond prices. As bond prices go up, yields go down, and as bond prices go down, yields go up. So the bond prices sometimes move with equities. Usually there's a general market move. So that's what that is at the moment, and that is no surprise since we're almost at day's highs. We're definitely at recent highs on the ES March contract. Luca, sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. Always, man, always, no problem there. I will just keep talking forever if you don't interrupt me sometimes. So I mean, feel free to interrupt away, man. Interrupt away. Somebody's saying coin short high a day. That's actually a really good look. So you know what? I'm going to start a position on this one. Let's see now. I'm willing to scale into the high. It already rejected and came down. If this is a short-term top, right? If it's kind of like, you know, into the high flush, I want to short here for the next move down. But if we go a little bit higher, I'll consider the short. Okay, BBBY is really going off here. Wow. Okay. Oh, I missed. Okay, let me just sell this here and just reevaluate. I did not have a stop there. Damn it. Hopefully somebody had the stop. Wow.
Everybody's saying wow.
Yeah. And back down. Wow.
Did it just come back? Yeah, it is. Holy cow.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I didn't have the stop there because if I'm not paying attention, I'm not having a stop there and then have this happen to me because then I'd be out of the money on that one. So I don't even know what to think. But I 5. Like, can we get to 5? Okay. Yeah, guys, heads up. BBBY, obviously 450, pushing to the upside. I sold the last of the long. Thankfully, I had something there. Missed the long scalp through. It wasn't even that good, though. I mean, 15 cents not bad for a scalp. But, yeah, it wasn't as good as I thought it could be. So, actually not too mad about it. Yeah, short coin, short CVNA, waiting for those ones. BBBY, what is going to happen here? I feel like I have to short this thing. Yeah, let me try to short. Let me go short now. I'm going to go short this name here. And if we go back through 450, 455, I'm going to get out of the short. So I think I'm going to add to the short if it continues to work for me. If we can get back through 440 to the downside, then I feel like we're just going to go back to 4. So let's see what's going to happen here. I'm not going to hold this against me, though, because the better short is like a over-under 5. It is doing a lot of volume, kind of up, down, lots of volume. Once it dies, maybe we go lower. So I said to myself I wanted the short. So yeah, I'm going to scale into the short, use that 460 level. Now that I think about it as my kind of gauge, it should not go over there if the short is going to be good. And then we go from there. So yeah, I'm going to try to get another fill here, and we'll see what happens.
All right, guys, still monitoring my trades. BBAI kind of coming back a little bit down, looking for that, again, 282 break. Nothing changes on that. Vana, though, looks like it might be holding that 50 period. I mean, this is the retracement. This red auburn color here is the 50 period. You know, broke it just a little bit by a few pennies. Where was it here? It was at 36s. The stock came down to 33s. Big whoop. Now retracing into 42s.
It's like a scalp.
My out is going to be this 55, 54 area, because that'll be a new high for me, and that'll be a trend continuation. Then I may actually look long there. So that's my trade on Vana. Let's move back. BBI is still doing the same thing. MMV still, you know, MMV's really held up on the 200 period here on the 1 minute chart. Look at that. Look how many times it's bounced off the 200 period. The 200 really is a good indicator for MMV at the moment. But what I'm concerned about MMV, have a look at these trend lines here. If we to draw these trend lines, we're seeing higher highs on this side, and then let's see what we're getting on this side. We're seeing some higher lows as well. So even though the lines are not parallel, they're kind of create more of a cone shape a little bit in that they're broadening out. That's not unusual because the range is broadening out. Look at this. The range up here went to 396s and then all the way down to 66. So a 30 penny range definitely opening up. So this one's a little scary. You know, we're going to have to create newer lows for there to be something on my side of the trade here, which is to the short side. So we'll see. I could get out of it here, you know, I mean, but I don't want to get out of it. I have a lot of shares on board here, a lot. Let me put it that way. So I'm invested in this one, looking to take that 55 out. Maybe what I'll do is I'll be a little bit more reasonable, and I'll take out some in front of 60. So let's go ahead and say, yeah, we're going to cover this many shares at 61. All right, so we're going to do that. Maybe we can make it down to 61. There definitely is an area of support at that level, which is why I'm looking to take some out. And then we don't have much support at this 55 area. Maybe, well, we do a little bit going back to that 10-15 time stop, but you know, the recent price action has not been around there. Finding a lot of buyers, I believe, at this like mid 60s and 70s area. So that's the play on that. Vana now moving really against us here, retracing back high. I'm not sure about this one. A couple more pennies, and I'm going to be out of this one, Luca.
Yeah, guys, BBY is like this is going nuts, man. This is doing lots of volume.
Coin is flying too.
I covered the long, went short, covered the short, so basically break even, because I'm like, no, this feels like it's going up. Like it would have been, oh yeah, and coin is going to the upside. My stop on this is 45.80. If we break 45.80, which we easily could, then I'll be stopped out of that trade. No problem on that one. But yeah, BBBY is the main focus right now. Like this thing, I don't know what to think. And now that it's doing its thing, I just feel like move to the upside. What is that? BABI?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're not going to be happy about that.
Every time you celebrate, I just like, damn, man.
Well, my bad, man. I mean, I don't know what to do.
No.
Yeah, like this one is printing to the sell side. I got another order here that didn't fill. There we go. Now we get it filled. Now this one is printing huge on BBAI now. All right. We are, where are we short? We're there. We're short like over $3 at $3.04. We are now printing in the 70s. I have a lot of shares onto this one, guys, so let's de-risk a little bit here because something tells me this is going to pop right back up. So there we take another piece out there on BBAI Positive on this one. Pumped about that because this one took a lot of time to materialize, and now we're getting more lower prints. There we go. Can we break the 70? We're finding a bit of a support at 70. I think we just printed 71s. I'm seeing, there we go. Now we're definitely finding a little bit of support at 70. Can we see some 60s here? I'll take some out if I see any 60s on my tape. There we go. 60s comes in, baby. We get 66s. We're gonna have to spend the money on this one. There we go. So that's a big flat bottom breakdown if I've ever seen one. How much shares do I have left? I still have some left, so you know what? Should I just call it quits on this one, or what? Should I just leave? You know what? I'll take half of this position out. There we go. And so now I've got very little of this position. I don't know exactly what percentage that is, to be honest with you, but yeah, that's the situation. Now we got to look at this Vana trade because it's going against us here. So I'll let BBAI do its thing, but now I've got to really start seriously taking Vana into consideration. Carvana, that is making newer highs, and this looks a little ominous to me. And now I have one of two plays here. I can kind of believe in the short. I can really sell out and get in the short and then add here, looking for a retracement, or I can just get out completely. Let's see what this one's going to do. I'm going to go ahead and add a half position at this level, and my out for everything will be $6.61. Let's go ahead and put that now. So $6.61, and we're gonna cover everything, which is how much? Okay, which is that much, $6.64 in case it really starts flying there. So we'll see if this one can make its move down. Kind of, you know, there we go. Now we're getting a print below the $0.50, but we'll see what this one does. Last but not least, MMV still doing bupkis, not breaking through that trend line. It's really held that trend line for the better part of the afternoon, to be honest. So a break of this trend line may be a tell, as Luca likes to say, that we're headed to the downside. Not exactly sure. Gonna wait for this one to play out.
Yeah, just heads up. I see you, Dr. J. AMD, to get my revenge. Nah, I gotta let it go, guys. Just heads up. So I am short Mara kind of into this 650 area. Gonna see how this reacts. You know, if we break 650, I'm gonna kind of give it time, see if it wants to fade back down. You know, sort of little bit of a bounce off the 50 period. I'm just going off like $0.50 increments. So like 50 cents, if it wants to fade down, great. If it doesn't, then I just take the L on that one. I am still in BBAI, which is holding 260. But like I'm basically flat. Like I'm like down 1 cent on this thing right now, like on that last position. So it's actually somebody in the chat is like, give Luca a break. Like no, man, I'm at 1 cent and I kind of know what I'm getting myself into. My top priority now is like I just really want BBBY. Somebody was like, can BBBY go to 25? And I'm like, wow, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Like I'm no longer in a position on it. I think 5 is definitely that next level of interest. So it's kind of like 480 into 5. We're going to see what happens there. And that's what, like my next level. Like I just feel like right now is like chop zone, sort of just chopping around. So I'm going to wait for 5. But yeah, 25 not today. But guys, just a heads up, you know, 5 is here. Like we break 5, like do we go back to like 9, 10? I mean, obviously everybody remembers when it went crazy. You know, had that first round. I mean, we're early here. I'm out. We're talking about 25. You know, it's not going to go there. But yeah, if we can somehow get to like 850, that'd be a pretty sick opportunity there. So we're going to see what happens and go from there. What was the other one? Xpon. Let me just quickly see where this one is. Yeah, no. So this one did not give the pop. Ah, man, that one's gone. Missed opportunity for myself on that one. Meta still not above 137 there, kind of waiting. I don't know if this one wants to actually go and test. I guess we'll have to be patient. I have 2 positions on board now. BBAI just kind of waiting, and MARA, which is short, sort of out of the money. Maybe I'll cover this one actually. I mean, it is strong. The thing is where's the top on these things? Like, I don't know, right? Like this could keep going. But I'm just going to give it time. I'm going to give it a little more time and maybe let 650 break, come back down, average, and then probably either get out at break even or just kind of be very patient with that one. Yeah, CVNA, I did cover that one, just as heads up. I know you were in the short too. I don't know if you covered.
I caught out of the most of the position here I got out of. I'm holding a little piece in case it flushes down. I'm going to give it to the break of 660. If it breaks 660, then I'm out. Oh, actually, I think I might have two stops that I have to take care of here. Yeah, so I do. So I got to take care of that one. So I had two stops there, and the way that P-Pro works is that you don't see some of the stops on the chart. So sometimes when you enter them in, you got to make sure to do your housekeeping there because you're not going to see it reflected on the chart. In this case, that was my boo-boo. I had basically my out there, even though I wanted my out above 660. That may or may not be good for me anyway, so I'm holding half a position here. If it breaks through 660, that other half of the position I'll be out. Let's go ahead and take that out, 662, and then we'll cover 665 for the remaining position. So that one I know is in there. I'm all out of my BBAI trade. So this one felt good, bottom wick there, and then I got out on the retracement up, but I think this one may be headed to the south side, at least for the moment. It's still up 228%, guys, so on a lot of people's radars. MMV still doing its little dance there with no pants, holding that VWAP, yeah, holding that VWAP, holding that not moving up, the trend line. And VWAP's basically at that 380 essentially. So I dreaded not shorting up here. You know, basically the idea is if we get any retracement to 4, I'm going to be shorting up there. That's my game. But there's only like 37 minutes left on the show, so who knows how long these ones will take. Carvana now making another little move down. Could this be like the start of something here, guys? Let's go. There we go. Let's break that $0.50 level and come right back down. I'm not going to add into this one, so I'll just have to let it, you know, with a half position, I'll have to make out what I already lost. So we'll see.
We shall see. Yeah, guys, I did also cover, I covered MMV. It's just like volume's dead. If it does continue to go higher, like I can always just get back into it. I just had a few positions and looking at a few different things. So I'm like, you know what? The volume is dead here. Like I always say volume is the tell. So if volume comes out of nowhere, I will consider getting back in. But that was a lighter position, so I don't really care too much. Heads up, GME made another high. I think it's Michelle who's like, Luca, join the party. Why are you shorting? I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. Mara, oh, man, I'm kind of sad that I didn't. Okay, whatever. We're going back down here. Maybe if we, yeah, maybe I'll just kind of take some off over here. I feel like, why not? Just take the win and then kind of hold the rest for maybe 20s. Let's see if we can get 20s on that one. Bidding for the rest around 20s over there. And yeah, BBI still not stopped out. Still not. I mean, this is the level, guys. It did not break 65. Like, not the first time, not the second time, not the third time, not this time, not that time. If it breaks 260, I almost want to say if it breaks 265 exactly, then it's like, you know, then maybe we flush to 240s, 220s. But if we don't, I mean, I feel like the long is still good. So even though the short up here was great, that was a great opportunity. I think Sharif had that. I'm still in the long, and I kind of feel like I still should be in the long. This one, definitely more potential than MMV. You know, doing a lot of volume, 4 million float, rotating multiple times. Definitely interesting on that one. Oh, and somebody was saying, can you have a look at CZR from before? And I think I had that up, and I wanted to quickly look. So this is Caesars Entertainment, if I'm not mistaken. I almost want to say more notably on this is the daily. It's sort of bouncing off that 40 level, now making its move back to the 50 level. It's in a very, very clean channel, I would say. Kind of channeling, you know, bottom, holding that, going to the upside, respecting the upside, down. And now is this, you know, is this a higher low? If we break 50, if we break 60, I almost feel like this could go to the upside. Wow, BBY flush. Okay. Wow. Okay, sorry about that. I'll get back to CZR. That's a flush, man. That's the move I was looking for. I think this is, do I short this now? No. Small size. Let's go for it. Late to this small size, guys, this is dangerous. You want to mean revert and short up here. Not so much. The short through 450, that's potentially what I missed. Because the long through 450 makes sense. The short back through 450, also a banger. So I am now short just for the move down. If we go back, I mean, I feel like that's like, guys, that is a death candle if I've ever seen one. BBY, flash down to the downside.
Market.
If it goes up even 10, if this goes back through like 445, I'll just like stop out of it. Yeah, market pulling back, BBY pulling down to the downside. I'm sort of bidding like, I'm going to go for 4. Like if we can get to 4, okay, sick, I'll take my win. It's I'm not sizing into this because it's too dangerous, man. This could easily go back up 10 cents,
is the
and I'm not
market
necessarily
doing?
wrong. So I'm gonna give it like 15 cents. If I lose on it, I lose. It won't be like too much damage. Like, I'm late to the party, man. The short should have been 450, not where am I right now, 432. So I just structure that into it, and then if it goes back above 445-ish, then maybe it's gonna go back to 450. So whatever. Maybe I'll consider like adding to the short. But no, that was a great one, man. Hopefully somebody had that. Was I'm like in the middle of an explanation, and then it's like, what just happened? What just happened? So let me just go back to what I was saying on CZR. CZR, you know, the daily is notable. If we break 50 to the upside and then run to 60, maybe you get that resistance there. But I'm almost wondering, like, to start the year, it's up 10%. Feels like everything is up kind of nicely. This, you know, if breaking out, maybe goes, right? Because, you know, Caesar Entertainment, I mean, is that gambling? I'm pretty sure something to do with gambling. I feel like gambling is not wrong. You know, in a recession, what do you want to be involved in? Gambling, haircuts, makeup always. And yeah, I think Aritzia smashed earnings, if I'm not mistaken. So there is that. But yeah, definitely more exciting from a day trade perspective is BBBY. So let's see where this one wants to go. I feel like I should short more over here. Yeah, let me short a little bit more over here.
Who's,
And,
okay,
just a little
so
bit
Dan
more.
Emmons saying, Bo's man, we are not at risk of policy over tightening just yet, and then adding me. Okay, like not really sure. Does that have something to do with the market coming down here? Because we just broke 4,000. Can you explain? I don't know who Bo's man is. Is that a Fed president, an FOMC member? Are they voting? Give me some context. This is what the market move was, guys. Look at this. We were making moves up, up, up. We were about to test high of days. Now we are flushing to the downside. Brendo, is there any reason for this? We are seeing a real big move on the. We just dropped like 25 points in 3 minutes. So that's a nice little move down there. But we're holding VWAP, so we'll see what this one does. All the big caps are obviously turning to the south side. Let's bring in the side charts so you can have a look here. Ugh, I hate giving back money on my positions. All right, here's what we're seeing, guys. We're seeing all of them. Google, Tesla, not as bad. Tesla and Meta really like weathering the storm a bit better. Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, all getting smacked in the face, at least for the moment, with this south side move. But looks like we just did bounce off VWAP, at least for the moment. 39.96 is where we're at. Currently, VWAP was at 92. So there is some reprieve, at least for the moment. Not sure if that's going to continue. And if the chat knows what this is about, Bank of England, BOE. Okay, so BOE saying they're not at risk of over tightening. So that means basically that they're going to continue to tighten. I guess that's what's being read into there, and the market selling off on that news. I guess that's my assessment. Let me know, Dan, what you think about that. This MMV, oh geez, it is going against me again. It's time to add to this one here. So let's go ahead and take that short. Let's see.
Is it going up?
Yeah, it's within that range though. So let's go ahead and take that. What's the spread? Oh Jesus, 5 pennies on this. So that's why I didn't get filled. Okay, there we get filled. Not at a great fill either. Geez, I really wanted that 90 fill. Anyway, we'll see what this one does. Bit of a frustrating stock. BBAI retraced all the way to $3.02. That VWAP retracement, and immediately sold off and went back right into the 80s. So this one presented an opportunity for you to rinse and repeat. But if we keep above 3, I think that's a new high, and you have to be worried about the long there. But it seems like this Vana is printing for me. I added to this one. So there's the initial ad, there's the other ad, and now we're printing low. We're about to break 40. So happy on this one that it's starting to print for me a little bit. There we go. We're going to take a little piece off there. We'll hold the rest and see what this does. I'm looking for this 634 break. Let's put an order waiting there. So we're going to cover some at 633. And we'll take this many shares out at that level. We'll see what it does. That's clearly the bottom there. You saw it like wick down to that level several times when it broke the 50-period moving average. Can it make it back to that side this time? Not so sure. We'll have to see. The market now, it looks like it broke below VWAP, at least for the moment, and is heading south. This is apparently on BOE News, Bank of England, that they are not at risk of over-tightening, and as a result, it looks like the market is looking at that as a bearish sign, that there is more rate increases in store for the Bank of England as a result, tightening monetary policy, Luca.
It's so funny because I'm like, okay, like now I'm going to get all of my large cap shorts, and then the market finally goes down, but it's all good because I am in this BBBY short that I've been adding to. I love this, man. I love when these things, and it's not really a small cap, but it's like, I love when things flush, pop, you get the short into the pop for the secondary move down, and now I'm looking to cover the flush. So there we go, 26 fill, going for like 16s VWAP fill, and then my best out will be 4 if we can actually flush there. But I just feel like, I'm not going to be too greedy because I'm kind of late to the party. Yeah, so let's see if 21s want to print, and what's working for you there?
MMV, sorry,
flush.
Luca, man.
No, man, I'm not in it anymore.
Okay,
so.
good. All right, this one. The ad makes me look like a damn genius taking this. Oh, my goodness. We are printing on MMV. All right, there we go, guys. So pumped about that ad, and we scalped through here. But we're still, most notably, we're still holding that really annoying level of, I want to say, where are we at? 360. We still haven't broken 360. It looks like we got down to that 63, yeah, 63, I was gonna say 62, no, 63, but that flush was epic, and it broke the trend line. It hadn't broke the trend line basically the entire time. So is this a bearish signal? Do we take out more here? Like, I'm really holding a large position on this MMV trade. I'm looking for more in the 60s, to be honest with you. So let's go ahead and put some more out here. We're gonna take it out at 61. Because I feel it may not come down to 60. I'm seeing 63s here show up on the book, 62s. I'm seeing some orange coming in on the tape, though. That typically means we're going to go up. There we go. We get the flush, baby. Oh, boy, this is nice. There we go. Let's take another piece.
Banger.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. We're going to spend the money on this. I'm losing my cojones, baby. That is what I'm talking about. That's a short. That's a short. That's a nice little short there. We're in the money on that one. We're all out, so that's it. We're done with that trade. That ends up being exactly what we wanted to. So MMV, BBI, they both go my way. I'm done on that one. Now it's just Vana that I have to worry about. Vana's retracing back to the high side. People think I'm crazy in the chat. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I get excited.
No,
what can
man,
I
you
say?
gotta listen. You gotta celebrate the wins. Yeah. I say this every time. This from Brankos. You need to celebrate the wins because the losses hurt so much.
Look at that. Look at the chat. Daddy, chill.
Daddy, chill. Yo, you guys
Anybody
who
knows
funny,
memes
man. You guys
knows
are too
exactly
funny.
what we're talking about.
Banger short there.
Thank you for that.
And great. I just wanted, great cover on my part because I just was not in that anymore. Breaking the 360. That's a nice flush, man. That's a nice flush to the downside. Yeah, so give Sharif a chip. Give the chip.
Hey, no, I'm already sweating as it is, man. I don't need it. I already run hot.
Trading makes you sweat, but man, sometimes it is so worth it. I just want to do a quick like check over here. We're at 4,100 likes. I did not, today was a pretty busy day. Obviously, CPI, lots of things moving. Small caps, BBBY, kind of just an update day. Kind of glad that I covered on the flush. We're moving back up. I'm going to be patient going into VWAP on that one. We're at 4,100 likes, guys. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. If you're having
4,100?
4,100.
Wow.
But they were up there on the morning show. I mean, CPI was a banger. They came with banger after banger. Today's been an exciting day. We've been super busy. We have like a lot of trades. I'm sitting at like 300 fills here. And, it's I just feel like, if you guys are enjoying the show, free stream, feel free, man. Feel free to hit that like button. We're putting on a show. We got Spicy Chip coming in hot tomorrow. Cracking 4K. The record was like 53, 5,200.
52,
that's
that
why
was
they're
Neil's,
doing,
right?
Yeah, that's why they're doing the chip.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it's possible right now.
I think we could break it again.
To break
Luca.
that would be great, like within like a week or two. So guys, if you are enjoying the stream, feel free, hit it. I'm having a great time right now, enjoying the stream. Nice to see familiar names in the chat as well. And I know, Michelle, you're making me laugh saying like, Luca, PSA short the market, all love. I know, man. I mean, not now. Like, not now. I feel like I'm just gonna be late. But man, what a move down there, bouncing off of VWAP. The market here, I don't know what to think. I mean, that's like Sharif basically explained the reason for that. But yeah, man, we are too busy celebrating the wins, having a great time. Absolute banger there. You got any? I mean, I'm lost for words. Like this, like.
I'm just pulling it up. Guys, we just asked for more likes, and we didn't even get 100 more. I mean, Luca and I, we're sitting here, we're giving you banger trades. We're locked in on 4,200. I think we could get 4,500. That would be a good day. I mean, you saw Shawn ripping the market this morning. Neil, Luca's been ripping the market. I just had a couple of good trades. Let's get that like count up. Let's get to 4,300. And by the way, guys, I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, and I don't want to put any pressure on you, but I tell people about the show, and the reason is because I'm proud of the product we put out there. So if you guys like the product we put out there, let your friends know about the show. They may not be interested in, day trading 8 hours a day, but get their feet wet. So, they hear about it, they watch an hour, they watch half an hour, they learn a little terminology. By the way, that takes me to this segue. For those just joining us, newer members that I'm talking to,
Wow. Baby,
this is a great area of resource here, which is our tradertv.live YouTube homepage. Okay, so we get there, it's youtube.com/tradertv.live. And then there's a little magnifying glass there. That's the search. Put anything you want in there. Sometimes we say VWAP, sometimes we say EMA, we say this, we say that, and you may not be familiar with that terminology. Go in here, hit enter. We're just using VWAP as an example. Then all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of videos really explaining what VWAP is, how to use it, what its significance is, etc. You get the drift. So this is basically a learning Cadillac. It's all for free. It's from Neil, it's from Shawn, it's from Brendan. They've got years and years of experience. Utilize that to your advantage and make sure to get on our homepage there and and update yourselves on what some of this terminology means. Luca, okay, let's see what Vanna is doing. Okay, I'm gonna have to get out of this trade. This one's now going against me. I'm out of that. That ends up being a loser for me. My only loser on the day, Carvana. Hey.
I have a lot of trades today.
Yeah, well.
I've traded okay, let me just count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 names. I feel like that's a record, guys. 20 names I've traded.
Three.
Yeah, and I have a bunch of losers and I have a bunch of winners. That's kind of how it works, man. You want to keep your losers. The worst trade for me was AMD. And I mean, I'm okay to take that as my worst trade because I don't think I could have been more wrong on the short.
I know,
on AMD.
So strong.
And what a good cover because we went all the way up to 72. So, I mean, whoever called kind of wick off top saying, Luca, get your revenge on the short. And I was like, no. And then this nice move to the, obviously market-related move. But yeah, maybe I should have listened to you there. But yeah, tons of names traded today. Everything else to the downside. Coin the second, that was just kind of, coin was pretty ugly. I think I had the right idea, but I should have maybe put like a 46.10 stop as opposed to the 80s. I just thought like, it's moving up. It's up 4%. What am I doing with this one? So yeah, everything else pretty flat. And yeah, things, BBY, I don't know what is happening here. Like it's moving up. So I'm happy that I covered secondary flush down. I was waiting for 420s, 15s, 11s, just kind of VWAP out. We popped, we still did not get above that 450. So 450 is key level. I am not putting a stop at 451. I'm actually going to stop out at 461 if we get there because I feel like if we break 451, there's probably stops there. We can easily go up, and I just feel like if somebody is adamant on the short and wants volume on it, lots of liquidity, they're going to slam that down if we break. So I don't just want to get wicked out on it. I think 61, if we break 61, then the trade is dead, right? So I'm willing to risk a little bit more because I think high conviction, and I did cover some, keeping the win on that one. BBY, yeah, doing well on it. So Michelle saying, watch out. Yeah, I know, I'm watching it for sure, 100%. It's on both of my things here, on this chart and on this chart, on both of my level 2s. And speaking of level 2s, people always ask, Luca, level 2, like, what do you think? How do you kind of read the book? I'm just kind of going based on levels. I understand the interesting levels when looking at the chart. I say, okay, 480 into 5, that is the level. Then you want to sort of watch the tape and say, okay, is there action here? Are people slamming? Are people offering? Are they getting filled? So you ask yourself sort of all these questions in real time. So I kind of late to answering that question, but hopefully that does help you in some way. Yeah, so kind of nursing this one, still in BBAI. No other trades, just kind of looking at what if there is other opportunities. I mean, are we going to, do you think we reverse the market move all the way back up?
Looks
It's
we
like
are.
down-
We really
I mean,
rejected VWAP. We bounced off VWAP.
That was a
Looks
hard
like,
bounce off
Yeah,
VWAP.
it was a very clear, hard bounce. Let's pull up the chart here. I want to talk a little bit about the market, and then I want to talk about Meta, because Meta showing itself to be relatively strong. Again, it's not far off day's highs. It's 20 pennies off day's highs, and we're a lot farther than that on some of these other big names. Okay, so here's the overall market. The recent high was that 417.5. We're back at 405 3/4. Could we make a new high? I mean, power hour is going to is like an hour and 20 minutes away. 2 o'clock, 2:30, the volume definitely starts picking up. It's already started picking up now. You saw that big move down here on the BOE news, but something tells me this dip is going to get bought back up. Something tells me, I don't know, whatever. We'll see what happens there. Let's have a look at the big chart here for the big cappers, because this is the meta thing that I want to talk about here. Have a look at this. Okay, so everything is down near VWAP. It's, you know, it's either flirting above it or a little bit below it or right at it. But look at this on Meta. I mean, it is above the 50 period. It's $2 above VWAP at the moment, near day's highs. So this one I like going forward. I'm going to keep saying that. Again, don't give financial advice. And by the way, I do hold this in my portfolio, so there is that caveat that I have to put out there. Okay, on Vana though, Luca, I don't know what you see here. I see a lot of sideways movement and a bit of a double top forming. It's making me like cruising for a bruising, to be honest with you here, because I want to get short again. Although this one, you know, it stopped me out twice. I was able to take a little bit of profit on these shorts, this one and that one, and took out bottom wick here, but then it went right up against me, retraced back to that $6.60 area. Do we see newer highs? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the break of 50 south. So I'm going to have a resting order. Let's put in 649. And then we're going to go short sorry, did I put 549? Yeah, I did. Okay, so 649. There's a lottery in Ontario, guys, or in Canada called 649. So in case, shout out to all my Canadian lottery players there. 6, and we're going to go 644, and we're going to take that many shares. So for breaks down below that 650, what I'm looking for is the first red candle kind of to make a new low. Otherwise, it's going to continue and make newer highs, and I want no part of that. So I'm not going to jump the gun here and try to guess whether or not this is going to double top. If it breaks through 650, then I'll have some of that.
We got the pool,
We'll
right?
see what this one
Let's get
does.
rich together.
Luca, are we back in that pool? The lottery pool? It's 55 mil. Is that Lotto Max? Okay.
We do
55 milli. I can do some stuff with that.
Yeah, join. I mean, feel free. We do a lot of pool at work. We are all trying to get rich together, because being rich by yourself is just no fun, man. So we are trying to get rich together. And I was telling Pratt, I'm like, listen, Pratt, we can't play when it's like 17 million, because I don't want to win like 500K. Like, what does that do for me? I want to win millions so I can just sit back on the beach.
Greedy.
No, it's not greedy. It's smart.
500,000 is okay.
500K, I'm just going to be tilted. I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be like, what am I going to do? I can't even buy a house with this in Toronto because these prices are
That's a
insane.
good down payment on
so,
a house.
yeah, I said save it. These $20 million jackpots, it's good if you're winning and playing by
I'm gonna be
yourself.
tilted if I
but
make $500,000.
not if you're in a pool, you know, and you got to split that. So
That's true.
It's just you know, if you win, you want to really win, right? So yeah, you know, now over 50 million. Things are getting excited. Maybe it gets to 70. I think it tops out at 70 over here, if I'm not mistaken.
Pratt's saying he's going to run to India. I'm not really sure what's going on in my ear. You're saying something.
Pratt's saying he's going to run away with all the money?
He's going to run to India. He's going to take all the money. He's not splitting it with any of us. And we're all just going to be screwed.
I just see you online on Instagram like, let's go. And we're all over here in the cold. Like, damn, man, I'll be sad, man. I'll be sad if that happens. But no, Pratt's a good guy. He'll never do that.
Keep thinking that.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to think.
No. Pratt is a G, man. Pratt is a G. BBBY, is it going to break 450? I sort of feel like if we break 450 and then flush back down, I sort of want to add to the short. So I'm kind of watching it, but Stano, I think you might be correct. BBBY wants more. I don't know, man. I have no idea what to think. I'm okay to lose if it goes to 460. I'm okay to add to it if it pops and drops, just kind of like a discretionary bet. We're going to see what happens there. BBBY, BBAI, I am kind of waiting, seeing what is going to happen next. This market is going up. Like, what a bounce off of VWAP, guys. ES here down at the bottom. Drop and pop right off of VWAP. You see what I did there?
Yeah, I
drop
did. I love it.
I didn't even know what I did there. Yeah, pop luck and drop it. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Okay, here we go. So to the upside, 450. Do we get any slamming? Do people want to sell this? Are they already short and panicking? I feel like there is no slamming right now. Just kind of first look at it. Okay. Maybe the play is, I think I have the stop in, so let me, yeah, BBBY. Okay, I'm just going to like get out of this.
Yeah,
actually.
Vana is just headed to the high side, Luca. So I'm canceling that resting order that I had there. That's out. Vana is not going to be a play south for me. This one looks like it's going to test high of days. Where is high of days on Vana? I'll just tell you real quick. Let's flip. Let's take off Lucid here. Put CVNA. This computer is really acting up today. I really don't know what's going on with it. CVNA, yeah, up 20.8%. High of day 670, guys. So
nice, Michelle.
This might be an interesting area. Do we get a double top here off that 670 level, or do we, do we continue higher? This one's been a former runner. It's been running the last few days. Let's have a look at the daily. Where is the level here on the daily? Let's go, let's go. Yes, okay, so let's bring that to the side. And you guys can have a look with me here. Look at this. This is the move we made yesterday. Yeah, we are really close to all-time lows, to be honest with you.
470.
We are really close to 470 VBBY, guys. But we are really close to all-time lows. Come on, zoom in, man. What's going on with this computer?
Small long here at the top. Let's see.
Okay, I'm just waiting for this to load in because it's really taking its time.
I feel like I should short.
Yeah, so where are we short here? Where are we low here? 350 seems to be the bottom. We're off the bottom, definitely. There is a clear level of resistance at that 850. We break that 850. We also reclaim the 50-period moving average if we do that on Carvana. So this is an interesting swing. I'm not really sure. We talked about the catalyst for this, but it goes back a few days, so I don't really remember exactly. Chat, let me know if you recall. I'm forgetting a little bit, but looks good today. Anyway, I'm going to be looking for that 670 possible short. If it blows through there like nobody's business, then I'm not going to have a trade on this.
Guys, I am long the top, and when you're long the top and still have the potential for this thing to go, like things are kind of wild and doing their thing. My stop is 459. If it breaks that to the downside, whatever, I lose a small portion of that, 10 cents, not too worried. But I just want to be long for him. I mean, I don't even know what happens. I don't want to short it yet. Like, I mean, this is high a day, and we are kind of going back down, but I will, love the short if we get to 5. And I'm just kind of taking, like a Hail Mary long here at the top, which I'm okay. I'm sized accordingly. Stopped out. That was a perfect stop out. I over-punched, so I actually got long and then covered a long. That's what that was. And now I'm just long this, and if I lose 10 cents, I lose 10 cents. I mean, take shots where shots are warranted, size accordingly. That's all you can do. And, move on from there. This thing is, Sharif, this thing is this thing. This thing is this thing, guys. I don't even know what is happening right now. All I want to say is whoever is long, hit a bang, hit the money for somebody else because somebody somewhere is making money. This is a move, man. Maybe this is the start of this is volume. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. Michelle, great call. I'm assuming you're long. I'm assuming. Okay, there's my stop out. Yeah, I'm assuming you're long, so that money's for you right there, that kind of sprinkled across. And you called it with the super chat from before, so yeah, thanks again for that one. YOLO and FOMO, just a quick shout out as well, saying thank you for the super chat. I love VWAP, long Microsoft, Tesla, Q's, SPY. I'm assuming you're talking all VWAP longs. And I was like, oh, Microsoft, I sort of whispered that under my breath. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even know to think about that. I feel like I'm late to the party, but the long is good when a dip happens and it still can't break VWAP. I just feel like in general, if, gun to my head, I have to pick a name, big tech name, like I'm picking Microsoft or I'm picking Apple. Those are the two kind of behemoths in my own mind that are the best names to be long. So, obviously things can go up and down. I am not long them in my personal account, but if I had to be long, gun to my head, I'm choosing Microsoft. I just feel like they're they own everything, they're buying everything. It's just a product of the way that markets work. So those are my picks. So yeah, intraday too. I mean, when we get to VWAP, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll maybe try along here.
Tesla's looking good right now too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanna have a look at that. It's a bit of a flat top breakout, maybe.
Yeah, maybe you could have a look at it.
Sure, absolutely. So let's have a look here. I'm done with my Vana trade, so I'm gonna flip this chart to Tesla. There we go. Tesla down 1.5%. Mind you, let's zoom out a little bit here. This chart looks a bit wicky. Let's see if we can adjust the side. No, so I got to do that later. Okay, so I want to say that 120.50 break coming up here might be interesting, especially if we get some good upside momentum on the futures, which we are now. We're printing. We're continuing to make green candle after green candle here. I think 40.12 is where we're at the moment. Tesla finding a little bit of a reprieve after having a weak morning. It was below VWAP for the majority of the morning, but then around that 11:45 time slot, we reclaimed it, and we really haven't looked back since. A perfunctory breakdown here to the downside, retraces right away. That was the Bank of England news. Obviously, you guys saw that on the futures and on basically every other big capper as well. So this one headed to the high side. I'm going to be watching this one over 121.50, but there's only like 9 minutes left on the show. So, you know, there's not that many minutes for this one to break out. Guys, we have 3,700, almost 3,800 votes on the poll. Do we have an equal amount of likes? Because this is the second poll we made today. We had 2 polls. The first one was, is the market going to be green or red? And then we got a new poll, which basically said, which asked, I mean, do you use the 1, 5, or 15-minute chart? Just, I got to interrupt myself there. Tesla is flying to the high side here. There we go. We're about to touch 122. Just broke that 150 like nobody's business. Tesla at 121.89 is the high for now, but that 122 looks real good coming up soon. Wasn't able to pull the trigger on that, sadly. But, you know, there it is, 122, and you're getting higher highs consistently here on my 3-minute chart on the March ES mark.
Yeah, just a heads up, CVNA is going for high a day there. So if we get to high a day, I do like the short for like a sort of, not an over-under, but I want to see this run into 7. Then I'm going to try kind of scalp trade short there. The market, I mean, when is the official where I could say it reversed the whole move? I feel like 40-12, 40-13. So as soon as this prints 40-13, it is official. I think it's just happening right now. It reversed that whole move. Wow, what a time, man. What a time. Yeah, so CVNA, this is high a day. I am going to scale into a short here above 80s for like a quick move back down. I'm expecting it to go to 7 and then go over, under, and reverse. So we're going to see what happens on that one. Yeah, man. So only thing I'm in right now is BBVA long. Looking to short CVNA if that comes to fruition. And what else do we got here? Maybe Apple, no.
Man,
AMC, no.
Market's moving, baby. The market's moving, baby.
Market, there we go. It reversed the whole move. And how many minutes was that? 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
There you go.
5 minutes
Bank
down.
of England be damned, bro.
Bank of England, you ain't got nothing on this market.
Yeah, take your rate hikes and keep that on the other side of the pond. We're happy just with what we've got here. Yeah, you heard Luca say Vanna is at that 675. I think it actually broke that. Where do we get up to there, Luca? 678 or so. So this one's new high of day. I'm not standing in front of that freight train, to be honest with you. So this one's up almost 23%. Keeps going up and up and up. We're at day's highs on a lot of stuff, guys. We're at day's highs on Meta. We're at day's highs on Microsoft. We're very close to day's highs on Apple, 134.26. Now we're 134.13. So very close to day's highs on Apple. We're printing higher on everything. Here come the futures, baby. Are we going to make that new recent high? Where was that recent high? I said it was 17.5, 40.17.5. We break it. We just printed 417.75. So there we go. We just made a new little recent high. High of day, though, guys, 40.21.5. This computer, something's going on with this, Luca, because it's really chopping up here, and I don't know what to do. But it's not going to hold me back from being happy.
Yeah, man, choose to be happy, choose to smile. That's my saying. Just very quickly, somebody was asking me from before. They were saying, Luca, do you have Twitter? No, I do not have Twitter. I only have Instagram, and I'm pretty sure Bears and Bulls was posting somewhere in this chat saying, like, this is the Instagram. Yeah, so I don't have Twitter. I do have Instagram. It is the Italian Trader. There's like maybe 1,000 followers there. There's probably a fake, or there's probably many fakes that are to come, I assume. I will probably have the least amount of followers out of all the accounts. So if you're wondering, oh, which one is real, it's the one with the least followers, because I'm just not a popular guy, you know? So,
I don't know
I mean, maybe I get up there if you guys follow me and stuff, but, I mean, yeah, I just post a lot of food stuff, a lot of kind of funny, entertaining stuff, and some market-related stuff on there. So, yeah, feel free to follow me for excellent food posts and all that other fun stuff that I do. Just kind of living the Italian dream, you know, being me. But, yeah, lots of fun. And,
Notepad.
Yeah, we can, oh, yeah, sure. We can, so, yeah, I'm short BBVY, just another heads up here. And I'm sort of playing off of the high. This is like a small position. Like, if we break the high, which we easily could, whatever, I get stopped out. But the real short that I want, like the banger short opportunity that I really want to see, is like a run to 5 and then like break 5, like go up to 550, go back down, and then flush to 450. So like that's like the real one that I want to see. Yeah, don't say that.
Okay. That's what I have to ask you.
Yeah. So we're gonna see. Okay, so here I am. I am now getting that short on CVNA. A little bit of a nice up move there. We'll see if this one wants to go back down into the 70. I feel like that's an instant win. Maybe I should just take that right away. Yeah, let me just take that right away. We probably are going to go higher. So that was like a nice little scalp trade for myself. Waiting for BBBY to flush. I feel like I've just been in BBBY and BBAI all day.
Yeah,
and when I look at the position board right over here,
yeah.
I'm like BBB. There's just a bunch of Bs across the board. So guys, there's a bunch of Bs on my board, but today has had some A+ setups, at least for myself on the scalp side of things. Pretty happy. I am up on the day, down from the top, not at my highest point for the day. But not a big deal, man. I'm still up on the day, so definitely can't complain from that. Flatter forward. If I make the money, keep the money, and drink the beers afterwards
Luca,
for sure.
Tesla is just, it's nonstop. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Luca,
show
we were
Sharif's
talking,
screen there. That's crazy.
Bradley, come to my screen because we were talking about this 121.50 breakout. That is ancient history now as we break through 122.50. Tesla's got a lot of legs at the moment. I'm going to look at my blotter to see if there's anything related, but something tells me this is just a general market move. Yeah, you know, it's all about the Shanghai plant, this and that. Nothing new. It's all from earlier on. Nothing really to justify the current move. Shanghai plant issues send Tesla lower. No, that has nothing to do with it. Valley Guilford admits humbling year after $14 billion loss on Tesla and Shopify. Ooh, who's Valley Gifford? Ooh. That's $14 billion loss. That's kind of hard to swallow. That keep me up nights, guys. All right, where are we at? We're at 2 more minutes left on the show, and then we're going to send you over to the big kahunas, Neil, Shawn, and Brendan. They're going to be taking you through Power Hour. Something tells me that they may be looking at Tesla as we continue to print higher highs here. Now we are a measly 50 pennies off the day's high, and we're about to go green, only down 0.62. This one was down almost 5% today. 122.92 is the day high on Tesla. We're printing 122s and in the 60s. Now we're moving down a little bit. But
Andy, I don't have a Ferrari. You're saying what kind of Ferrari do you have? I don't have one. But maybe I'll have one in the future. And yeah, if you guys, you know, follow me on Instagram. I'll be sure to post it. I'll just be like, look at this Ferrari. Yeah, no, I don't have it. Yeah, BBBY crazy. It's funny when I read the chat and someone goes, wow, BBBY, and I'm like, wait, is it doing something else? And I'm like, no, it's still here.
They're a little late to the party.
Yeah, some people are, maybe it's like a late comment that comes through. I have no idea. But yeah, no, I'm always like on top of those things. So I'm just like, oh, there's no way there. Yeah, so guys, just a quick thing here, just to post. I know Bears vs. Bulls doing the most. Thank you so much. This is the one, man, just like 1,000 followers. Spro Life, memories over money. That is the main thing. And Scalp Demon, scalping my way to the Ferrari there.
Luca has an 83 Camaro. Those are sick cars. Have you seen those? Those are not a joke. Like, I don't know if that's like a good comment or a bad comment. I'm taking it as good because I like those cars. Can we pull up a picture? I'm going to pull up a picture of the 83 Camaro. If this computer lets me, I don't know. It may not be able to do it today. Let's see. 1983 Chevy Camaro. Let's go. That's 82, 83, 82. Let's go there. Images. Oh, that's pretty, man. This guy.
This is OG. Like,
basically, there was a guy that grew up on my street when I grew up in Scarborough who had this car. It was black. It was actually a little bit older. I think it was like a 79. I think the 79 may even look a little more OG than this one. Yes, this is the one he had.
Yeah,
this is the one he had. Oh my goodness, it was black. It had like the Z markings on it. How do I make this bigger? There we go. Let's go. Come on, computer. Yes, there we go. This is an OG car right here, guys. Yeah, you know, probably a lot of gas guzzling on this, but hey, that's what American muscle is all about, Luca.
Yes, man, I'm loving you guys in the chat right now. IROC 8086 for anybody wondering.
Yes.
You know, OG car. Guys, I'm super old school. I love these things.
Same.
Yeah, man. I mean, the new stuff. Like, sorry, you know, everybody's got their opinions. These new cars, they're just not it. They're just not it. Like, the old school stuff is the best.
I love it.
That's my opinion, at least. You know, they don't make them like they used to. That's for sure.
We're overtime, baby.
Overtime.
We're overtime.
Putting in man. Time flies when you're having fun. I swear.
What a great show it's been.
Yeah, I've had a time, man.
Likewise. All right, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure to tune in for the closing show because there's going to be a chip challenge.
Ciao, guys.
Take care.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on CPI day. That's turning into a pretty positive one as we head back towards session highs after a bit of a blip there midday. Back to the downside. Here we go. Marching higher. This is what the futures are looking like right now. S&P 500, 0.68, 0.72. For the Dow, NASDAQ, 0.8. All three were negative early on this morning.